Come on, buddy. Come on.
So they put us through the turnstiles and turned us loose inside.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, visitors of all ages, the Bazuco Casino Circus proudly presents...
Ladies and gents, this is the moment you've waited for. Searching in the dark, your sweat soaking through the floor. Buried in your bones, there's an ache that you can't ignore. Taking your breath, stealing your mind, and all that was real is left behind. Don't fight it, it's coming for you, running at you. It's only this moment, don't care what comes after. Yeah, fuck the dream, can't you see, getting closer to surrender, cause you feel the feeling taking over.
An old man's talking.
Grandpa's the name. Did you know this tree dates back to frontier times?
Wow.
Shut up!
Just like that, we are live. Mr. Boston Chris, good morning, sir.
How's it going?
Good, my man. Good. We got the ghost of Steppo up in the corner there. Mr. Clicko 6. Well, you can see he's got his imprint in his chair, so he must be sitting there.
That's like what was it? Always Sunny. I'm talking about that's Frank's butt mark. It's right there.
That's actually a funny show. I haven't watched all of it, but I watched a few episodes, and it's a pretty funny show.
Oh, the show's hilarious.
Yeah, it's not so bad actually. We got lots in the house.
I mean, it's funny enough. I was surprised. I've watched it since I want to say I started out watching it when season I think 4 was on television. So I had missed season 1 and 2, so I ended up buying them on DVD, and I watched season 1 and 2, and then I was caught up on 3 on Hulu at the time, because you could watch it on Hulu, and then after that I just kept going. But they, I think, made it so far. They've been on for 16 seasons. I was just like, which I'm just like, 16?
That show went on for 16 seasons?
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, that show started in 2002, I think.
Jesus.
Yeah. It's been a long time. I was you don't think of it that way, but it's been a long time.
Let's say hi to some of these mofos in the chat. We got Las Crucius all the way from New Mexico. We got Lord Chucks. Bam. Brother, how you doing? GT Key Comics. Sorry, GT Key Comic in the house. We got John's Comics with Kids. King John. Yeah, man. If you've been watching King John, he's been doing a lot of talking on X-Men cartoon, which has been...
Yes.
I watch all the episodes on Saturdays. I don't watch them on the day they come out. I save them for Saturdays, and then I just watched the last one yesterday, and fuck me, man, it was really good. The whole thing's been great, and I don't care what the people are like. Oh, blah blah blah, you're blah blah blah. The community's overhyping. We are not overhyping this. It's fucking awesome.
No, yeah, it's really good, and I without saying specifically, what happens in the last one.
No, I'm not going to say what happens because people haven't watched it. I'll give them a minute, but DJ
What?
Wise as, how you doing, brother? John Big Daddy Ross in the house.
Yeah.
We got Phil's
John
Treehouse.
Daddy went to the 3 Men in the Basement comic swap yesterday, which I couldn't go to because I was working graduation at my the college that I work for.
Couldn't go to a comic swap. Couldn't come to the HUD. What is wrong? What is going on,
Well,
Chris? Have you become
because
a
I had to
what
be
is
up at like
happening?
5:30 in the morning, man. I was just like, so I was just I'm gonna be tired, so I'm not gonna waste. I'm just going to sleep. I knew that.
Right.
I said that like last week because I was like, oh,
We don't have
because
to have
it,
a convention or something because you're missing a lot of important appointments.
no.
Phil's Treehouse. How you doing, Phil? What's going on? We got Beckerman in the house. Beckerman, I am going to be sending you a link in a second. Give me a moment. Beckerman, one of the bishops in the church. Evil's Comics. What's going on? Mr. Mike. He'll be on a show tonight. I believe they do 10 or 10:30. Him and Trev, the shipping guru. They do a great show. We got Frog Brawler in the house. Gary B, the motherfucking casual comic guy. I was just on his show recently, actually. Gary.
Yeah.
He's also got a book out. If you don't know, go buy Gary's book. Gary,
Nice.
can you put in the chat where you can buy it? Because I'm terrible with links and all this shit. But if you can tell the people where they can go buy it, that'd be awesome. And all right, we got Evils.
Circumstances. He just popped in.
Did Circumstances just pop in?
Yep.
All right.
That step already to reclaim his imprint.
Oh, look,
My
the
imprint?
ghost of Steppo is
Yeah,
a real person.
That's my imprint.
No,
Yes.
no. So you had gotten up and then you had the empty chair and then Bleak was like, well, we see his chair imprint, so we know
I'll
he's
tell you what it was coffee. You gotta have your coffee.
What I have the coffee.
So oddly enough, I don't drink coffee. Not because I'm like, I can't stand. Like I just don't like the taste of it. Really, I'm a weird person like that. I don't drink.
Not oddly enough, there's two people on this panel that do not drink coffee. I also do not drink coffee.
Oh, see.
If Alan was here, he doesn't drink coffee either. He doesn't drink tea as well.
I like tea. It's okay.
I like
It's
tea.
not bad. But coffee,
Tea is good.
if I'm gonna drink coffee, it has to be like coffee cake. It's not even coffee by the time I'm fucking done with it. So there's no point in drinking coffee.
I put stevia and half in mine, and I can drink it black as well, but I don't like the bitter French roasts.
I'm not a fan of the bitterness. It's got to taste like coffee cake. And,
Kona, like any volcanic, like Costa Rica, things like that. Any kind of volcanic soil that has the beans, either from Hawaii or Costa Rica, they have a much milder, kind of a nuttier flavor. It isn't bitter, and I think French roast basically gets all the oils. I was in hospitality, so we tested coffee all the time.
Steven, somebody's here to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
Big Biggie.
Mr. Biggie Shack is not in the house because I didn't get him in yet. There he is.
Morning.
Good morning, Biggie.
morning.
Hey.
Morning. How's everybody doing?
Good.
Swinging.
I don't know. For me, I don't know what type I've ever had or whatever. Like I've tried it and I'm just not a fan. Like I'm not a big fan of coffee at all. Which
Coffee.
I know some people love it, and you were talking about like was it volcanic soil that has it and stuff like that. Like a friend of mine, he's like a coffee just absolute coffee guru or whatever. So he like loves it, and he's gotten some
coffee
of
is a thing in Canada, bro. I swear to God, like Tim Hortons lineups, and there's a million Tim Hortons in Canada. They are packed like onto the street where like it causes traffic.
Is that like Starbucks?
Yeah, but it's like a shitty, cheap version, I guess. Starbucks is for the.
You don't know what Tim Hortons is? I don't believe it.
Starbucks is for ritzy.
I don't believe it. No, hold on,
man,
slow down.
Canada, the coffee is like a huge deal. It's fucking ridiculous.
They don't have Tim Hortons in Portland, Steppo?
No, sir, they do not.
Well, Tim Hortons.
Damn,
Tim Horton was.
I thought they were
he
nationwide.
was a leafer. He was a hockey player back in the old days, and he started a.
Well, we got Tim Hortons in Ohio, so I just
shop.
figured it was nationwide. I don't know.
Well,
I know that.
I've been in the business. I was in the business. My family for 3 generations, and I've never heard. I mean, Howard Johnson's, yes, but Tim Hortons, no.
Jeez.
Yeah. Well, my friend, so my friend, he gets like he's gotten some exotic coffees that are just like super like stupid expensive. Like there was one, and it's like I don't know what the actual name of it is, but it's basically like the little logo is a cat eating a coffee bean and shitting it out. And apparently, this cat shit coffee is I think he said something like around like $60 a pound or some shit like that for the beans. And so like they sell it. And it'll be like, I paid. He told me something stupid number he paid for like a bunch of coffee. Like it's like the best coffee in the world, and it's I paid $450 for a bag of it. I'm like, you're out of your mind.
We got Comic Journey in the house. He's saying real men drink coffee and smoke Marlboros. Well, Marlboro Man died of cancer, bro. So I don't know.
And coffee like crude oil, then you have the spoon can stand up in the cup. Then you know you've got the right consistency, right? That's it. A pot of coffee will last 15 to 20 minutes if you have it on a burner. But if you actually decant it into a container like an air pot or something like that, it'll last. It'll last until it gets cold, and it will still taste good. It won't break down the actual coffee. But we sold. One more thing. We used to sell like MJB, which was just a regular brand. And you'd have a cup, and you'd scoop it and dump it in, and stick it in, and then you hit the button, and it decant and what have you. Now they've got all these fancy systems that decant it into these containers that are giant air pots, and then you decant it into the other ones. Then you can carry them around, and they stay hot, they stay fresh. But that's been a long time. But Portland is a huge snobby coffee place. Seattle,
it is, ain't it? Yeah, they have Shanghai Pirates from Portland, is what my friend Bueller told me. It's a very sketchy parts of Portland, too.
Is it?
Yeah.
Underground pirate.
People expect a really good cup of coffee, and pretty much all the retailers, all the restaurants compensate. I mean, they let you have your choice of coffees and stuff, or if not, a nice medium roast is what they'll do. Hi, Lisa.
Never stay at a Hojo. That's fair.
That's what Connie Francis said.
The Howard Johnson Inn.
So today I'm going to bust a grill out. I haven't used my grill since last year. I saw this shit on YouTube where they took a onion to clean the grill. You take the onion, you get the grill hot, and you clean it with the onion. Have y'all ever seen that? I'm gonna try it out.
Something like that.
Yeah. You could do that.
Okay.
I think it helps break up like anything that's sticking, so it's easier to clean it off with the brush.
If you bring the grill up to heat,
pickle oil or pickle juice.
Bring a grill up to heat and have a stainless steel brush or a bronze brush to scrape. Once it's up to temp, if you just scrape it, you can get it pretty much clean, unless you want to get it down to bare metal again. To really get it clean, once it's at it's 555 degrees or whatever it is under. Everybody demands a good cup of coffee out here. I'm telling you.
No, I believe it.
Madam has been doing a lot of cosplay pictures on Instagram. If you haven't noticed, she's got a lot of cool cosplay stuff going on. Let's go give her Instagram a look.
Cool. Yeah, for what people pay for, especially like I said, I would say probably that's a good thing that I'm not into coffee, because what people pay, especially when people are like, I have to have, because there are people that I know that have to have Starbucks. It just it could be any other coffee. No, it has to be Starbucks. You're paying like $90.
That's a class thing, though. I really believe that's
just a good coffee. I mean, they do have good coffee. They have all kinds of baked treats and things like that, and you can get your coffee any way you want it, but you pay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And it's just like, just what some people like
in Portland too, CJ.
I never seen the was it the turbo shots or whatever it was. They basically gave my friend a Dixie cup, and it was like a little small Dixie cup, and it was like half like not even halfway filled. And he's like, yeah, they charged me $12 for this shit. I was like, what? You got a sip of coffee? I don't understand. He's like, no, it's like
That's not coffee, man. That's espresso.
That's
Espresso.
espresso. That's
that's different.
concentrated. That's heart stopping.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
should
I-
Heart starting.
fucking kill you.
I couldn't believe that. I was like, wow, you know. And so it's just so funny. Like that's how out of it I am with all that type of stuff. Like you tell me that you got a double shot or whatever. I'm like, so it's coffee? Well, yeah, sort of, but it's espresso. So it's basically coffee, fancy coffee. But yeah, I mean, I have to say that
treat
the
yourself.
people that
And
are
you treat
into it-
yourself. You treat yourself to it too. It's like people that have to have a certain brand of cigarettes. Maybe they're more expensive, but you want that flavor. If it's Winston's, if it's Old Gold, or if it's Benson and Hedges, or if it's Export A's, or if it's Wings or Gulwa or whatever they are.
How many of those actually still exist?
We had a
'Cause I was
cigarette
like, that's the
machine.
name
We
I've
had a
never heard of
cigarette-
before.
we had a cigarette machine in the lobby of the hotel. And
Yeah.
to show you how old I am, when I started, the pack of butts was like about 50 cents.
So I am old enough to remember. I'm old enough, and I guess I would say young enough to remember the cigarette machines being in. Because I was born in 1982, so we definitely had cigarette machines in the restaurants and stuff like that. And I'm young enough to remember when they all got banned out of Massachusetts, and then eventually everybody else kind of followed suit. And
Yeah,
I
because
remember
they had them all in lobbies, and any young
Yeah.
person like myself
Anybody
could go
was
in and buy cigarettes.
Yep.
It was amazing.
that was a whole deal. Because because the stores
No minors.
you're
Minors not allowed. What are you doing there, kid? I'm buying a pack of butts. Okay, be careful.
Yeah, I still come from the day and age when you could still go to the store with a note for your parents. You're like, Dad wants some smokes. And they'd be like, yeah, here you go.
You go, here you go, Dad.
Yeah, exactly. Dad needs his smokes.
Yeah. Oh, let's go. My friend, when he was younger, his mother used to send him to the corner store to get scratch tickets, and they'd tell him, note, like, hey, can you sell my son these scratch tickets? I'm kind of busy doing other stuff. Yeah, here you go. Okay. It's just
Did
like,
Dunhills not exist anymore? I think they still do exist back then.
And I think in England they
Yeah, I think you can get them on the res for sure.
They got cool lighters and stuff too. All these gold, and that's the other thing too. The guys that smoke that are really fancy about it. They all have really nice lighters as well to ignite them, and it's part of the process, to start the whole thing up.
Yeah,
they started.
I know a bunch of people that kind of that at one point they got too expensive, and then they started rolling their own just because it's like I save a bunch of money this way. Just like it is crazy. Like if you look now, I want to say riding by on the way to work after this, but I think it said like for was it a pack of cigarettes now is like $15. It's like Jesus, it's $15.
My mother smoked Terrytons, which was the charcoal filter. And I remember as a little boy sitting in our 1955 Ford Country sedan. Mother would light up with a wooden match, and I always thought that the smell of the sulfur and the strike of the match with the wood, and there's a little bit of extra paper at the end of the cigarette, and the smell of the paper and the sulfur and just a little bit of tobacco to start it smelled absolutely wonderful.
Yes,
first
I agree with you. I know that. My dad used to smoke, and whenever he started to smoke a cigarette, I would love when he light it up, and then after that, I'm like, oh, this stinks.
Yeah, that's it. And I called it a bubby. I had a little blanket when I was a little kid, my blanket. And what I would do is I could put it on my nose, and if I would breathe the cigarette smoke through the blanket, it would smell like the first puff. So I'm always like this when Mom would be smoking. Then she'd drive into Richfield and get leaded gas for the car, and Richland, they had a thing where you could dial the octane. What octane would you like? Up to 105, right? You could just see, I'd like to have 90. I'd like 90 octane, please. And the guy'd walk over to the pump and he'd go click, click, click up to 90 and then, fill the thing in. And, when you could have octane like that in an engine, it bangs a lot better when you're driving, and leaded gas too. The
All right.
smell of leaded gas is, so I had mom is smoking a cigarette at the gas station, which is always wise. And with leaded gas and the smell of the smoke, and I'm covered up like this. Life was good. Of course, I can't see the color blue anymore, but that's okay.
Speaking of cigarettes,
Wake up. Welcome to the Insomniac Comic Book Theater.
Steppo, colors are overrated.
Steppo was very young, getting introduced to inhalants, and had no idea. He's like, "Oh, everything just smells wonderful. Get this jacket." Oh.
You got no idea. You want me to tell you stories about my father smoking in the car while driving with me, having an ashtray. Remember those ashtrays that you had to pull out in the front?
Yeah.
Yep.
Like this, and just cigarettes and cigarettes, and mounds of cigarettes.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know how they didn't fall over. He had he was talented as far as being able to stack cigarette butts on an ashtray in a car without having it pour all over the freaking car.
Oh, my father was the same deal. My father was the same way. And he never. The only time there was ever a mess is when somebody knocked it, like someone else hit it. He would never clean that thing out ever.
Oh, he would kick the shit out of me if I knocked it over by accident. There's no messing around. You gotta be careful.
Good morning, Gabe.
And I remember too. I remember yelling at him when I was little because I got in trouble for that because I bumped into it with my foot, and he was just
frog brawler.
And I said, "Well, why don't you clean it? Why don't you clean it?" And then no, that
you got me intrigued with your coffee and cigarette talk. I had to jump.
It's been a minute journey. I hope I know, whatever, but I hope you're well yourself.
It's been.
Listen,
it's been a minute. I just came on. I can't stay on too long. I got to fucking go and shit. Anyway,
yeah.
I just came on for a little bit just to remind you guys. Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, I'm not going anywhere. I'm still around. And,
good.
And Insomniac is still around in spirit. So.
That's good to hear because we haven't had a real Insomniac in a while. We got a lot of pretenders to the throne, Johnny.
Well, I gave the opportunity to some people to run the show while I was gone, but
terrible idea.
Not very good.
It was a terrible idea.
Hey, I went 3 hours on Saturday. That's pretty good for me. 3 hours.
I was actually shocked that you went on so late, Biggie. I was like, "What the fuck is Biggie doing?"
Yeah, yeah. I even had Journey on. It was pretty official.
Well, listen. I made it an Insomniac for you. There you go.
There you go. See.
It's not an Insomniac unless it goes like 6 hours to like 7:30 in the morning.
I don't know.
Bullshit.
That's the thing. It's just like having that kind of energy and having something to talk about, or being able to manage those long pauses of punishments, because that's a skill in itself. You can't just do that. Like you gotta know what you're doing.
That is true.
Oh, believe me, when I come back, I'm going to punish everybody for 15-hour streams.
That's the thing. It's just
Now that's good television.
You have to have the knowledge to know what's gonna. Because if you sit there, I mean, I could do a thing and maybe sit silent for a while, but the oomph isn't there. Like they don't know they're being punished. They're just like, are you ignoring
What's
us?
this?
Like,
what's
let
this
it go.
green guy here, guys? Who's this green guy? Is that Hawkeye?
Hold on, let me make you big for a second.
The green guy. No, that's a kid that's being like the new Falcon because of the what's it called Falcon.
What is that?
Yeah.
Baby.
I don't know.
In America now, it's a new.
They're Happy Meal toys. I mean, I recognize Black Widow. I don't know that one. Red Hawk. You got the new Cap, Sam Wilson, but who the fuck is that guy?
That's the new Falcon.
I don't know. Maybe it's Canadian Survivalist.
I mean, that makes sense. The new Falcon, but Falcon's Cap. Yeah. Okay.
If you watch the Winter Soldier show, like you'll get it just because.
Watch it. No, I don't watch.
What's his name's kid? Is that what's his name's kid? Like the guy with the Captain America strength. New Falcon. Yeah. Evil says it's New Falcon.
Yeah.
We have confirmation.
I knew you guys could figure it out.
Why don't know. Real toys and little baby figure like plushies out of it.
Oh, toys. What do you expect? It ain't like the 80s, man.
Yeah, what the fuck, man? You have to make.
even though that like the McDonald's toys back in the day weren't expensive, but they're probably cheaper to make all the little stuffies than it is.
The Muppet Babies toys were so awesome, dude. They were kick ass.
Oh, they were great. Like I remember when they had their own little Transformer toys. Like those were cool.
I still have a hook, like a Peter Pan glass from McDonald's. I don't recommend. I do love the glasses from McDonald's, but there are a few lines that are very leady. A lot of lead. Oh, yeah. Don't drink out of those fucking glasses. It's bad. But they're cool to have. I drink a lot out of the Peter Pan one. It makes me happy.
I think my favorite Happy Meal toy was the He-Man, because it came in like a plastic shell and you actually got like a He-Man figure. I have a picture of it when I was a kid.
Yeah,
really good
I used to have a He-Man. I remember Burger King did a cup for a while. They used to have different He-Man cups, and I had that. And I think over time it just we ended up getting rid of it. But I had that
old school Happy Meal because it didn't even come in the cardboard box. It came in a plastic shell. I don't even know if people know about that shit.
We got a spoiler alert. It's a spoiler. The new Falcon and Red Hulk. Red Hulk wasn't supposed to come to the MCU until Thunderbolts. Interesting.
Yeah. Well, I mean, with everything being the strike, I'm sure that they've changed a lot of plans that were supposed to be. So it's like, oh, they wouldn't come in until now, and now it's like,
when's that supposed to come anyway? Well, when's it supposed to come out anyway?
I just recently was reading about Thunderbolts. I'm like, wow, I knew it was coming, but I didn't know it was coming.
I'm on for it.
Yeah.
Like, is it coming out like now, like this month or something?
No, I think not. I think over the summer.
Okay. Thank you.
Is it before Deadpool or after Deadpool?
Probably after.
I thought they already did an episode of the new fucking Cap, Falcon or whatever. I thought they already did one.
No, that was the show.
Falcon and Winter Soldier.
No, that was Falcon.
And actually introduced him as Captain America, but
that was a show.
They
didn't do an episode yet? Because I saw something about the new Avengers were coming.
May 2025, apparently.
Then
it must have been a preview. It must have been a preview I saw.
Wait, 2025, and they're doing Happy Meals from now?
Yeah, that's kind of stupid. Like somebody.
Well, I saw the preview.
How do you get a job with these marketing teams? I need a job with them. Like they
got.
I'm pretty sure that movie was supposed to be out now, and then
they got Harrison Ford as an actor in it too. Did y'all know that?
Harrison Ford.
Yeah,
Harrison Ford in the new fucking Capco.
Yeah, he took his place.
That's it.
Because the original guy died.
I love Harrison Ford, but dude, he's fucking old as fuck, bro.
Nah, it's gonna work, man.
He's Thunderbolt Ross. Who gives a shit?
I know.
He's fucking money.
Thunderbolt's an old guy anyway.
Well, no.
So what? Yeah, he's supposed to be old.
Yeah, the reason he's in there is because the original guy died. Like if the original guy didn't die, then so that they'd get Harrison Ford to replace.
Wasn't the original Sam Elliott in the fucking Hulk movies?
No.
What do you mean no?
The actual guy that was
he was Ross, General Ross or some shit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wasn't Sam Elliott General Ross one time?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I said.
That's pre-MCU though.
Oh wow.
He's still Thunderbolt Ross. Doesn't matter
You can't say the fucking Hulk ain't the Hulk, dude. What the fuck?
No one's
That's
saying
not pre-MCU. That's not pre-MCU.
Ed Norton was Bruce Banner, and he's still Bruce Banner because freaking Mark Ruffalo sucks ass. So there you go.
Well, no, because
the Hulk was definitely MCU because it had people in it in the end of it. It had Iron Man and fucking the Hulk. You can't say that's not MCU, bro.
The one that Sam Elliott was in was the Eric Bana Hulk.
All right, it's still the Hulk.
Ang Lee Hulk.
Oh my god, fucking Chris.
That came out well before Iron Man or any of the other stuff. So
are you not aware of the multiverse?
I am.
He exists. He's in there.
He exists. He's part of the MCU.
Yes, General Ross is part of the MCU. Sam Elliott, no. Because Sam Elliott is also, if you're going to go with that, then he's also, was it, in the Ghost Rider movie, too.
Sam Elliott actually would have been a better Thunderbolt Ross than Harrison Ford, in my opinion.
I'm surprised they didn't go back to him. I mean, they could
I think Sam rolled sixes.
Because he already played he was him. Like Sam Elliott would have been great.
Right.
Well,
Liv
he's got
Tyler was
an
hot,
asshole
too.
Thunderbolt
But then
Ross
also-
Jennifer
role.
Connelly.
It works.
Yeah.
It works.
But and that one too, and the Ang Lee one, I'm also it wasn't Nick Nolte was like the leader / Bruce Banner's father. So
Can
Yeah,
somebody
we don't
else,
need to revisit that
someone
one.
else say hello to this guy?
Which one
Can
kind of
someone else
movie
say
is
hello
it?
to this guy for me? Because I don't even want to. So if anyone else wants to say
Must be
hello to
Flash
him.
Pages.
Yeah, it is. It is that guy.
Oh, that guy?
That guy's annoying.
Ah.
Yeah. So
He's always messing with Bleecker. I don't like that.
Ang Lee, Art House Hulk.
Am I the only one that thinks bring back freaking the real Bruce Banner to the MCU?
Bill
Am I the
Bixby?
only one? No, not Bixby.
Who? Edward Norton?
Yes, exactly.
From what I remember,
That would be fun. I could live with that.
He's so much better.
No, well,
I
he
agree
pissed
with
off.
you.
He pissed off everybody. That was his problem.
Good. He's supposed to.
A lot better than that
He's a
Ruffalo fucking goofball. Fuck that
Come
Ruffalo
back,
guy.
He got mad at them, but I don't know what the fuck he got mad about. But
He's a real
But,
actor. That's the problem.
I
Yeah.
loved him in The Mentalist.
Yeah.
Edward
The
Norton's a
Machinist, you
really
mean?
great actor. The problem is he doesn't play a good Bruce Banner.
Dude,
He's-
he's played an awesome Bruce Banner.
He's not a good Bruce Banner. He's too confident.
Oh, he's good enough.
He's
No,
too.
because he's been Bruce Banner for a while in that storyline.
He's
It's not
far
like
too confident. He's not snidely enough. He's not. I don't know. He's not.
That's it.
Bruce Banner. He's not what he is in the comic books, and which is fine. But I don't think he's a good Bruce Banner.
I think
Neither
he
was
is
Mark
actually,
Ruffalo. But
I
whatever.
really think he does play that role well because like over time, Bruce Banner did get some more confidence about being able to like hide from people and dodge authorities and stuff like that. That was the whole thing. He was in Brazil. He was hiding away from everybody. It made sense, that movie.
and Bill.
I
Bixby-
enjoyed the movie. I did. I did enjoy it.
What up, Vector Moon?
And he does
I
look a
think-
little wimpy, even though he's got confidence. He does look wimpy. He looks like somebody could beat him up. You know,
Yeah,
that-
he doesn't. That's true. He doesn't look like he did in fucking American History X. I'll
Or
give you
Fight
that.
Club.
That I think was his one time actually being bulked up because
What do you guys? Okay, so when the original Hulk movies came out, the big hubbub on the street was with all the comic book collectors or whatever wanting it to be canon. The argument was the more angry he got, the bigger he got, and he kind of did that a little bit in those movies, but we've gotten away from it with the newer ones. What do y'all think about that? Do you think they should bring that back?
How
I don't
could
think
it
they
get
should,
bigger?
right?
How could
The
it
big
get bigger
hubbub.
if they cut off his testicles? You can't get bigger if you cut off your testicles. That's what they did to him now.
Well, technically that is a fact though. He does get stronger the more angry he gets. That's
Okay,
how you
dog
get-
whistle.
That's how you get World War Hulk. That's how you get Planet Hulk. Like he does get stronger the angrier he
The
gets,
Hulk is CGI anyway.
and that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
They
I'm
can
not-
make him.
I don't know
they
how
can
much
make
I
him
like
anything
the
they
bigger
want.
the
They can make
Hulk,
him anything
but-
they want to make him. Whatever
Listen,
era or anything else, he's all CGI.
Listen, you make it big up at a certain level. You're not going to turn him into freaking Galactus. You know, like
Well,
that's
yeah, they overdid their hand in what was that number 2 where he like absorbed all that energy. He's like, I like
You
the
know
dad-
Hulk pretty good, Journey. Did you know that the Hulk had a different girlfriend before, what's her name? Fucking Ross, Betty Ross. She had a different one originally.
Hulk's had actually a bunch of girlfriends.
Well, his
Anybody.
first one wasn't Ross, is all I'm saying.
the first one sucked.
Well,
First
I
one
just,
sucked.
I just
Yeah,
found out
okay.
that Cyclops' name is
It was awesome.
actually Slim. So
And by the way, bring back Liv Tyler.
what do we know?
Yeah,
Nobody
for real.
Liv Tyler, please do bring back Liv Tyler. Yes, please.
What the
Love
hell,
him.
man? Give us Liv Tyler.
Jennifer Connelly was hotter, but
Edward Norton was dumb Hulk. That's fair.
I like Edward Norton. I just didn't think they.
Here's a newsflash: Hulk is supposed to be dumb.
Well,
He's supposed to be savage and dumb.
He's supposed to be the complete opposite of Bruce Banner, the scientist.
Yeah.
yeah.
Primal with anger.
but they went ahead and fast tracked him to.
I don't like Ruffalo at all. I think that guy's a fucking joke.
You know,
The first one I observed.
they need to put him on a sitcom like Friends, and that's where he belongs. He doesn't belong as the Hulk.
Friends is awful.
Don't deserve it.
But he's incredibly woke, and so he fits into that group of people very well.
That's true.
Mm.
That
I'm
is.
glad you said it.
Lou Ferrigno needs to be the Hulk, and Ed Norton needs to be Bruce Banner. That's it.
That's the one thing I did like about that movie. The Lou Ferrigno cameo was good. That was pretty fun.
As the
Yeah, for a
security
long
guard
time.
or whatever.
Yeah, like he was like the desk guy or whatever. Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Yeah. For a long time, they let him still be the voice of the Hulk. Up until I think Ruffalo became, but everything that had to do with him, as far as being the Hulk on screen, was Lou Ferrigno's voice until they put Mark Ruffalo in.
Just because he is the Hulk.
No,
The Hulk movies kind of felt like more of a success than the Spider-Man movies back then, in my opinion. I don't know. People were excited about
in the 70s.
I'm just saying.
In the 70s, Hulk was a major character. Believe it or not, Conan was a fucking huge character in the 70s.
Of course he was, Arnold.
Because the Conan movie didn't come out until '84, but was it '82? But
that's where the hype came though. After the movie,
all the book readers were all the book readers wanted to read the actual, like seeing. It was just one of those things. You're seeing something that you read in a book now coming to life, in comics. So yeah, that was big. And then by virtue of that, that's how Red Sonja got her big start. And even what was it, Cole the Conqueror too? Like they had 3 comic lines based off of one property. Like Conan was
Conan's one of my favorites, especially when you're a young boy. There's a lot of, it's all TNA and wizards and just it's cool shit, man. I don't know. Oh, we lost a baby.
People don't realize how major of a character Conan was in
Conan's so cool.
He was a big character. He was one of the biggest sellers.
One of my favorite covers, even to this, is the first not Swamp Thing, the other guy,
Man Thing.
Yeah, Man Thing with the Conan fucking the head. Yeah. It's a fucking great cover.
Like all you have to do is just look at to know
Savage
that
Tales
how big of a book it was.
Yeah, that's the one.
Just look at the people that drew on it. Like you had John Romita drawing on in the beginning, and then was Barry Windsor Smith took over for a bunch of it too. It's just like and at the time those are big artists for them. So it's just like they put their top guys on that book.
For me, that storyline is hit or miss with Conan. Like sometimes I'm into it, sometimes I'm not. I got to be in a real mood to get into that wizard and sorcery stuff because it's a whole world. Yeah. You have to do a deep dive and know the lore and that whole thing. So if you pick up a random Conan comic, odds are, if it's in the middle of some kind of storyline, you're gonna have a hard time following what's going on with a lot of the characters. So it's one of those things that you have to really be in. It's like one of those Lord of the Rings freaks and all the people that are into the lore of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? You got to be really into it. But I could appreciate the art. I could appreciate the storylines of it. I like it a lot. But Conan was king in the 70s, and Punisher was king in the 80s. People forget that.
I'll have to take your word for it.
Punisher and Wolverine, I think, were the ones that made the most.
Yeah, Wolverine neck and neck. Yes, I will give Wolverine the up. But Punisher,
I think Wolverine came into
major character.
Wolverine came into his own in the 90s when we all watched that X-Men cartoon. Everybody.
That's when he went nuclear.
Yeah, he was everywhere in the 80s. They put him. They peppered him into everything just because it was just because he was wanted to fight out all the time. So it was like. This is an easy story to write. Like Wolverine, someone scuffs his shoe, fight, pop the claws, let's go. Like that. That was his whole deal. And
in the 90s, if you want to sell a book and it's not selling, you throw Wolverine or you throw Punisher in there. And then at one point, Ghost Rider too.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Ghost Rider was big.
He got hot for a minute.
John Bernthal, Punisher for me, says DJ Wise Ass. That's fair.
But it didn't really have, as far as Punisher actors. I mean, he's been the best one. Like I know the original Punisher was Dolph Lundgren. Then you had,
that movie gets so much heat unnecessarily. It wasn't great.
I don't hate him as the Punisher. I don't hate Dolph Lundgren.
It wasn't a great movie, but it wasn't horrible. It was watchable.
No. But the thing is too, it was like a made-for-TV movie. So I think that's why people he wasn't as violent as you normally. But it was made for television. Like they weren't trying to put it. If it was in the theater, if they had given it an actual theater release, because that was the late '80s. That's the same time as Cobra and all the rest of it. It would have been Gorefest.
Yeah, but I don't like. I like the. I like him as Punisher a lot. Like I like.
They had that
Who's the Baywatch guy? I like that guy as fucking Nick Fury. He looks perfect. If you've seen him as Nick Fury,
Hasselhoff.
like, yeah, he looks. It's not good. It's not good. But does he ever look the part though? I'm like, yeah, man, that's Nick Fury. There he is. It's fucking.
And that was the thing, you know, like I guess for those, I mean, were they afraid to give those, you know, theatrical releases? Maybe because they would have had better writing and they would have had, you know, just more budget for them to make them better.
Those movies were never meant to be released. They were meant to keep the licenses by the guys that own the license for Marvel.
Yeah.
If they didn't make the Fantastic Four, Captain America, and the Punisher, they would have lost the rights back to Marvel for not making those movies. So they needed to put something in a scramble. That Fantastic Four movie was done for under $1 million.
In fact, that Fantastic Four movie right now, because I just watched it yesterday, is on YouTube. You can watch that. The unreleased Fantastic Four movie from 1992. Enjoy, people. Enjoy. I think they did. They also didn't release it because it was bad. It was bad for the brand.
No, Marvel begged them not to release.
Yeah, no, like they were like, don't, because it's really bad for our brand. Like it's not good. So
yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, I mean, that's how you can absolutely destroy everything is by making. I mean, especially then, it's just like you make a bad movie and say, "Oh, these characters are lame. I'm not buying this comic book anymore."
Well, especially especially in the when the comic book movies aren't really, they weren't really a thing, right? They didn't become a thing till what, Blade, I guess, maybe a. What was is there one before Blade?
No, they were a thing, but they made them badly. That was the thing. Like,
yeah, is there a good one though before Blade? Which one's the first good one?
Well, no. Okay. When did Spider-Man come out?
No, people say Road to Perdition was a Marvel movie too.
Well, when did X-Men the first one come out? 2000. When did Blade come out?
Something like
Captain America, 1982.
Yeah, not those ones.
No, but I would say like the best. I mean, like as much as people will be like, well, you know, what's the best one? Like the best comic book movie that had that really started people looking at them as I think like viable to make good movies was the '89 Batman.
Well, yeah, that's the one that everyone that they realized they could make a ton of money. But I think Blade was before that. Blade was before that. And
not Batman '89. No, hell no.
Blade came out before Batman, I'm pretty sure.
No.
Not the 89
no,
Batman.
It came out before Nolan's Batman.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though. It's just like, you know, I mean, but that was the best movie that they had made up to that point, and then
not true.
You know,
not
let
true.
them kind of.
Superman 1 was a good movie.
Superman 1 was the GOAT. It still is. Yeah. That's a good point, Journey. You're absolutely right.
Superman 1 was really good.
Like, what I'm saying, I'm not saying that was the first good one. I'm saying that was the one that they made that, like, because after
Superman made it gave the blueprint
they
before
had
that.
Marlon Brando. How do
I
you lose with Marlon Brando?
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying to you is it's that they went ahead and they made a good movie, and then they started making garbage after that, and then superhero movies really became, you know, just a joke, and then Batman '89.
It was a joke before that. Superman 1 made it solidified. But what up, Splash?
Yeah, you're right.
Nothing much.
Hi, Splash.
That was their formula.
Hello.
That they made one good movie and then dilute it all down. And then Batman, they made a good movie and then they did the same exact thing. They started sliding down with Returns and then they got worse.
You didn't enjoy Conan?
Conan was
the Barbarian.
Yeah, it was good, but nobody really thought of it as a comic movie because it was a book series.
If you look at the credits on the original movie, all the way there's a little Spider-Man that's standing on top of freaking Marvel.
But it's more of a book. I've read the books before I ever got the comic books.
If you're gonna say that, then Karate Kid was an amazing comic book movie. If you look at the credits, it says the Karate Kid, property of DC Comics. So
I like the Conan movie, the original one. That was
Dude, that is
pretty much the ending of the era of the Conan back in the 70s, like Mr. Hands over there was talking about. You know, back in the 70s, the Conan got real popular, and the number one was really up there in price. It's dropped down a lot, and it hasn't gained back like some of the other early comics in the 70s that were popular. has
Well,
done.
It's
But
not,
in the 80s, after the movie, it started twirling, downward and everything. But if you want to get into the Conan comics, the 70s are the best comics to do, or go to the magazines. The magazines, you can go to one magazine, Savage Sword or Conan the Barbarian, and you can just buy that magazine. It has a complete story in it.
Savage, yeah, I agree. I definitely agree. I don't remember too many of the regular Conan magazine though. I picked them up here and there. But
Oh,
Savage,
great.
they had self-contained stories in there.
Yeah, they were real good stories. I got a whole set of both the magazines, and yeah, they are awesome.
I used to
Rico,
get
let
them
me
off
show
the
this
rack.
X Factor I got. See if anybody is hip to it.
I used to get them off the
Yeah.
rack and color them. Yeah, I know
No,
people
so-
get mortified.
I've been collecting X Factor lately. Have y'all ever seen this before?
Yes.
Yes.
Number
Yes.
7.
Yeah.
This is like 5 first appearances. You got the glowworm guy down here. You got the muscle guy, and this is one of the books that have multiple key first appearances. But it's very minor key characters, but still, I was pretty happy to find it. I was like, yeah, cool, got a mint copy. This is one of the ones I would go to first before number 1 and this one, and then you got the Richter. I could show you real quick. Hold on.
What about 5 and 6?
5 and 6. I don't know. I got 17 right here. This one's Richter. Everybody knows. A lot of people know about that one.
Yeah. No, what's it called? 5 and 6.
Oh, you're talking about. Yeah, that's the biggest ones. Apocalypse, of course. Yeah.
And then you
That's
got
it. That's all I want to show you.
23 and 24, which is
Number
Archangel.
10 is a good one because it's got the anniversary border around it, which is very collectible.
The fucking ones everybody knows. Of course, everybody knows Apocalypse and Archangel and shit. That's easy.
Yeah.
Like that's,
Well, then you have, what is it, 15, where that's the one where Archangel dies basically, and everyone thought he was dead, and then that's why it was a big deal when he came back in 23 and 24.
Hey,
Frog Brawler says he's a fan of 24. It's the best cover. Cool.
It's a good cover. It's a Walt Simonson cover.
hey, Steppo,
Yes.
you was mentioned in one of Night Tiger's videos the other day in the chat.
What did I do now?
Oh, you didn't do anything. Night Tiger had it's sort of like a knockoff of The Hunt, but it's not wrestling hard or anything like that. And they had Night Tiger and Dr. Strangelove on there battling nothing but Golden Age comics.
Oh,
Mm.
that would have been.
And it was a nice show, and they wanted you to go up against Dr. Strangelove.
I'm not familiar with Doctor. Is it Dr. Strangelove?
Life.
Strangelove. Okay.
Life.
Laugh.
Yeah, Hans, he's a real cool guy. I think he lives somewhere up north in Illinois, and he's about 72 or 3, maybe
Oh,
70.
young.
He was born in 52.
I don't think that would be it wouldn't be Steppo going against him. It would be, what was it, the Collector Commando or whatever you were.
Laugh.
But
It's
yeah,
all
I
that went away. All that stuff is now gone.
Oh, I know that. I'm just saying.
Tommy left.
Well, you can still dress up in the garb, just
But I
No,
think it'd be sharp to see Steppo and Dr. Strangelove. He's been around YouTube for like 12 or 14 years.
Yeah.
Madam, how you doing? Good morning.
Good
Hello,
morning.
madam.
Hi. How are you guys doing?
Good.
Doing good.
Not too shaggy.
She's on a balcony.
She's always somewhere fancy.
I'm in my balcony. I'm in my kitchen.
Well, she
Oh,
made the
all right.
panel a little prettier now, at least, with all us freaking ogres on here. At least, there's like
The hands.
some females. Katie's missing,
Katie is missing. Where's Katie?
She's at a
yeah.
con.
Come on.
She's at she's conning.
She's probably getting a sketch or something done, because I saw that there's some really good artists that were doing work for yesterday. Like, people have been posting from Motor City Con some really, really nice sketches.
Hopefully.
With good prices too.
Well, last year she popped on at the end of her con, so maybe she'll do that this year. We'll see what
Has
happens.
she been streaming at all? I haven't seen anything pop up from her.
She's been burning the candle at both ends. She just the last.
No, I don't.
few
I
times
don't mean
I've
the
seen her-
Asian stuff that she.
Yeah, that's all she. No, she didn't do anything this weekend, but she's definitely the Asian thing has been like, what is that, every night?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah. But
Seppo is
yeah,
the Seppo's the Golden Age Collector Club champion. So
true.
whatever Dr. Strangelove did against Night Tiger ain't much compared to what Seppo is. So don't worry about Seppo. You're good, bro.
Oh,
I
thank
think
you.
that's cool watching anybody compare, the collections, especially like I don't have any Golden Age just because I just I went down that rabbit hole. But then it's
Rat hole.
Rabbit.
Rat hole.
I haven't
No.
found out
Object.
I have to agree with him, Steppo. It's a rat hole because once you go down it, there's no way to get out. Because I've went down it. And,
it's a rabbit hole. I'm not calling it a rat hole. not at
Okay,
all.
rat. I'll
But
go with
but
rat.
Yeah,
the thing
it's-
is, like, no, but it's fun to see people post, show all that stuff. It's just because like
It's
there's so many
addicting.
things that like you wouldn't even think about. Like, oh, like that's a pretty cool story. Or, like, what about like when he was showing the Captain Marvel Junior books and stuff? He's like, this is the eyeball monster. This is this, and just like like those are really just cool books, and because some of them contain such really fun stories from way back then, it's just almost kind of like it's just fun to watch because it's like, oh, you're getting educated at the same time as
I like
seeing
Night Tiger's version because it was multiple rounds. It was like an Iron Man. So I want to see like not just one category. I'd like to see a PC against a PC. You know what I'm saying? Like any book goes multiple rounds.
I don't know. I enjoyed the Golden Age because you don't get to see that much Golden Age. Then all of a sudden you see it all on that channel.
What is the guy's specialty that you wanted that they wanted me to tangle with? What's his specialty?
Well, he collects everything, and he has a lot of Golden Age books. I mean, I'm not going to put down his
I mean,
collection at all.
DC
He's got some,
Timely, Standard Needler. Where was
he
he?
has DC Timely horror. I mean, pre-code horror. I mean, he has Good Girl books. I mean, he's
Best
all
book he
over
showed
the spectrum.
yesterday was a Chilling 19. Looked like it was about an 8.0, probably a $40,000 book.
Wow.
Does he have a lot of obscure stuff that the most collectors don't have?
A lot of
Yeah.
what?
Obscure stuff.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Oh, you
Yeah.
got to make him face Alan then. So you like Alan could freak out. I want to get that book. I don't have that book. Like you gotta get him.
I've done a stream with Dr. Strangelove. He's fun.
I've
man.
never
He's
seen
good guy.
Alan do that. Go chasing after books right away.
You got to go flip
Normally
it
he'll
freak
ask
out.
for the book that's being shown. Sell it to me.
He'll either go ask for it or be like, I got that. I have that one. I got
Yes,
that.
Steppo,
First print, not the first print. Reprint.
Steppo, you need to go over and find his channel and subscribe to it. He's a cool guy. He's a cool
All
man.
right. I'll check it out.
He's
You
a
guys all know
OG. He's OG.
Alan is
yeah,
one of the
Night
most
Tiger's been around for a
controlled
while.
people in the world. He wouldn't just impulsively buy stuff just because he hasn't seen it before. or
Chris, the
because somebody-
medication has
Jerks.
worn off. The medication has worn off. Seek professional counsel immediately.
Honestly,
No, the best was,
let's be honest. Comic books in general are a rabbit hole. That's just
Yeah.
They
it's,
are.
Yeah.
it's Golden Age, Silver Age, Modern Age. It's all a fucking rabbit hole.
The
I
best are
remember
like
once
Light from Oz.
I picked up like a horrific book at one point. And then it was a cool book. It was like one of those Dr. Heck covers.
Mhm.
And no, actually terrific, not horrific. And he's like, "Where'd you get that?" I'm like, "I'm not telling you. I'm not going to tell you where I got it." He's like, "I can't find it." I'm like, I can't find it on eBay." I'm like, "It doesn't exist. I only have the only one in the world. You can't get it. You flip it out."
Just straight torture.
Well, the only problem with Steppo and Alan is nothing's holy. Like you show them something you got that's obscure, they're like, oh, that's cute. And they'll fucking get it in a week or two. That's the problem with those two guys.
Well, that's why I like to pull out shit that like, what the hell is that? Like you never find it. Like that's what brings joy to my life. Where I bring out a book where everybody
That's impossible to get.
They don't know
Good
what the
luck.
hell it is, why they have it. It might not even be worth anything, but nobody has it except for me. So there you go.
That's a good feeling.
I love that.
It is.
It's hard to do.
There's a lot of that.
Well, I
Like,
feel
like,
much
you-
better. First, I was a rat going down the hole. Now I'm a bunny going down the hole. So, I'm feeling better.
You got your hand raised.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, I was just going to comment, Reverend, about your mustache.
Oh, what do you think?
It's interesting.
All right.
It's unique.
All right.
It's a little 1800s.
Yeah, I'm digging it.
Yeah.
It's V for Vendetta.
I saw the Salvador Dali reference. That's
Yeah.
also, you got to really like make him stick out though for Salvador Dali. He had
I
a
could think other things what V can mean, but I'm not going to go there.
You have your own Coke machine in the background there?
That is a Coke machine, yeah.
That's awesome.
It is. It was from my family. It was in my family's business, and it just ended up with me. So.
Hey, I got a
It
stack of
works, too.
crap that I bought a while ago. You guys want to see it? Maybe you tell me if there's anything good in there.
You got
Yeah, why not?
a stack?
A stack of crap that I got a while ago. I haven't really looked through it. And I haven't even bagged and boarded
What
anything.
about
You
the
guys
stack of
wanna-
crap?
I love a good old fashioned
a stack of crap.
I love stack of crap. Let's go.
All right, make me small and I'll go get it.
All right, I'll make it small.
What
How
the-
about I make myself big for a second so I can just go through my.
I figure I'll do a look at me. I haven't
have a-
freaking done a look at me in forever.
I have a little stack of crap.
Ah, the little stack.
Wow.
A little stack of crap.
Now, would this stack have anything to do with potentially show happening next week?
Oh, it might be. Maybe. We've got a lot of the Walking Dead.
Oh,
Does that?
oh, the trades. I like
A lot
those.
of the trades. Lots of trades, actually.
Are you talking about the auction?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just been sort of picking up a couple of things just in case. A lot of
You can. Those were so easy to sell in 2015, 2016. Everybody was dying to get those.
Yeah, I don't mind selling them for cheap. I got them for cheap.
That's perfect.
It's a good one.
If you have somebody that just wants to get a whole big chunk of the story, there you
And
go.
of course, if anybody knows what that is, yeah. Frey, that's all.
Right? Are you on a boards fucking protest or something? Are you just doing bags now? What's going on here?
No, they're
There you go. There's a board.
they're graphic novels. They're really hard to
Don't need them.
get a board in there. Thor.
Oh, there you go. Hyperion beating up Thor.
Those are kind of hard to get, actually. Those bronze Thors.
I got a ton of them. Actually, I got a really big run of them.
There you go.
Fantasy masterpieces.
Every time I see one of those, I'm like, "Where's Alan at?"
Every time.
Those fantasy masterpieces, they're hard to get in real good shape because
Yeah.
they were really abused.
They were consumed.
Well, were they were those like reprints of the Golden Age stories? 'Cause I saw the
Yes,
like Golden
they
Age.
were.
Yeah.
Most of them were. Yeah.
And it's being filmed for TV.
That's the Buscema Bros doing that Thor.
Yeah, it's cool, man.
Oh yeah, that's a Walt Simonson cover, I think.
Wow.
Pretty good. That's when Kirby wasn't doing it, though.
A lot of old Thor.
Yeah, I remember that. I think that guy, he debuts and dies in that same issue that night.
I actually really loved Thor when I was younger. A lot. That's
Yeah, it's
cool.
your favorite, yeah.
This guy had enough of this shit. Bob Lee.
Yeah, I've seen that one. That was cool.
Yeah, we got a little wide earth action.
Oh, hey.
Hell yeah.
Oh,
Hell yeah.
The Earth.
You got this guy, but
oh, somebody signed it.
yes, signed by David Ross.
Oh, there you go.
There he is signing the
Ah, David Ross.
book. There he is.
There you go.
Oh,
What else we got in here? We got lots of cool shit in here, actually.
11 Raiders. There you go.
Cool Leatherneck Raiders is another one. This one's really cool. I like the red cover.
Yeah, I like the cover. They're surfing. They're fighting and surfing at the same time.
Well, what like you do, as Steven would say.
I send in the surf unit. You get it.
You know.
There you go. Fantasy masterpiece. So another golden age.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Cap on there. Red Sonja.
I like that. I don't know why people don't collect that more. Those.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good cover.
It's a good cover. I enjoy it.
Strangest
Decent
sports.
too.
The strangest sports.
Strangest sports stories ever told.
Spaceball.
You never know what's going to happen in your strange sports.
Well, what happens? Tell us all about it.
There you go.
That's a good one.
Ultron.
Ultron shows up and kicks some ass is what happens.
That's a good one.
You know, speaking of some Punisher, you got a little Punisher.
There you go. John Romita Jr.
In very, very nice shape.
That screams freaking 90s.
Yeah, that's the die cut cover, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it is. Oh yeah, it is.
I know everybody's into the foils and everything like that, but those die cuts scream freaking 90s at me.
Oh yeah.
That should scream 90s to you then too.
Yeah.
Little 90s action.
That kid's an
That's a Dale Stone, isn't it?
I like that.
Yeah.
The old gimmicks of the 90s.
That's really cool.
Yeah. Well,
That
Pitt
was
was
nice.
always, Pitt was always really cool. Oh, more Captain Savage. A lot of 12-cent Captain Savage.
I'm curious about Captain Savage. Was he any connection to Nick Fury? Like, was he fighting the same battles?
I like that too.
Yeah.
Another battalion, not the same battalion.
Dinky Down Under.
Dinky Down Under. You know what happens. Ghost Rider action.
Oh wow, that's awesome. Ghost Rider's talking shit about this. You loser.
Yeah, that's a run. I think people need to start paying more attention to that original run of Ghost Rider.
I agree with that. I think
that Savage Roughnecks issue 2 had Hydra in it.
I'm happy to say I've completed that run.
Look,
I
have a stack.
Have a stack.
I have a stack. Look, I have it sorted through it. Listen, before I get started, because I want to show you them all. I want to give you guys a spec pick. This is important. So you guys could all make gazillions like I am. It's called Final Faction.
Oh, that's fucking trash. That's a Family Dollar book.
You get it at Dollar Tree.
Oh my God, what are you doing?
Is this even ethical? James and the Giant Peach. Did you just gulp?
No.
Hey, you got here fast. I got a surprise for you.
Why are you looking at me?
Are you mad? Why would I look at you? How will a fine boy like me be tossing you for a year and 6 months and you keep on telling me no? Why would I look at you? See, let me warn you. In this compound there, I will beat you if you don't say yes. I will beat you.
I am a star. I'm a star, I'm a star, I'm a star. I am a big, bright, shining star.
That's right, I am a star. And you could be a star too if you get your copy of Final Faction, First Impact, #1 from the Dollar Tree for $1.29. Even though it says Dollar Tree, it's $1.29.
What the fuck is the point, Journey?
And it comes in. I'm helping you make gazillions in the future. That's what I'm telling you.
This is spec.
It comes in its own poly bag
Advice.
and a little hanger thing.
Fuck.
Listen, we're doing spec at church today. We're doing some
You
good
mean to
spec.
tell me you paid $1.29 for that with no incident? Because I feel like the whoever sold you that got an earful.
There was an incident because they said Dollar Tree on the freaking thing, and it said charge $1.29 plus tax.
You'll see issue number 2 at Goodwill.
False advertising.
Did they give you a bag? Did they give you a bag?
Did they give you a bag?
It's the Goodwill edition.
Hey, look
Right.
at that.
Oh, Rin Tin Tin. You know.
Yeah,
Rin
Rin Tin Tin. Look,
How many
it's got a
times
little
you
dog. It's got a little
Now,
dog.
Rick
on it.
Tintin's first
Look at that.
appearance is actually kind of good.
He's got a gun and everything. Like he's ready for action.
Why has Rin Tin Tin got a gun? That seems dangerous.
Yeah, well,
He
dog.
rescued the gun. From,
How's he
you know.
going to protect you if he doesn't have a gun?
That's
Yeah.
Oh no, you need to protect yourself from them rusty staples. They look like they got black mold.
Oh my god.
Let's see. Let's see if you're right. Holy shit, you might be right. Look at this.
You may be right. You may
Oh
be
yeah,
right.
they sure do. You need to take that out of your collection quick.
Well, it's a good thing I didn't have him. I had him.
Yeah, open it up and breathe it in. Real smart, Journey.
Breathe it in.
What the fuck? This is fucked up. Maybe burned.
Good stuff.
You paid $1.29 for that as well.
All right, so we got a musty, crusty Rin Tin Tin, and then we
Now you
got.
gotta make Splash Crack. You gonna put another book on top of it?
I collect these. I don't know if anybody else collects these, but I pick up all the
Absolutely.
Radio Shack books every time I find them.
That's a super famous. Like that Superman pose is indelled in.
Yeah, it looks like Kurt Swan.
Every
Beautiful.
single Radio Shack
Might be no Adams.
promotional book, stuff like that. Tricks are for kids, cereal books. I don't know. Anything I find like that, promotional books, I just grab. I don't know. I got a thing for that.
Yeah, usually the advertisements have great artists on them, so those are good buys.
Even Mike is saying you should check the books next to the other ones that got the black mold because it spreads so fast. CJ.
Listen, I could keep my black mold where I want it. You're not gonna tell me what to do with my black mold, all right? I'll figure it out.
I'm
surprised.
Perseverance of black mold.
That's right.
Perseverance of black mold.
Look at this, Jimmy Olsen.
Oh, that's very
That's
2020.
fucking beautiful.
Very
That's beautiful, bro.
2024.
And it's pretty nice shape and no black mold on this one, so this is good.
Give it time.
Why is Jimmy in a dress? Why is Superman in a dress? What is happening?
Because Jimmy Olsen is bitching out Superman. That's why. There you go.
Or culturally appropriate.
Gladiator times.
Because every Jimmy Olsen show, he's always beating up or betraying Superman in some way, shape, or form.
And they're in the arena of death. When you're in the arena of death, you have to wear a dress. That's how it works.
Romans, I get it.
Okay? It's like usually the people I face on the hunt. They wear dresses. You know? So, anyway. Then we got Sergeant Fury and his Howling Commandos. A good Nazi cover.
I actually love those books. Those are great books.
I love that stuff.
Yeah, me too.
By the way, I got this all freaking super cheap. That's why I had it stacked up and not did anything.
You're a bit of a miser, yeah.
They're like, yeah, just take it. It's got mold.
That's right. Well, Rin Tin Tin, maybe that's why he has the gun. I don't know. But it's a mold.
He's bringing the gun to his owner to use it.
I started recently collecting a lot of these Disney stuff.
Oh.
These Golden Age Disney books. All right, no mold on this one. Good.
Ooh, you talking about a rabbit hole?
Yeah,
that's a huge one.
I just picked them up randomly, and sometimes I find that there's something about them that's in there that I don't know about. But I like if I find them cheap, I just pick them up because I like them.
Jerry,
like this one.
Tom and Jerry. There you go.
Tom and Jerry.
I like the art on this too.
Yeah, it's really good.
It's like a
Very, very nice. This was a cool find that I found in there. You guys know who did the cover on this?
Oh yeah, no, that's Wally Wood.
Yeah, that's right.
That's really
Yeah,
cool.
I know shit. I'm pretty smart.
That's right.
Big brain on me.
You're very smart. That's how it works.
Yeah.
And then I found
Continue
and
on.
I found this beat to shit, but I got it because it's fun to read. Archie's joke book.
Oh yeah.
Wow, that is really beat up. Holy shit.
That's right. It's beat to shit, but I
Holy
like it.
fuck. Did
This
any,
one beat to
did
shit,
any of
too.
the rats follow you in that were chewing on that book?
This one's beat to shit too.
Oh.
That's right.
They're hanging out with the guru.
Hey!
Oh fuck!
Don't you worry
That
about
one-
me.
That one gave him a blowjob.
I got cat reflexes.
What is happening? Miss
Fucking
Piggy
cool.
and the Hulk?
That's right. Do you have one of these?
No, that's
That's right.
awesome.
I
That's
have
actually
one.
really awesome.
You got
Dude,
Kermit,
that-
and
That's just like Lou Ferrigno too. That's great.
you
That
got
is
Kermit
great.
turning into the Hulk.
That is very suggestive. She gives him a kiss and
he
then
farts,
bam.
too.
Miss Piggy does not know what she just got herself into. She's about to get destroyed.
No mold. Good.
That's a cool one, man.
Yeah.
I like that. And
Me
then
too.
while we're on the magazines, we got Marvel Preview Paradox. I don't know what the fuck this is, but I like this cover.
I like
the
the
art on it.
Very
I like the
80s.
skeleton guy. That's 80s fantasies.
Yeah, you got
fucking
rolling dances,
It's so
robots,
cool.
demons.
80s for sure.
space fantasy. It's awesome.
Yeah, that's right. And I bet you guys don't have this one. Rip Off Comics, number 24, San Diego Comic Con special.
Nobody wants
That's
it.
funny. I like that.
Well, I want it. That's and then
What's dub?
Part
You're
of
dumb.
it's part of pulp. It's part of pop history.
That's right. These are underground comics, my friend.
That guy's nose is ridiculous.
And then I found
They need to
this.
stay underground.
Cool cover.
Nice.
This is cool, except when I
Like in the
opened it
dirt.
up, all it is freaking posters.
Oh,
And poster books. Yeah, I got a bunch of those.
Yeah, so I'm gonna rip it all. I'm gonna rip it apart and like send people posters.
Oh, you might as well. You're touching it with your bare hands.
Oh, look at my hands! Look at my hands!
who cares?
I'm bagging and boarding.
Look what I'm doing to my poster books. Maybe I'll put it
I'm
in
bagging
the,
and boarding.
maybe I'll
Splash
put it in
it
the same
away,
bag
'cause
with
you
my
just freak
moldy
out.
book. Maybe
You
maybe
just-
I'll put this one in so it can really absorb the mold. I'll put it in with the same bag with the other one. There you go.
Mr. Brian LCS, how you doing this morning?
And then I found this. This is a weird freaking thing. My mother is a publisher, Jack and Jill. I didn't get
Mother
what
is a
Jackie
publisher.
did, but look at this like cute little like drawing that they did with the little birdies
I
and the
don't
little.
love it. I don't love it.
I like it.
Bendel.
I
It's
like
not
it.
something I would buy. It's not a bad piece of art. It's just not something I would buy. I don't think.
I got it because it was there with the rest of them. I was like, all right, throw that one. What the hell? But it's not a regular comic book. It's like all kinds of weird shit going on in
It
there.
looks
But
like it would be weird shit. Yeah.
Who doesn't
No
love some
mold.
Ruth?
all right, and then let's go into the Forbidden Worlds. This one has. Oh, look! Hey, splash! Look! No
I'm
bag.
bagging it. I'm bagging and boarding.
No bag.
Oh.
No bag. No
You're
bag.
picking
No
them up.
bag. Look at
My-
all the oils from my hands.
My
Absorb
back.
all
My
over
back.
it.
My back is
fucking
to the
back.
screen.
Yeah, he's not looking at your bullshit, man. He's had enough of you, CJ.
So we got Forbidden Worlds number 58.
I have a fucking 10 center. That's cool, man.
And I found this too. Forbidden Worlds number 67.
Beat up, but really cool. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
You don't
care.
see those
That's
10
cool.
centers that much. Yeah, it's nice.
Oh, that one gets.
Well,
some
yeah.
stuff on.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to clean them and press them and iron them and de-wrinkle them and then put them in a moldy
They're
bag.
still gonna be shitty.
Yeah. The back
What are you
grandpa
gonna
has-
do?
No, that
You
one's
gonna
got
glue
a
up the
lot of,
tears?
that one's got some mold on it there, boss. Better watch it.
Where's the mold? No.
Looks
On the
like
back No.
not that one. The one in your hand. The one in your hand.
Look at him trying to switch the book.
No, this does
What is
not have
jabroni?
mold on it. This has coffee stains on it.
Oh, it's coffee. Okay.
Yeah, that's
coffee.
right.
Coffee's better than mold.
All right. You
It's
got to
probably
get it right.
Cool it, stain, water.
So you got number 79. So I got a bunch of these Forbidden Worlds. Those are pretty cool.
Those are cool.
It's okay.
And then let's get crazy again with the Star Wars.
Oh my god, he's playing baseball. That's cool. I like that.
That's pretty dope.
And believe it or not, these actually hold some
Star
value.
Wars, yeah, Star Wars fans are crazy. They'll
Yeah.
buy that shit.
Somebody would buy that. Absolutely.
It's not bad. It's dirty, but it's not bad shape. So, and here's another thing for the Star Wars freaks. Cracked magazine.
Oh,
There you go.
wow.
I like this stuff.
Well, Star Wars is always you always get that.
This is a very underrated comic. Crazy. Number 1 from the 70s.
Okay.
Oh wow, look at them. They're talking shit about everybody.
That's right. That's what they do.
Because they're crazy. Because they're
That's right.
crazy.
And then they get even crazier in issue number 8.
Crazy
and they make
and
fun of Westworld. You see what they did there? Not Westworld,
Yeah.
Worst World. You see what
That's-
they do with the words?
Mike
Yeah.
Mike says go wash your hands.
Sort of like they did with the Pope,
Why?
you know.
I'm gonna take a shower after this. Watch
Yeah, yeah.
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 You probably should just bought 2 good books instead of 20 okay books.
Can I show off some stuff that Milt gave me?
No, I'm not
What?
done.
Are you not done?
No, you wait.
Jesus.
And then I got this Fighting 5. That's pretty cool.
Oh, those are good.
Yeah, I like the Fighting 5.
Very cool. And then I got this. This was cool. I don't know why I like this, but I got it. Bad Planet number 1.
All right.
I don't know why you got it either.
It's
So
in the
some
back
of these are
door.
definitely nuts and burgers.
And then I got Unusual Tales number something. I don't know what's
Okay.
number it is, but something.
What's so unusual about it?
That I can't find the
I-
number.
That's fucking cool. That's fucking cool.
Another 10 center. A lot of 10 centers in here.
That's good.
Unknown. Look at this guy. Unknown Worlds number 3.
That's cool.
Oh, now that's a good title right there.
Mm-hmm.
Look at him.
Flying
He's
on
not
a
even
carpet, man. He better watch himself.
I can see why you bought them. You just didn't need all of them. Just got the good ones. Be good.
And then Unknown Worlds number 4.
That's a good book too.
Oh yeah, the green guy.
Is that a 10-cent book too?
Yeah, they're all 10 cents.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then we got Unknown Worlds number 5. Something with
Okay.
these green guys. I don't know.
The
what
ghost is saving that guy.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. And then I got another beat to shit Archie book, 12 center. One of these innuendo books.
Archies are always beat the hell, eh? They're just really crap. Like,
Actually,
I had a box
honestly, I got the Archies because I like reading them, and then my son reads them too. So I'm like, whatever, you know. This one I got, and I realized that there's actually something significant about this one. It's another one of those innuendo books by Archie Betty Maronica.
Oh yeah, that's yeah.
There's some kind of appearance. I think I don't know.
Yeah, that's second Cheryl Blossom, I think.
There you go.
okay.
The second one in that title. The second Cheryl Blossom is a Jughead book.
And then we have Flintstones because why not?
There you go.
There you go. Yeah.
Yabba-dabba-doo.
I got 2 beat the shit defenders. Beat the hell.
There's always a defenders in a
Number
weird
39.
light, yeah.
And then number 40.
I got a bunch recently.
And then this is Beat the Shit, which is an anomaly for a 90s book. Look at this. Look how fucked up this is.
That was definitely a kid's book that they liked a lot.
And it's a newsstand.
Yeah, that got put in a fucking toy box
Yeah.
or some bullshit.
I made it about $1.
And then I got this.
Ooh, there you go.
Blade 2.
Blade 2.
That's a good
But it's a poster book again.
Fuck.
Fuck you and your posters.
That makes it uncollectible.
Then I got this Ghost Rider number 20. That's cool.
There you go.
Nice.
That's early Ghost Rider.
And everybody needs a Sectars number 1 in their life.
Yeah.
Pretty common.
Which is a newsstand, by the way.
Were those toys too, Sectars?
Yeah, they
And
were.
then just in case you bought a toy, but you didn't get the comic with the toy, here's the comic that came with it.
Oh, nice.
Ooh, I got the real one of them. That's fire.
That is a J.C. Penney, or is that a J.C. Penney's reprint?
No, this is like a Toy Biz or something like.
What's it say on the bottom? Bottom right.
It says marked not for resale.
Yeah, there's a department store. It should say inside of those. Some of those are worth a little bit.
Yeah, this is not the J.C. Penney though. This came with a toy.
Yeah, I got a Harvey.
Just like this
Comics,
one.
Back to the Future one that's like that.
So that probably was a kid.
This one came for a toy too.
Yeah.
And this one came with a toy too. But guess what? Guess what about this? You know what comic this is?
He's dead. It doesn't matter.
I don't fucking know. What is it?
It's X-Men number 4, First Omega Red.
Oh, nice.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yep.
For real?
Yep.
Huh. Well, that's cool.
I didn't know that.
Not a reprint? I didn't know that either.
Yeah, it's probably a reprint, but they just redid the cover.
No, it came with one of the toys. It's one of these toys.
Oh, well, that's not a real X-Men 4. Get the fuck out of here.
No,
Jerry.
but
God
you
damn
think
it.
you see Gambit on there, so you think it's going to be a Gambit comic. It was freaking X-Men 4, First Omega Red in there. That's
You
interesting.
made me think there was a multiple cover variant or something. Okay, all right. Sorry.
Well, it is a variant
It
of a
is.
reprint.
It is. It's a
Fucking
new
reprint.
cover.
Exactly.
Oh my God! What are they doing to me? I'm Supergirl. I got this one. I like this one a lot.
That's fucking money, dude. Those are always good.
Huh? And then I'll save you. Oh, look at that! Like
That's a fire. I've had that
Superboy.
book. Yeah,
He's
12 center.
pulling her, and then everybody needs a MILF magnet in their lives.
Milk
What?
magnet.
That's right, MILF magnet number 1, my friend.
I've never seen that before.
Do you have one of these?
Nope.
That's right, I have one, and you can't have it.
Mine lives next door.
And
It's
then,
a 5-5, whatever you're showing. That's
And
a
then
great.
and then you got Supergirl. She's looking in her drawers over here.
She's twerking.
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there you go. She's twerking.
Pancake.
And then Dr. Solar, Man of the Atom, versus Medusa.
Ooh.
And look,
Oh.
for some reason, I just like stupid punching robot heads off.
The robot fighter, nice. Magnus.
robot.
It's a Whitman.
Security robot. Punch him right
That
down.
was cool.
How can you tell it's a
Oh,
Whitman? What do you mean?
It says Whitman.
Wow.
That's right.
Whitman,
And then
oh, shit,
Unusual Tales number 7.
I like
man. Oh,
that.
that's a cool looking cover. That's actually
That's a
cool.
good cover.
He was very distinguished over here.
Yeah.
What year is that? What year is that?
It's got to be late 50s, I'm assuming.
Does it have a comic code on it?
It does. That's what I'm saying. Late 50s, early 60s. It's got to be somewhere there.
Hey, what up, Michael Baker?
Yeah, I'll tell you right now. Better not have mold in there. No mold. Thank God.
58.
I will tell you in a moment.
56.
Can't see, man.
Some of them you can't find it.
61.
61. Okay.
All right. I knew it had to be late 50s, early 60s, somewhere around there.
What number is it?
Number 7.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Why, you collect these?
Well, they're nice books. Yeah.
This one's extra shitty condition in case you like it. So
CJ, are you
No.
you going?
CJ's turn.
No, I have another 6 boxes. Hold on. Fighting American featuring Speed Boy. You should appreciate this one, Biggie.
Yeah, no, it's Kirby.
Joe Simon, Jack Kirby.
I have that one. You son of a bitch.
Son of a bitch.
That's actually a pricey book, man. That one's probably worth about $40.
It's number 1.
Yeah, but it's a reprint, of course. But it's a good reprint.
You want to see another Jack Kirby, Joe Simon book?
I can't believe you fucking got that.
There you go.
Okay.
I got that. Police Trap.
That's almost as cool as the Fighting American. Yeah, Round Robin's on that Fighting American. That's a fucking fire book.
Fatso over here.
Yeah, Harvey #1. Yeah, I love that. That's the best book you showed so far. That's a fucking good book.
Is it still socially acceptable to say Fatso?
I don't think so.
I like the fucking Kirby on the back, the big written Kirby.
But he is Fatso.
That's a fucking fire book. Looks like you got good condition. That might be a $50 book. Shit.
It's decent. It's decent.
Those are nice, man. Those are nice.
Hey,
Good job.
listen, you can let Madam Blast show her stuff right now while I go get my other boxes.
I actually bought that one off eBay. I wanted it so bad, Journey. So you did good with that one.
I think we'll let Steppo go as well. I'm sure he's got something to show off.
Hey, okay, I do actually have
How much
some-
you think I got all those books for, by the way?
You stay here. I'll handle this.
What?
30 bucks.
Yeah, knowing you, $20. Knowing
All
you about $20, CJ.
I think I paid $35 for everything.
Hi, Lady Fantastic. I got
The
some books.
crazy
from Bill.
magazines are worth the bundle by themselves. Sorry.
Lady F.
Fighting American.
CJ, are you done?
No, I keep talking, but I'll listen.
No.
The Wally Wood's good too. The Dynamo.
All right, I was going to show off some books I got from Milt, and I was inspired because CJ had his.
I will be back. I have to go disinfect myself.
Anyway, Milt sent me these what if stories, but they're all like
nice.
cartoons.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I won one of those and never got it, but those are cool. Oh, that's a key.
The Christmas specials are cool.
That's a key.
Yeah, I think so.
I know that just means it's better than, right?
It might be. I don't know. It might be the first. Okay, they had like a generic Venom, and you know how Spider Ham. So they had a generic Venom version of Spider Ham. That might have been it.
That's cool. We got the Avengers with all the Disney guys. Oh, that's my favorite one out of that little run.
Yeah,
I like
That's
the
a
whole,
cool one.
Yeah,
that's the one I fucking won. I never got. So
that's
I'm not
the one
gonna
I
say
like.
who, but yeah, that's the one I wanted.
That's not very nice.
You got a fucking dickheads out
All
there.
right. Captain Marvel. Okay, all right.
Oh, Minnie Mouse.
Yes.
Oh, cool. Secret Wars homage. Very cool.
I don't hate those Mickey books. Those
I don't love them, but I do like a couple of them. There's
I
like
don't
that.
hate
That
those
one's
books,
actually
but I
pretty
do.
cool. That one's pretty dope.
That's
I
a
mean-
remake of a famous cover.
Oh,
I
nice.
think they're cool enough. If I saw them on shelf, I'd buy them, but I wouldn't pay extra to get them. They're nice. They're nice.
Ah, that one's cool too.
I like that one.
Yeah, that one's good.
Those are the 100th anniversary books.
Yes, they
Yeah.
are.
And it's not that I don't love them. It's just that I hate the fact that Disney is now infiltrating my comic books. It fucking drives me crazy.
Just
You
buy
know why I
old
don't
and don't
mind
buy
those?
new.
You know why I don't mind those? They did it for a few months, and that was it. It was done.
That's
That's true.
It was an anniversary thing.
This one's cool.
It's
At
much.
least they're not.
Sorry, Biggie. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, at least they're not like jumping into stories like Mickey Mouse is on Captain America for all and stuff like that.
You just wait.
I know.
I'm gonna
Why
wake up
can't-
with a Mickey tattoo. Oh no.
Why can't Mickey join the Avengers?
He might. He could have toon powers.
Yeah, this one was cool. I thought this one was cool because I can recognize this from the 300.
Yeah, the
Spider-Man
300.
300.
Yes.
Very cute books, Lady Fantastic says.
Thank you.
She also says I'm gonna wake up with a Mickey Mouse tattoo, which I don't know, man. That's not cool.
Right,
Not
so who's
cool,
gonna
lady.
send the moldy book to as a present?
I don't know. I think
Or is it the moldy dogs?
send it to Vox. Don't send
Definitely Splash. Splash needs the mold.
And I have
you-
all,
you
all,
showed your-
all my books are pre-opened.
Is that you?
That's right.
Jeez Louise.
Oh
Yes.
wow.
So I'll be at Comic-Con and Empire Fest Comic-Con in July signing for this cosplay Lucy. She's part of the Halloween comic.
Oh wow, look at that. That's awesome.
Halloween.
Halloween. And it's kind of like an Elvira. Like
How many copies of those do you have?
I just have a couple of these right now, but when I go to the Comic-Con, I'm gonna have more.
What you need to do is get on one of these auctions and everything and sell them to there if you want to do that. Get
Get on
somebody
an
to.
auction.
Yeah, you can autograph it and one of these auctions that they have online and see if people will buy them there and you can ship them out. Unless
Yeah, I mean,
you don't want to ship them out though. I mean,
There's a certain person named Reverend Fingerblaster that has one once a month, and I'm sure he'll get you the details if you want to join.
I
Oh,
guarantee
really?
you she's gonna sell out at the con that she's gonna be signing.
That's pretty cool, though.
I think the con is small, so I think I probably won't sell out.
Well, you have a limited run on those though, right? You don't have like thousands of them, right?
No,
Hey,
right now
Bleak,
we have
I'm-
like 10. So
I'm about to leave, so I was going to show 2 books if I could sneak in there before stuff though, but I'm going to tear out.
Sure you
Wait,
can.
before B shows his books, I got another 5 boxes to show.
No.
I
And
got my
Steppo-
Dracula back.
and Steppo, don't leave
Bang.
until I talk to you.
And I thought I'd show my Pink Panther. Since everybody
Ooh,
was
I
shown
like
kind
I
of.
like some Pink Panther. I like
Nice.
Pink Panther.
Nice. The first
Yeah.
Pink Panther. That's very cool.
I like the
The
ant
thing
and
that's
aardvark.
nice is my original copy. My original copy was like glossy and no wrinkles, but hey, at least I got it. All right, guys, I have fun at church. I'll see you on the chat.
Very cool, Biggie. Have a good night, buddy.
Hey, Steppo.
Adios.
Yeah.
I met a guy about a month ago. I was going to tell you and everything. Have you ever heard of a no number Marvel mystery?
No.
There is a no number Marvel mystery that this guy's got. I'm trying to buy from him, and it is listed as a NN.
I'm unfamiliar with that. Congratulations. I hope you get it.
Well, he's wanting a little bit for it, but
I think most of those. I think most of the timely rarities, they're money really for sure.
Oh yeah, look at that,
That is
Wreck-It
cool.
Squad.
What year was that from, Wreck-It Squad? Like, you don't have to look. but
This one's like 51, 52.
Phil, are you doing your show today at 4 or are you at a con? Oh, that's really nice. I don't really, wow, that's pretty nice. That's a good drawing.
I like that. I've seen that
That's
before.
cute.
I think
That's
I don't know
cute.
if it's Stepple that showed it before or not, but I've seen that cover before. The Racket Squad I never saw before though. It's pretty cool.
So glad you're reunited with the Pet Roscoe. Nice.
Saddle Justice. Wow, that's something I never heard of.
Graham Ingalls.
Mm-hmm.
Look like somebody throwing some dynamite in the background.
They blowed it up real good.
You got a lot of good compliments on your cosplay, madam.
Oh, thank you. I hope to, do a calendar of like different cosplays of the different.
I love that book
posting
state.
them on Instagram, but
That's cool.
Alan Ulmer cover.
I really like that. I appreciate that art on there.
This is a Kinsler.
What company is that?
Avon.
Avon?
Mm-hmm.
Like Avon the Avon?
Avon
The-
Publications.
Oh, okay.
This is an oddball, but fun.
Nice.
Secret Mysteries.
Wait, Stepo, are those as good condition as the ones I showed?
Not as good as yours.
Oh, okay.
Not as good as yours.
I still have better ones. All right, good.
Absolutely.
I don't want to feel like awkward.
Don't be awkward.
Oh gosh. Secret Romance. Ooh, she's got a pretty dress on.
I think it's Jack Kamen cover.
That's
What is that on her dress? Is it?
Flowers.
Oh, it looks like grenades.
Well, it does look like grenades. It's like little, like semi pineapples or something. And so she's after this guy, and she says, "Must you work on such a wonderful day, Freddie?" And the old maid's talking to the brunette. "Oh, hello, K-pop."
Well, you know what those pineapples stand for?
No, what do they stand for?
Swinger. She's a swinger, baby.
Upside down. You have to put an upside down pineapple. That's the thing.
And it says here, remember, Miss Fern, she's your sister. I have to do something about them.
It's like all couples welcome. That's
She
cool.
got the curls for the boys.
This guy's doing a little site inspection.
That looks like Doris Day.
It does.
And she's just putting it out there for him to look at, actually.
Well,
Let's be honest.
I believe she is aware of
She's very aware.
her derriere.
She's very aware of her derriere.
And this is Superior Comics from Toronto.
She looks a lot like Doris Day.
I think derriere awareness is something that should be a day, a national day.
We have a lot of national days that don't make any sense. So that one really, that
She
one
says,
is
"I
probably a
won't
good
cheat
one.
again. His kisses fooled me. I loved my doctor and wrong bridegroom."
Wow.
It's easy to get them mixed up. Here they're just sort of hanging out.
What happened? I fell. It was an accident.
That's the next book.
Hi, K-pop.
She was
I
showing
know.
it off, and now she's sitting on a park bench with him.
Hi, K-pop.
She got like a Marilyn Monroe top going on there, dress.
She says, "I just don't understand. These men keep it." Okay.
Hey, Stepo, isn't it amazing how they couldn't get rid of these books and give them away?
Hi, K-pop.
The romance books.
Yeah, I think I they're hard to find, and the gals that had them very seldom they consume them. But that's what you were supposed to do with comics back in the day. I got this one from somebody we all know.
Ooh, does it have 3D glasses in it? All right.
Oh, I almost cosplayed Sheena this morning. That's fun.
That is cool.
You got another one with glasses in it too, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Yes, you did. All right.
I have 3 Stooges with glasses. Is that
Katie, I
good?
want to say thanks for coming because it's nice to have another girl on the panel.
Slam Bang Comics.
That's actually really cool. I like that quite a bit.
I like that cover. What year is that?
1940.
Yeah.
K-pop, I know you're not coming through. You are
What publication is that?
Fawcett.
Frozen at the moment.
Okay.
K-pop, sorry, but
Here's one that's really bad acid. I mean, this is a bad trip from Fox Feature Syndicate. Snarky Parker.
Oh my gosh.
Is that the weirdest? I'd never seen it, and I had to. It was on, and I couldn't believe what I was looking at. It's truly bad acid.
It looks like Howdy Doody on the horse.
No, but look at his
honestly, that's my
maniacal
kind of
face.
book,
He looks
man.
like he's ready to tear your eyes out.
Or
That is
maybe
my kind of book.
or maybe what was the little doll? Chucky. Chucky's dad.
It's
maybe.
like remember with Gumby they had Clokey was the name of the animator was Clokey Productions. This looks totally Clokey to me.
The guy on the bottom right
Yeah,
looks like the guy from the Pink Panther shows.
the professor. I mean
No,
the
the inspector. Yeah, I have the long nose.
Inspector, what was his? What was the inspector's name? Cujo or something like that.
Cujo.
Cujo, that's it. Inspector
Inspector
Cujo.
Cujo.
It is Cujo. You are soaking wet. Yes. This is the rich story of my life. Yes. Hercule. Yes. Call the doctor. I've cut off my finger.
Did you like Steve Martin playing him? Did you
No.
guys enjoy that? You didn't
No.
enjoy it? No.
I
No.
like the original.
No, that's one of the ones where if Peter Sellers and Kato and he'd always come charging in at the wrong moment. It's just great. Oh, Kato.
Yeah, always got his butt whooped.
Here's the Space Squadron in the days of rockets.
Ooh, now I like that cover.
See, it's the headers, right? Like that's awesome.
I like the space covers.
This is a Marvel.
Space and monsters. I'm a big fan of
Space and Monsters, and it has sort of the Tars Tarkus guy looking, right?
That's cool.
Like that.
Here's Speed Carter, Spaceman. Another Atlas comic.
Oh,
Yeah.
Spaceman, oh Spaceman.
Well, everybody needs to have a Speed Carter in their life.
Gotta have a Speed car.
Gotta have a Speed Carter.
Those are good Atlas books.
Clip Carson. This is a great one. This is a pre-code horse, Spellbound, number 20.
Ooh, I can already tell this
That's
can be
a
a
good
good one. Yes, it is.
Nice.
It's good Atlas.
Cover. Beautiful. Gorgeous art.
That is a great cover.
Thank you.
Do you know who did the art on that cover?
Don Gardino.
Okay.
If I don't know who it is, it's always Don Gardino.
Okay.
So if I say Don Gardino, I don't know. Let me see if it's signed.
Probably not.
Have a great day.
Kinsler.
Kinsler. Okay.
Everett Raymond Kinsler.
Hi, lady. Have a good day,
I'm
lady.
surprised it's signed.
It looks like it's signed by pen. 1950.
Oh, cool.
Things are going to go bad for our boys here. They are not going to make it out.
That is a great cover. That's really great.
Guys crawling in underneath.
It's not looking good.
No. And they have the T-58 jets. They don't even have F-86s at this point.
I don't think it's really good that I breathed that freaking mold in.
No, it's not good at all, CJ, at all. Not one tiny little
Yeah,
bit.
I would deep six Rin Tin Tin or whatever. I think that's a fire starter. Burn it up. This guy's getting shot right in the mouth.
Wow, that's a hardcore cover.
Well, that is what I have here. It's the hardcore.
Very hardcore.
Here's a very early Mademoiselle Marie.
She's not even tied to the train tracks. Some bullshit right there.
But she has her dancing shoes on. I always love that. This one I was captivated by. This is an Ajax book, and it's an early code, but it's a very, very odd. You're looking through the chandelier, and there's this hooded figure looking out the window. Very strange perspective. Feral.
Huh.
I think my favorite book you show so far is Snarky.
Isn't that weird? There's several of them too, which is incredibly weird.
That's just because CJ's snarky.
Strange.
That one's
Mysteries.
great.
That's a cool cover. Right there.
Fantastic cover.
Yeah.
That is a good one.
Beautiful.
The green.
That's a number. It's a number one, and again, Superior Comics in Toronto, Canada.
Exactly. Superior.
That is cool.
Yeah.
There are a lot of living corpses in Toronto, even today. Strange Terrors.
Oh, that's a cool cover.
St. John.
Bondage there.
Listen,
And I think that the help have lashed this gal up. It's the matron and the butler, and then this guy's coming out to save the gal.
These poor girls are always getting tied up in the 40s and the 50s.
Susan always
You
asked
know,
me
this was
that.
a real fear of mine after watching Tom and Jerry and everything for so long. Like getting tied up on train tracks really became like a fear of mine.
Right? It must have been. It must have been.
It happened all the time. Yeah.
Quicksand was one of mine because quicksand
never
was in
got-
every.
They never ran him over.
Quicksand, the biggest worry that we never really
Yeah,
had to worry
the
about.
biggest worry of all time. When am I going to come into contact with quicksand? I gotta know.
But
you never know.
But you always got saved, you know.
Yeah, she never got ran over, so she never got ran over.
She was a lucky gal. Again,
Oh,
tied
that's a
up.
cool one. I like. Oh, wow.
You'd think that there's something about these covers that
Was that wait, hold on. Was that a very similar cover to that from another book?
There's a certain similarity. Girls in red dresses being in bondage
No, that
seems
is
to be a
whole, like,
recurring
scene.
theme until the code came out.
Well, you know, that might have been the era when S&M started, you know.
Look just like you do.
S&M started in ancient times, my friend.
I know I was gonna say, like, you really think it just
Well, it got popular again.
Guru, how you doing?
That's the Romans.
Oh,
now that's
the
that's
sugar
very.
bowl indeed.
you
sort of like
comics,
Tulsi
good
Gabbard.
reason to look out for people carrying rope.
She bondaged herself.
Good reason to look out for people here. Yeah, seriously. Watch those people carrying rope. They're
Yeah,
really good.
well, especially if they got like a mustache like you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm about to tie someone to a train tracks this afternoon. Don't even bother.
You see a guy with a you guys see a guy with a bleaker mustache and a rope, you better run.
With like a really big long sun hat, you know, a black hat.
Oh, that's got a lot of stuff going on in it.
These are not terribly expensive books, but they're very cool.
Don't hang out with women wearing dancing shoes. You know she's getting into some trouble. That's a fact, Mike.
Ooh, that's a cool one.
What's that?
It's
cool.
Super Magician.
They're gonna cook her.
Those colors are
Mighty
so
good eating.
vivid. Yeah, that must be a really high grade book, right?
Oh,
He's shooting lightning out his fingers.
that's because he's a super magician.
Mm.
It's in the title. What is that? Why is that guy wearing armor? What's happening?
It's magic
And
armor.
Blackstone fights crime in the Enchanted Garden, and it has the Wendell Willkie life story. Remember that Bugs Bunny cartoon where Bugs is, and it's the gremlin? He says, "Hey, do you think that could be a gremlin?" And then the thing screams into his ears, "Well, it ain't Wendell Willkie."
Benny Compton says, I got sugar bowl number 1. Nice, Benny Compton. Nice.
Oh
Incredible.
yeah, yes. Also being sawed in half, a fear of mine being young.
That would be. I could see
What?
that.
She don't.
Is
It was Saturday morning cartoons, which would instill all this fear in me.
But she don't seem to mind it.
Hey, Steppo, do you have any of those old Mandrake the Magician pulps?
I don't have the pulps. I mean, I've seen a lot of the early, a lot of the Mandrakes and stuff is like King Features, and I've seen those. They had reprint books of those, and then later on in the late 50s and what have you, then they started to actually produce them. I think Mandrake's cool.
It is very cool. That's why I asked. I thought you
Yeah.
would have had some of that stuff.
I might have some Mandrake around here somewhere, but
Because it started the pulps, right? It didn't start in regular comics, Mandrake.
and I think Mandrake was a newspaper comic strip first.
Oh, maybe that's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah, he was early, late, mid to late 30s is when he started. This is the first appearance of Lex Luthor in the Superman title on the cover.
That's a nice pink cover. That's awesome.
It's a bizarre color.
Wait, there's some kind of controversy with that book, though, right? Isn't
yes, yeah.
He's stuck
What's the
inside
story
of
with that?
so it's cool.
I honestly don't. There's definitely a kerfuffle of some sort going on. I don't know quite, but I just thought that the cover was all the pink and what have you.
They had a sale on pink.
Sometimes when you buy collections, I bought a Justice League of America set, starting with number 13. The guy, that's all he collected was Justice League. And he had a couple other books. He had a Wonder Woman 105, which is the one with the big bird beak and what have you, which is a pretty rare book. But then it's weird how they just have some sort of, they'll have like survivors of other titles that just like, oddball books. And this was one of the ones in that run. But how often do you see Jimmy Olsen number 3? And why would you want to? But I mean,
it's cool to have though.
Yeah.
I was never, again, I would have never collected Jimmy Olsen, but there are some Jimmy Olsen comics. Now that I'm an adult, I'm like, wow, that's a cool book. As a kid, never.
I think it's amusing the way they always have been beating up Superman.
That's it. All the Lois Lane comic books. She's always kicking the shit out of Superman.
Or either she loves him, either she hates him, or she loves him, she's trying to kill him, or she's trying to marry him. And sometimes all in the same issue.
That was an ongoing series, right? Steppo Temptations?
Teenage yes. This
I
Matt
think I have a
Baker
few
cover.
issues with that.
I like this one a lot. It's a very odd, amazing position by Matt Baker.
Oh, sex and drugs and rock and roll. Temptations.
No hiding place, Bleak. No hiding place.
Better watch out. She might get chained up to a wall or something.
She's not wearing a red dress. She's safe.
Oh, yeah. No red dress. She's okay. That's fine.
Here's one where the good-looking stud wants to come date the gal, and then the brute older brother doesn't want it. I don't know why. They branded her immoral.
Oh. Something tells me those dudes are a little more immoral than her.
Hey Steppo, how long do you think that Matt Baker phase is going to still stay in effect? Where everybody's like,
I think at this point he's timeless, to be honest, because as far as Good Girl goes, there are like 4 or 5 guys that are right at the top, and he's just a half step above everybody else because his art is just so good.
He most definitely is, but I think he's going through a very similar phase that like Dave Stevens is right now, where like everybody's focused and honed in on him as the Golden Age guy. There's a lot of other good Golden Age stuff out there.
Definitely, but Kamen and Feldstein and any number, Kinsler, Wally Wood. I mean, there are any number of these guys. Al Ulmer. There are a lot of guys that do really nice Good Girl covers, but Matt Baker's just. The face and his body positions, and it's just but especially the faces and the configuration of the anatomy really works. Plus, at St. John, when he was with Fiction House, when he was with the Iger House, he and Kamen both were on, basically seemed like they were on call for Fox Features Syndicate. But they were also in Fiction House and a lot of the internal, the stories inside, which was very nice. But when he left there, he went to Archer St. John, to St. John Publications, and he did an enormous amount of work. I was unaware of it till like about April of last year. And I got a Diary Secret 16, which is the one they were having the little picnic, and it was a panel swipe from a different book. But it's just his stuff. It just works. Kamen is very good as well, and various guys having different covers. But I think that if it's sort of like if you're going to buy a Golden Age book that is a romance book, Matt Baker is the one that he's at the top.
That's where you start.
I think he's going to stay that. I mean, I think he's going to stay there. They've kind of come they've kind of come on very strong. Because pre-code horror has gotten to be so expensive and a lot of cool stuff, but it has gotten so expensive that people, you can't get it. So what is the alternative? And you're a collector and you want to buy something. If you say, I want to buy a beautiful Golden Age romance book, I want to get me a Matt Baker.
You think Westerns will ever have their day?
I think some Westerns will. I've actually been buying some. it's interesting. By about 1949, the Good Girls stuff kind of went away because on standalone titles. But what happened was they didn't go away at all. What they did was they fanned out into almost every genre. They had them in the westerns. They have them in pre-code horror. They'd have them in science fiction. They'd have them in, have them in space. They'd have them with superhero comics. I mean, and the crime comics. So the Good Girls stuff from about, I would say, the Atomic Age, from about 47, 48, all the way up to the Code. I mean, they're all over. And that era, post World War II, the guys were not that interested in men in tights. They wanted to have humor, and they wanted to have pretty girls on the covers to buy, and they were still buying books. And it got wilder and wilder and wild. The Wild West was wild until 1954, and then of course they had book burnings, and of course the paper drives got rid of a lot of the superhero stuff earlier on from the war. The mothers used that as the patriotic way to get rid of comic books, but I think this one's particularly heinous. This is Teenage Brides. He looks happy, though.
I have to go, guys. So thanks for having me on.
Thanks for coming. Good luck.
I'm actually going to head off too, guys.
Goodbye to all.
And get this some shit. So take it easy, people.
Have a wonderful day, you two.
See you, CJ. Have a good one.
Have a great church.
Thank you.
Bye, CJ. Bye, madam. I love that. Gorgeous.
The cigarette was added by some kid. I thought when I bought it, I thought that was what it was. I said, "How cool is that? She's cutting a butt, hanging with snake handling."
Got circumstances hanging out. How you doing, Marcus?
This is a great story. The guy is saying, Neptune, I don't believe in any of that crap. That's a bunch of BS. And he's laughing, and Neptune hears him, and then he reaches up and he grabs him and he crushes him like a bug and throws him into the drink.
I'm a huge fan of the horror stuff. I like it quite a bit.
I'm getting into it more and more. I'm into the monster stuff right now.
Well, like horror like that is so great to me. The title, that is amazing. I also have a thing for science jars or some beakers for some reason. If there's a beaker on a cover, I'm like, I'll buy that. I need it. It's ridiculous. Same with that Superman that was in the light bulb. I'm like, I need that. Why do I need that so much?
Well, it's a very cool book. I mean, that one really is a cool book.
Taffy. Those ladies got some legs, that's for sure.
They have all manner of physiognomy.
Old army books are very cool. Tell it to the bereaved, eh? Awesome.
I haven't stepped in that direction yet.
I want you, like Leatherneck and all the stuff that I was showing and the one that Biggie showed, they're pretty cool, man. Even the old Charlton ones are really cool.
Some music sounds like a Punjab polka. It is not. It's the St. Louis Blues, because that's Burma, and that's what the song that she always dances to.
Her arms are a little long, or is that just me?
It looks like her arms are feet for some reason.
She has cymbals and long legs too.
Oh, okay. Because
this was only $35.
I thought she had a pair of legs on her where her arms are, and there were feet there. Looks like they're symbols. It's okay.
Yeah, she got shoes. She walks across. Milton Caniff.
She's that elephant god. She knows what's up. There's some bad women on that cover. You can tell. Nice. I love Mighty Mouse.
I do too.
Used to watch it on the cartoons all the time. Heckle and
I
Jekyll.
love the ones with the operetta. You know, the early Terry tunes. I always think, "Here I come to save the day."
I like the Heckle and Jekyll cartoon too.
Heidi ho, and away we go. See you next week on a brand new show.
All that Hanna-Barbera stuff was really great when I was young.
That was Harvey. That was
Yeah, but I'm just like all of that.
That's like Little Audrey and Herman and Catnip, and those ones. They're a little bit darker.
Who was Droopy? Who was Droopy part of?
MGM.
He was MGM, yeah.
MGM, and that was Hanna-Barbera.
Yeah,
Hanna-Barbera made their bones at MGM.
Yeah, one of them, I don't know if it's Hanna or Barbana. Barra lived not too far, or were born not too far from where I live in New Mexico.
They lived to tell the tale. This is the double cover, the infamous groin cover. It's a great World War II book.
True Aviation. I've seen those books before.
You like the flyer books, don't you, Stephen? You're a fan of those?
Yeah, I built planes when I was a kid, plastic models. I built maybe a couple ships and very, very few cars, but it was always aircraft, World War II aircraft. The interior stories on this are wild.
I did a lot of
This gal's marrying guys for their money, and then she's bumping them off one after the other. I mean, it's brutal, really.
I did a lot of model making when I was a kid. Tons of old World War II planes.
I built it in World War I's too.
Nice.
1952, right through the gut.
Mr. Beckerman, how you doing, buddy? I did send you a link, Beckerman, if you do want to pop on.
I will cede the field to other people.
Exit solo. There's two of me right now because I'm on the stairs. Boston, Chris. What are you up to, Boston? What are you doing down there? Must be busy.
A couple of weeks ago, I bought I think it's a Tales to Astonish or Strange Tales book, but it's put up right now.
Put up? It was like jam? Like fruit?
No, it's stored. I'll have to dig for it here in a little bit. I haven't really been able to get out and around and get many books because of the situation I'm in at the moment.
Yeah, I feel that. I haven't been able to buy too much myself, so we're working on it though. It's getting closer and closer.
But I'm waiting for my con to come up in September. Maybe I'll get to go to it.
I got a con in June 7th coming up. I'm hoping to sell some books on this Saturday at the auction with Houdat and myself, and hopefully that'll help.
So that you can get I hope that Houdat gets that beautiful cover.
He says he says he's mailing it away on Monday or so.
Oh, then you're out of. I mean, that'll be close to get it to you.
It should be okay. It should be all right. Because that book, I'm gonna meet James O'Barr there, and I really want him to sign that. So,
Is James O'Barr the one that Katie is always running into?
Yeah, he's the creator of The Crow. He's gonna be there. Simon Bisley's gonna be there. I want him to sign my Lobo #1, and there's a couple cool people gonna be there.
You have a beautiful first Lobo.
I know it's sitting. It's at CGC right now.
Oh, I didn't know that one went too. What are all the books that are at the CGC?
Let me look. Actually, I'm sure I can figure that out.
I know the copy you had was Breath Dead Mint.
Oh yeah, it was nice. It was very nice. Let me check.
Dead Mint's better than Live Mint, I guess, right?
I don't know if I can find it on my computer. Membership login.
Oh, I don't think I'm ever gonna get through bagging and boarding.
Do you use poly bags or Mylar?
Everything I do goes in Mylar and acid-free backboards.
That's me too, all the time, one and done.
Yep, and it's new. Well, when I bought new books, it'd be new. Any books I buy, they come out and they go back into acid-free backboards and Mylar.
I used to do that all the time with Modern, and then I basically stopped buying Modern.
Yeah, I did too.
I stopped because I just reapplied that money towards Golden Age. Silver Age, I'm Silver and Bronze. I've been done for quite a long time. I mean, there's once in a while I bought an adventure comic that has the origin of Green Arrow by Jack Kirby. I think Action or Adventure 250 something or another. And it's the Searchlight cover, the Searchlight that has the green hunk of kryptonite that's shining up. And when I was a kid in collecting adventure, that was a really huge book to find because it was so great to see Jack Kirby drawing Green Arrow because he was at DC at that time. And I think that Action compared is not as good as Adventure for the interior art. I mean, for the interior stories, because you get Green Arrow, you get Aquaman, you'd have a much better cast than, Roy Raymond detective or whatever. I mean, you get all that screwy stuff in Action.
Can you guys see what I'm looking at? I think you can, yeah.
Yeah, I can see it.
So what do we got in there? We got Star Wars #1 went in. We got Predator #1 went in. We have Rick and Morty #1 I sent in. We got Omega Men 3.
It is right there.
I sent in 2 copies of that. So one of them will be for sale. I sent in a Wolverine 1 that's going to be for sale. I sent in Darkwing Duck 1, the Bird City Comics version variant editions done by, I can't remember her name off the top of my head. She does all the Disney looking shit. She did all the dog books and the Pharaoh and all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Power Rangers Universe. It's like a 1 in 100 comic, so it looks pretty good. And I sent in a Hulk 1, the Red Hulk. So, and then of course the big one I sent in that went on a different grading scale was Marvel Spotlight #5. So we are waiting for all of those books to return. The Spotlight's already in it's already been encapsulated. It's in quality control right now, so I should know Monday.
I hope that all of your slabs do not have any sort of problem. I had that one green llama that the guy had it slabbed, and it didn't even it was damaged right from the jump, and it was obvious that the inner sleeve, the inner well, was damaged, and they just sent the thing out anyway. And then I said, "Did you see this?" And the guy says, "Bill," he goes, "Oh my God," he said, send it to me, and then I'll put it back in a reholder, and I'll have him send it directly to you. And I showed it just the other night with Alan that I got it back.
We got Susie Q in the chat. How you doing, Susie? What's going on? Good morning.
Hello, Sue.
Good afternoon, I guess, at this point.
Yeah, Steppo, I stopped collecting the new books quite a few years ago and went back to focusing on Golden Age stuff myself and buying. It's just hard to find, and I don't buy much stuff online. I usually get it at cons or in the wild.
I have to tell you that con pricing, unless it's like on a Sunday of a 3-day show, they're always going to have to try to cover the cost of the table. They have to cover the cost of the labor if they have any. Then they have the shipping. They have the transportation. They have the meals. They have their lodging. They have all of these expenses that they have to absorb. I have found that if you go on an Instagram claim, or if you go on my comic shop, or even on eBay, depending, if work a good deal,
Yeah.
because some people don't know what they have, or they don't want as much, they just want to move it. It's a far better way to buy than it is to then basically hammer your feet and your ankles, get bumped around, and have people coming in and screwing around while you're trying to buy a book. And you're trying to work, and these guys in these huge backpacks are slamming into you, or women or men with these carts with their kids because they got to bring their kids. It's a fart factory, and it's a vector of disease left and right. I'm just too old of a bunny to go to those. And you can find, and plus, if you have a relationship with a comic dealer who you know and you trust, and you do enough business, you generate goodwill, and that works to your favor to negotiate, because they'll do business with them again. Now, I have found this after I've collected since 1960. I think. How old are you? Are you over 70 now? Are you 72?
Me? No. I'm a little bit younger than you.
How old are you?
I'm 58. I started in 76.
Oh my God! I apologize.
Well, I feel like I'm in my 70s right now. But
As Susie makes a very good point, if you don't like any of that stuff, you can always go to the Band of Brothers auction, Who Dat Comics and Bleecker Street Comics.
Well said.
We try to do a good job for the community.
Yeah, and it's not a fart factory, apparently.
It's not a fart factory.
A fart factory? What is a fart factory?
Unless you're farting in your own chair, it's not a fart factory. You can come on down. We can help you out. We always got good stuff for sale. So check us out.
Well, I've
Steppo, you've been at it a little bit longer than me, and I admire people that have been doing it for that long. It's just I was born a little later in life, and but you were talking about the conventions and stuff. I know a lot of the dealers, and I usually get in the cons on Thursdays before they open to the public, and I'll spend Thursdays and all day Friday before they open there.
I did that too. I had friends, and I would always get in early. I'd be in there at least a day early when the dealers were going.
Right.
But again, that's when the dealers are selling between themselves, and then they're trying to make money. I still say, just for what it's worth, and regard what I say and profit from what I've learned, and that is you get a bit. And if you do know the dealer, if you can make a deal right there on the floor. But other than that, if there's something that the dealer knows that you want, they can just call you, take a picture, and say, do you want this? And if they can have a sale right now and put it to one side, then you don't have to go and pay and go and travel and hammer yourself and then rub elbows with the hoi polloi. That's just the way I do it.
Yeah, I get in the cons. I've never paid to get in a con. I've went to multiple cons. And I got a lot of dealers that give me passes to go in, exhibitor passes. And I get to get in free. And I do a lot of wheeling dealing before, all through the days, and on Sunday. And I even help a lot of them set up their booths. So I got a lot of dealers.
I've done exactly the same thing. I just have found that for me, it works better to not have to do it, and we have the Rose City Con here in Portland, which is a very good con.
Yeah,
but it's and then what I've also found, unfortunately, is that it has gotten to the point where there are so few dealers that go. It's all pop culture and it's stuff like that. Pockets full of. How would you know? Patsy Walker, this was one that Pockets Full of Comics just got, and he had it slabbed. This is the Canadian edition, and the American edition of this particular book, which is number 34. The American edition has a different cover. But there is an American copy of this one as well that he had slabbed, and I think Alan's buying it from Pockets Full.
That's very interesting.
And Pockets Full has decided that for all these books that he has, that he's selling a big chunk to Alan, and Alan's being fair with him. He's not being a schlemiel. He's being fair. He wants to get Tales to Astonish 13, which is first Groot. He's decided that that's where he wants to. That's his. Isn't this fun? This is an early code cover. Isn't that great?
We all have our. I think I think we all run in different directions when it comes to comic books. It's interesting to see people's flavor, their choices.
Oh yeah, there's tons of people that collect differently. Like Stepo, he collects so much differently than I do, and just kind of touches on some of the stuff that I stay true to all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just Alan's the same way, and so Doctor Strange Life and all those.
Oh, I don't think Alan is. I think Alan is. There's something wrong with that boy. This one you never see. And I've never even heard of the title, but it was a high grade for like $30 or something. And again, this was a. It says, "Boys, have I got hot news for you?" And he says, "You heard him, gals. Beat it."
Oh,
drinking and smoking.
It's going to the boys' club.
Notice that, Mr. Bleak.
I
drinking
see.
and smoking.
I know it's terrible. It's terrible. Those aren't good Christian lads.
And this is the one. Every time I show this, Alan says, "That's not the first print. It's not Star Comics. It's accepted. That came later. It's the reprint. It's the reprint. It's not the real. I have the original. I have the original." And I said, "You mean you have the original one that wasn't right, so that they had to come back with accepted? Those weren't accepted, right?" "No, you missed. No. It's first appearance. First appearance. No, I don't think so." And
you have your Alan.
And he's like Herbert Lom,
Your Alan impression is quite good. It's quite.
Oh,
good.
it's spot on.
Those two guys crack me up. I just start laughing when I watch their show over there when Alan and him are together. I just sit there and crack up, man.
He goes, he says, "And here's this book. I want it." Well, it isn't like nice book or where'd you get that or congratulations. It's I want that book or you swipe that out of my card or I have that on my want list.
I was just looking at that just the other day.
Yeah, I was looking at that just the other day. I put 3 bids on one before. I never got one. Well, what did you bid? I didn't give him much money. Then there is a reason, right?
I bid $5. I don't understand why they didn't take it. It's crazy.
I was trying to trade him something and he wouldn't trade. Trades are very problematic. I have found that if you're going to trade, go ahead. If you're going to trade for something, it's got to be. You have to make it a comparable thing, so that both people say, "I really want that book," and then you say, "Well, I really would like that book," and then you have it going. But if what you're going to trade is not what the other person wants, and they're content to have that book unless they get their price, the green speaks volumes.
Oh yeah. What I was going to say, some people it's hard to even trade or sell because they're so connected to the books.
Yes.
Like me, I would have a hard time trading for a book. Like if you had a book that I really wanted and I had a book you really wanted, I would have a hard time parting with that book even on a trade. I'd want to buy it before I traded for it.
Well, that's me. I don't sell at all.
Yeah, I don't either.
I haven't sold since like probably about 1990. Probably 97, 98. I stopped completely. I stopped.
Yeah, I've sold one book in my entire 50 years of collecting. That's it.
And how was the experience, Splash? Did you not enjoy it at all?
No, I did not.
Therapy.
The person said that I sold it to him. He said he was going to keep it forever, and less than a month later, he sold it. And I said, "That's it. Never again. I'll never do it again." Of course, I had multiple copies of that book, but
that's not the point.
That's exactly right. Thank you.
It wasn't the premise. You say, I'm happy to sell this to you, but understand this: if you sell a book, then if a book goes to someone else's possession, if something happens where they have to sell it, or if they want to sell it and they feel as they do, the book is in their possession and they have the right to do that.
Yes, they do.
I don't grudge that to them. Things do change.
But they talked me into selling it with the purpose that we're going to resell it. They was going to put it in their collection, and they needed that one. And that's what got me more than anything. And I don't know. Maybe I'm weird about that, but if
that's what Biggie always says is, "Maybe I'm weird." I said, "Yes, you are." He goes, "Hey."
Oh, I'm
no, I get the same
I
way.
am.
I understand that. I won't sell gifts. It's very difficult. It's hard for me to sell my personal comics anyway, but
Yeah.
especially a comic someone gave to me. Like I don't know. I feel weird selling that.
Now I have gave a few books away and everything when I had multiple copies of, and Boston Chris got some of them, and there's been some other people that got some. I had a crap load of She-Hulk ones. I gave a bunch of those away.
Granted, I'm broke, like I'm poor. So if somebody gave me I don't know, an Action Comics #1, I'd be like, okay, I'd have some thinking to do. Do I sell this and like start a life, or do I keep it and have an awesome comic book? You know what I mean? Like I could start my business. I could buy a building, yada yada yada. I could do a lot with that. So
Yeah, I basically in collectibles, there is a time to hold and there's a time to sell. And where I am now at I'll be 71 in September. Where I am now, I actually have decided to sell one of my collections, which I mentioned is I've sold my firearms collection. Yeah, and I did sell some stuff but that was different because that was one where I had to come up with the money to make that deal happen. You only have so much time. And then I basically sold a lot of 90s and up slabs. And a lot of that was Good Girls, but before, in fairness though, I went through the 90s boxes, and the ones that I absolutely did not want to sell, I did not sell. I kept the ones that were the ones that meant the most to me, or if I had dupes and things like that. But that's sort of like a one-off. If you have a chance to buy a Batman one and you are, and you're not made of money, and I ain't. I have some, but I'm not made of it. And so what I had to do is I had to do some fast footwork. And that's the other thing about it too. It's always good if you can to build a war chest, because if you have to sell, if you have to sell in a hurry, that's never a good way to sell. If you're under duress to sell.
Comic Journey says he has a Rin Tin Tin to trade with you, Splash Page.
I don't think so. I don't think I have a Rin 1010 book in my whole collection.
The original Rin Tin Tin was a black German Shepherd, and he was a trench dog in the First World War.
Yeah.
And he was tough as hell. And he survived the war, and he was so well thought of because they had some silent movies of him, that they made more movies of him, the actual dog, and he could leap, he could climb a 20-foot wall. I mean, he could run fast enough and then scramble up over a 20-foot wall. But he carried messages, and he carried medical stuff and everything else on this sort of a saddlebag harness that they put on these dogs he was a war dog. It's a great story. And then he was sort of pasteurized with the little kid, at Fort Frontier, whatever it was, Yo Rinty and all that stuff. But he was a World War I dog. Amazing story on him.
But I seem to I agree with you, Steppo, on the selling and stuff like that. I mean, I just haven't come to that point in my life to when I need to sell them. But if I do sell, it'll be all these. I got probably 20 short boxes of books that are like small run books, specials, mini series.
Vanity Press. Vanity, yeah.
Well, they're all Marvel.
Short runs. Right.
And they're mini series and stuff like that, and stuff that I started collecting that I like. Nah, I don't like this book, so I quit. That would be the stuff that I get rid of first before I go into my deep, because I'm a run collector. I'm obsessed with getting every book in the run.
Well, that's Alan. He's a completist as well. I am not. When I sold my first collection, I got over that. And I then went to get highest grade I could find, and basically the ones I want. Now I still have my silver runs, I do.
Yeah.
But I mean, of my favorite titles. But not I don't have to have the run, every single book in a run anymore, especially with Golden Age, because it is spendy, and there are covers that are better than other covers.
Right.
And so you have to kind of pick your battles.
Well, see, I've got I've got complete runs of every major Marvel title except for Fantastic Four and Spider-Man. Them are the two that I got the major books in Spider-Man, all the major books, the AF-15, the Spider-Man 1 through 10, and all of them down through there. But the fill-in books I haven't got. Now, Fantastic Four, I like a lot. I don't have FF1, 2. I think I got 3, 4, 5, and 6, something like that, and a bunch of the key books down through there. But I've never went in and completed those runs. But I've kind of backed off on that, like I said, and went into Golden Age, and I'm trying to get the complete run of Journey into Mystery, and I'm trying to get complete runs of Tales to Astonish, Tales of Suspense, and what is the other one? Oh,
Strange Tales.
Strange Tales and Submariner right now.
So
and Human Torch, Marvel Mystery.
I wanted to give some context to Splash's selling a book story, just because it's not as though so it's not just that Splash's OCD kicked in and he was like, how dare you get rid of this book and this and that, because it wasn't like that. What happened was the guy that he sold the book to was a guy who made it known over and over and over again that he was like that. When he was a little kid, he had, I guess, been given some comics or whatever, but then the person that gave them to him, I guess they had like some type of traumatic experience, so he just left that alone and didn't mess with it anymore. So he didn't have any other comics, and he kept saying like, I don't have any comics, and like, like I feel kind of like I love seeing you guys show books, but I feel kind of left out because I don't have anything to discuss. Like I don't like I would love to read them, I just don't get my hands on any of them. And so people started giving him books and things like that. And then what happened is that Splash had a book that this guy wanted, and it was found out. And I think this might have been one of the videos that you did where you opened up one of those boxes, the vacuum seal boxes, and it turns out you had just an absurd amount of them. And so a bunch of people were saying, hey Splash, this guy really wants this book, can you should sell him one. And Splash didn't want to do it. It wasn't like he got pressured into doing it. It was over and over and over again. People kept asking him. And then so he finally breaks down and does it, knowing full well, everybody that was asking him knew full well that he didn't like to do that type of stuff. So he did. And then the guy he gave it to was saying how much he really, really, I mean, this is like one of the top books. If he could get his hands on this book, he'd be so happy and all the rest of this type of stuff. And then what happened was he got the book and he showed it and he was excited about it. And then, not long after he got it, he just went and because the guy flipped over and started doing like he became, I'm in the flippers and I'm gonna flip and I'm gonna get this and that. So whatever you gave him as any kind of act of kindness, any kind of thing that you like, he literally was buying it, showing it for a second, and then going ahead and turning around and selling it after. And in Splash's case, it was after he had a bunch of people speak up for him, and he gave him this whole big thing about like how it's gonna, I've always wanted it, like and you have one. And so it was not so much as that somebody's like, I sold you this book thinking you're keeping it forever, and you screwed me type thing because it was mine and I didn't want to give it to you type thing.
I understand. I'm tracking.
And honestly, I didn't even get all the money for the book. He shorted me on the amount he paid for it. Yeah.
What a guy.
No wonder you don't sell comic books. It's a fucking nightmare.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it happens. There's unfortunately sometimes situations where that type of thing happens. And the thing is like, it's one of those deals where you don't necessarily know as much as, you can come and hang on people, but like, you don't really know them as well as you think you may, just because a lot of people, don't really tell you who they are, what they're into and everything. So like if anybody had known, initially what the deal was, and part of why I think he started going this route is because he started getting himself in trouble with this whole I can flip anything mentality. So he got this book that he thought was going to be this big deal because Harley Quinn had become a big thing, and so he thought that everything and anything Harley was gonna be just a gold mine. So he bought like some, it was like some I think it was like April Fool's Adventure or something like that. But he bought like 200 of them.
Oh, geez.
And so he went and tried to sell them all. And so he sold a couple in the beginning because people were like, oh, like, you know, yeah, I'll buy it. But then when it became apparent that book was absolutely worth nothing, he was stuck with like over 100 of them. So then he had to start getting, and everything he got, he would just sit there and just try to
That's
sell.
the thing. You've got such a small window with the book of the week. You have such a small window. When you start doing book of the week, I'm going to buy 3 to 30 copies to flip them. It's a really, really small window to get that large amount of money.
That's a Comic Tom thing almost, because that would fall into that trap because he ballyhoos a book, and oh boy, it's really coming on. And
and this was a pre-comic, like no one told him to do this. He just did it on his own. In fact, a bunch of people, myself included, said, yeah, I don't know if that's a good idea. I don't know if I would buy that many. Oh no, I'll flip them. Don't you worry about it. He says, yeah, you know, I know how to do it. I flip everything. I'm like, oh my God. And I was just, and so he was all excited about it. And then, you know, it just like, it caught up to him just cause like, and it was funny cause like, he had told us a story about how, like, I guess he had gotten himself into trouble with gambling and stuff. I'm like, this is the exact same thing. I was like, I don't know why you would just pick this book out of nowhere. But it was because he didn't know much about comics. So he just kind of went in, saw that, and then, you know, well, I mean, I see how this is selling, and you know, and it was, I want to say right around the time that, what was that book? The Scooby-Doo Adventures with Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy, and it was the lowest print run Harley book of all time, and so when people found it, like they were selling it for like $100 a pop, and you know, he was you know, just like, oh well, this is going to be a big thing too, and just like there's tons of those, and we tried to tell him
the comics are real fickle, man. They don't last long. The high spot doesn't last long.
Modern.
Yes.
With gold, you don't have that situation because the supply is so small that if you're after a given book and there's only, you know, 40 or 50 or 100 of them, and whatever that is, you know, the people that have them aren't selling them, you have to make a decision, because with modern books, you can get anything, literally.
But Steven, even in 2020, Golden Age books weren't being looked at, and they were going pretty cheap for comparatively to now. They're at an all-time high now. People, they just noticed, all my Silver Age books have gone down in value since the bubble, and now they're getting rid of all their Silver Age shit and moving
blue
to
chips.
Golden Age.
They're blue chips.
Yeah, they're getting rid of all of that stuff just to go down to Golden Age, because that's really the stuff that has kept its value and is going up at this moment.
Golden Age is blue chips, and Silver Age is red chips, and Bronze Age are white chips.
It depends. It depends because it's all.
I mean, other than the tippy tops, you know, Hulk 1, FF1, Showcase 4, blah blah blah.
Yeah, I mean, it's all crazy the way that you know, how everything kind of is, and it's just like, you know, I mean, it's funny because on the hunt, you know, Ricky, and his character, you know, had, you know, mentioned a couple of books, and he's like, you know, we've seen these, no one cares about these, there's tons of these, and it's just like, you know, and it's funny because it's like, you know, he is right when he's saying that, because like there's, you know, I mean, even though like these are the flavors of the month, these are the big books that everybody wants, it's like people have seen, I mean, there's tons of them out there, like where you know, Biggie said it, and he actually mentioned it a couple times, saying like, you know, at one point, you know, you couldn't find Hulk ones for sale. I mean, you find them few and far between, and now it seems like everybody has them.
It really does. Like at least 3 or 4 people I know have a Hulk one, and that's weird, because I'm like, that's a ghost book, and now all of a sudden,
and Biggie's like, this is the book that I've wanted for a long time. And when he was like, you know, really like into it and really like wanted it, like it was nowhere to be found. And now it's everywhere. And it's just like, you know,
it's the same.
It's
Go
just
ahead.
funny.
It's the same.
Yeah, it's just funny that, like, you know, it's just, so it's just like the rarity that comes with some of these things. It's kind of tough. So when you have something that, you know, is limited to like, you know, like a Golden Age book that's like, yeah, no, there's literally only like 17 of these. So, you know, you have to do your best to try to find one.
It was like the same way with the 181s. There was a period in there when all of a sudden you just seen everybody getting 181s. I mean, they were showing up on YouTube channels, and everybody, they wanted this book. That's the book they always wanted. Then all of a sudden it's like boom, 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 boom. You know, everybody showing off a 181 they bought it.
You have no idea how many times I've heard that at my shop. No, this is the book I've always. This one's for my kid. My kid really likes Forge. I'm like, shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out of here. I'm not giving you the book for $5 because your kid likes it. Shut up. I know.
I want to say that was like in between 2000. I would say that's between 2014 and maybe like 2017 was when everybody was just 181s were just everywhere, and people were just finding them everywhere and anywhere. People like, oh, this and that. Like I went to one of my shops and they had it and they said $400. I was like, I will buy that right now. And then like the person that runs it, his name is Alan. He's like you don't want it. He's like, trust me. And I was like, it's $400. I was like, I do. Like,
I do want that.
And then he's like, and then he goes, and he opened. He's like, it's like crazy water damage. He's like, we're just selling it because we know we can. And he's like, but like, he's like, trust me. He's like, you can find a better one than this. Do not waste the money on this. And I always appreciated him for telling me that because like he could have been like, yeah, $400, let's go.
Yeah, I bet you wish you had it now though. Probably still be worth $1,000 with the water damage.
It all depends. Just because I mean, that's like I don't. There's certain books that of course you FOMO. I'm like, oh man, but like there's other times where you just be like, what are you gonna do?
I've FOMO'd for that book for a long time. I can't justify the cost of the book.
I mean,
it's just too like, especially for a grade that I would want. I don't want a 1.5 or I want at least a 5 at least. And it's just it's $5-6 grand. It's ridiculous, man. I can't.
Well, that and I have a prospect of basically inheriting one. My father.
Yeah, you've got a nice prospect of inheritance. So you're lucky.
You know what I mean? So we'll see what happens. But the other thing is that like
I'll find it in a box one day. It'll be fun.
Yeah. Like you can't think that like that book is not one that I'm like, oh, absolutely need it. Like same with ASM 129. Like I'm not gonna go crazy trying to
that book's come down a lot in price. It's a really good time to buy that book, like $2,000 for like a 9.0. Like it's a good time to buy that book, bro.
But that's the thing is like like I don't have it right now, so I'm just like
yeah,
but
right now 129 is super cheap compared to what it was not too long ago. So.
And I remember I mean, you go back to that point like 2013 14 all the way to like 2017, like the 181s at one point was selling for less than like $600, and then and Giant Size X-Men's were I think at that time around like $300 to $500 with no problems. Like
I know somebody who bought an AF-15 in the 80s. Like I paid $600 for this. Like motherfucker.
I paid $300 for mine.
Yeah, if you could only go back in a time machine, that would be pretty amazing.
Yeah, I paid $300 for it, and it was a late. I think it was 79, maybe 78.
Yeah, that's
and just there's all those crazy stories.
Mr. White Gloves, do you slab your books?
Nope.
No, but I have bought some slabbed and everything. I did send off one time 5 books, but I had separation anxiety because it took like 6 months to get them back. And
it's awful. I fucking hate it. Sorry, it's awful.
My what?
I said it's awful. The separation from the books is so terrible.
And I said I'd never do that again. So,
well, I would recommend that you re-examine that because, for example, I have 3 books that I've had for decades: Action 40, Captain Marvel 14, and All-Star Comics #4. And all of them were they're nice copies. They're not high grade, but I mean they're very nice books. I had them cleaned and pressed by Sanderson. And I'm having them slabbed now because I want to protect and preserve the books.
Yeah.
Well,
and because they're, and then they will also be more liquid at such time as I shuffle off this Mortal Coil.
Yeah, I just don't see paying that much money to have an AF-15 graded because it's either going to come back a 8.0 or 8.5, and I'm just. That's a lot of money to spend and have that great when I can protect them just as well because, where I'm at right now, everything's climatized. The temperature in here stays year round. It's It's set here and it stays at 72 degrees, 73 degrees, and I have no humidity, and and everything is acid free, bagged and boarded in Mylar, and even my runs they're vacuum sealed in long boxes. I vacuum seal the whole long box and then put them in another box, and they're taped up, and they have
So I see you read them a lot then.
well, after I've read them, I mean, I can always buy, reprints and read them. I got synopsis of all of them, so
It's
and plus I have the DVDs. Back when they sold the DVDs of the whole collections, back in the I guess it was the 90s, you could go and buy them for like $29.99, and it was a PDF file, and you put it on your computer, and you could get Spider-Man 1 through 300 and something or whatever it was, and you just pull them up on the computer and read them, and you didn't even have to.
I had the Star Wars comics in the PDF files. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
I got like 4 or 5 DVDs. I bought them, and now they're worth a lot of money. I mean, you see those DVDs, they're worth $300-400.
Jeez.
The Hulk one I think is worth $500, and I've got it, and I paid like $29.95 for it.
Nice.
Yeah. Well, the thing with, I mean, for most people, as far as grading stuff off, it's just like, it's a good idea. But for Splash, because he has so many of those books and a lot of them are expensive, so it was unfortunate to grade.
If you grade those books, especially unlimited value, they want 4% of the value. If that's an 8.5, and that's a lot of money. Splash.
Yeah, that's over a $200,000 book.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Well, yeah.
When I had my bunch of, I had my Phantom Lady 17, my 7 Seas 4, my 7 Seas 6, my Exciting 39, and a Betty and Veronica 40. I sent them in to be cleaned and pressed at CGC, and then I had them slabbed. And the cost to have those 6 books done, because of the values of those books, the values of them, cost me $6,764.15.
Yeah. See, that's
outrageous. That's outrageous
right there.
Yeah.
That's probably, it could be possibly 2 Captain America books.
That's how come you? That's what they. Oh, that makes me so angry that they're just trying to horn in on. What you own. It really bothers me. That part of CGC bugs me a lot.
Well,
no one likes it. It's a conflict of interest.
Yeah. Just because I put it to you, you see it, now you get some money out of it. You're like, it's like the mob. It's fucking brutal.
Well, yeah. I mean, and that's the craziest part too, because it's like, it's all about potential resale value. Well, potentially, this book's worth $200,000. We need 4%. That's $8,000. Thank you.
Yeah. What if I'm not reselling it? So bugger off. I'm not reselling it. It's in my collection. I'm not paying $8,000 to you.
And you're supposed to reslab those every 10 years?
I never do that. I will never do that.
CBCS, you don't ever have to reslab your book.
And CGC, you don't have to either.
Wow. They recommend it.
But that's something that kind of gets me. How do you know something's not happening in that well after 20 years that you should be in there looking at know?
It's Mylar. They're in Mylar. They're not going anywhere. They're encapsulated. They're sealed up like you do.
Right.
Okay. And they're done in Mylar. And they're in a hard case. So there's that's a sophistry. Don't buy that.
But they have microchamber paper in there when it is when it
not
fills
in your
up
lifetime or the lifetime of people after.
When it fills up with acid, that microchamber paper, it's going to start leaching backwards.
No, it won't. Your acid-free boards won't. It will be doing that too. You're going to replace all your acid-free boards then?
If I have to.
See, I
just can't.
I think you're borrowing, my friend. You're borrowing trouble, and that's nutty.
Just not knowing what's going on inside that book.
Don't allow yourself to go there. For what it's worth, I say to you, don't.
But I can still go out and I can open any of these books.
Feel whatever you want, but that's I'm afraid that ain't real, my friend. So don't worry about it. Truly,
though. Journey's comment. You can see that as being, it's a major conflict of interest and a major class action lawsuit down the road. You know what though? I mean, incorrectly graded books. I wonder if they're gonna have like the weatherman approach, where it's just like, well, some we get right, some we get wrong. Sorry, but I mean that is true.
This is a story I heard last night, Chris, from two of our friends. A guy got a comic book graded AF-15, first appearance of Spider-Man, whatever. He bought it off the shelf. In fact, I think it was actually Giant Size X-Men. And he bought 3 of them off the shelf. And he's had them in his collection ever since he bought them off the rack. And he went and he put one in, the one that he thought would be the highest grade, and it came back trimmed. So he politely sent it back and put a letter to Matt Baker and said, "Hey, man, I think you should take a look at the book for me. I think something terrible has happened, and I don't think it was very fair." So Matt called Nelson. Matt Nelson. Sorry. So Matt called him up, and then I said, "What's going on?" Blah blah blah. He said, "I just want you to look at the book." He said, "Well, what's the problem?" He said, "I'm not going to tell you. I just want you to look at the book first, and then when you look at it and blah blah blah, I'll tell you what the problem was." Matt Nelson regraded it. It came back a blue label, yada, yada, yada. And then the guy told him, well, it said been trimmed. And Matt was like, what the hell? How did they even come to that conclusion? So if you're making $30,000 mistakes, that's a big problem.
Yeah.
That's a big fucking problem.
And I mean, and I'm not disputing it. I'm saying, the major is like, and I would hope that they don't take that weatherman approach of like, oh, we get some right, we get some wrong.
If you're making $30,000 mistakes in a business like that, that's a huge issue.
Yeah.
You see, Halilea Comics, he sits here and says he doubts he will submit himself again. So he's probably had some problems submitting, but he buys slab books that are already slabbed.
He's got a ton of slabs. Hylea's, most of his good comics are slabbed, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I've seen him on other channels and watched quite a bit of stuff with him.
Oh, he's got some good books, man, and high grades too.
I just don't trust other people, man, to send my books all the way to Florida, because I got a slab that I bought that had bugs in it. It's slabbed inside the inner well with the comic. There's bugs in there. I mean, when I seen that book, I'm like, are you freaking serious? These books are slabbed in there and you can see them.
And the problem with that I find, Splash, because, okay, you get a bug in your slab, you're like, fuck. But it goes through a process called quality control inspection. Somebody looks at it and says, meh, that's fine.
Well, I heard there's a guy that I had went to a convention with that told the story. Like, he basically was saying a story, like he had a Hulk 181, he was prodded and told, oh, you gotta slap it, and he resisted for a long time. So finally, when everything jumped up like crazy, he was like, all right, I'll get a slab. It's like the value of this book is out of control. If there was a time to do it, I'll do it now. So he did. And, he had taken a ton of pictures of it, make sure everything was, just documented that, his book was, just no disputes, no nothing. So, just for precaution's sake, let me do it because it's, my book that I got from a child, and I'm, making sure that everything's cool. And so, he went ahead and they sent it in. And then I think when he got it back, the grade was like way lower than it should have been. And then so he's like, are you serious? He's like, let me take a look at this. And he's like, this is my book. And then so he's just sitting there. He's like, I need to talk to somebody. He's like, this is not my book. And then like, what are you talking about? And he's just like, this is not my book. He's like, all this damage that happened over here, this, and this. He's like, that's not mine. He's like, I took these pictures of this, and he sent him the whole folder of everything that he did and took with that. And he's like, this is my book. What you sent me is not mine. I want my book back, please. And like whoever's book this is, and so he, end of the story, he ended up getting it back. But the only thing that saved him is that he could sit there and present to them all the documented evidence of like, that's not my book. So I mean, and that's got to be common. Like, it's got to be something where
something to go through.
You might be sending something in,
Boston. We should do that on graphic content or something. Actually, go through the process of like when you do. It's the same thing when you're buying off someone you don't know. Ask for a lot of pictures. when you're sending away to CGC, take a lot of pictures, like document everything that way, because they have messed up before. It has happened. It doesn't happen as often as we talk about it because we hear about it, but it doesn't happen that often. But it does happen.
I think it happens in both ways. I think people send books in that they know, like, oh well, this probably ain't that great a shape, and then all of a sudden, like, so for an example, you send in a book that you think that's probably like a 4.0. I didn't have it pressed. I didn't, I just sent it, and then you get back a book and it's a 6.5, and it's just like, huh. And and I'm sure, like, when that happens in the opposite way, like,
they're not calling CGC back going, oh man, you gave me a terribly good grade for my book.
It's not my book, because it's like, no, like, I know for a fact that this had a binary tear on the bottom or a little rip on the bottom, and this isn't my book. This is somebody else's. Someone else got my book, and I'm sitting there with a 6.0 or whatever, and someone else is sitting there with my 4.5, and it's just like, I know for a fact that, like, those people that that the fortune smiles on them in that situation, they don't sit there and call them like, I think I got the wrong book because mine had this problem here and that. You know what I mean? So
you're never gonna hear the opposite phone call. Hey man, you gave me a better book than I sent you. You're never gonna hear that phone call.
Sadly.
Sadly.
It comes to the point to where I just can't trust to send something off to a big corporation like that is basically there to make money. It's giving you a service and everything, but they're making money off of that. And they're so overwhelmed, and they got so many people sending them in. True, when you get them graded, you're going to come back and get a higher price for them if you're going to sell them. This is true. But I just can't see me doing that, because I've been doing it longer than they've been in business. I've been doing it for 50 years. I can go back to the 70s, the books that I pulled off the spinner rack, and they still look, and Boston can tell you, they still look like the day they come off the shelf. And I've been taking care of them myself for that many years. So why do I need to send my books to them?
You don't have to.
Well, I know, but this is my argument.
There's no obligation to do it. I'm just pointing out what happens when it comes time to have them shift hands to someone else. You don't own any of your books. You're a curator.
Yes.
And when you shuffle off, every one of your books is gone to someone else.
Yes.
That's what's
but I'm just telling you,
all of us.
I'm just telling you, Steppo, what's in my head.
Understood. Believe me, I do understand.
And it's just crazy to me, because I've been grading books ever since Overstreet put it out, and going by Overstreet standards on grading books ever since they put it out in Overstreet.
I check every 15 minutes all week for my CGC submission to see if it's changed. Literally every 15 minutes, I'm like, I wonder if it's changed. I wonder if it's changed. I wonder if they got it. I wonder what they're doing with it. It's fucking terrible. I fucking hate it. But I have to ask Splash. Love it when I get it back, though. When I get it back, it's nice as hell.
Because Splash's whole comment was, I have been doing this since before, and the only once Overstreet came out and said that. Now, had Overstreet decided, like, you know what, we get this new process, we're gonna be able to grade these books, encapsulate them, tell you what the actual value, or tell you what the actual grade is, so that there's no disputing it. Would you have slapped, like, if they had basically become, if Overstreet was the ones that started grading, would you have been confident to send stuff to them?
No. No.
Really?
No. Not when I can sit there and grade it myself. I mean, I got 50 years of them setting the way they're setting in my collection. I know for 50 years they've been good. These slabs have only been coming out since 2000.
No, I know.
So in my head, they're not 50 years of tried true testing the way
It's not a mandatory thing.
No, it's not a mandatory thing.
It's not for everybody.
No, it's not. It's not. And I don't criticize people that do it, because of their books. They can do what they want, but it's just
I'm asking you a question though. Like, I think you kind of missed what I was trying to ask you. So I don't know when Overstreet first started doing like putting out their standards on how you grade a book. But so was that when they started doing that, like the 70s or the 80s?
70, I think it's late 70s. I can go back and look at my price guides. I still got all my price guides.
Fine. I would say, but like let's just say that they had put out a grading service, let's say in 1981. That was like, you know what, we're the ones that have been putting this out, we're telling you the standards of it. And in 1981, we're starting this new process of encapsulating books and telling you what the grade is going to be, so that you can absolutely know the actual quality of your book. Would you have been on board with that if they were the first ones to do it?
I jumped out for a second just to let you guys know something.
No.
Flash, I know you spent a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of years, money on your collection. The one thing I'm going to tell you, God forbid you ever have some kind of incident that damages the books, they get stolen anyway or something like that. If you have documented slabs with grades on them, it's going to be a hell of a lot easier for you to collect back a lot of the investment from the insurance company over raw books. And that's I believe is that if you're a pure collector, you're not into selling them, you're not doing anything like that. The biggest reason you want to have something graded, especially the big ones, is because of that, to be able to properly insure them.
I understand that, but I'm not going to let. With all the horror stories I heard, I'm not going to entrust my books unless I walk down there and walk that book through the process, and I'm there seeing every step it goes, and it comes out the other side, and they hand it to me, and I give them the cash for it. That would be the only way I would do it.
Flash walks in the door with his brown paper bag. I'm just here. We're gonna watch this all happen. Grade my books. Go ahead. Just follows the books down the line.
Damn right.
I just had a great idea. So CGC is in Florida, right? And what else is in Florida? You have Universal Studios, you have Disney. You make a CGC ride. You give them your book, and then they put you through the ride like in Jurassic Park, and they show you the whole process. And at the very end of it, in the souvenir shop, there's your book, to come out and be graded, and then you pay them. It's a perfect ride. It's the exact thing. Because that's what every ride in Disney is. You enter in one side, and you come out in a gift shop where they want you to buy a bunch of
Steppo looks astonished over there that he's...
There's a lot of people that really don't focus on that insurance thing, and all it takes is one bad break to happen.
Anything, a fire, a flood, anything, and then
just because they're in a case doesn't mean they can't be stolen, taken out of a case. If anybody knows, they will take it out of the case.
No, they can't. But at the same time, you have documented proof of.
I have documented proof of every single book I have
with the grade itself by a third party. If you're trying to collect insurance on a raw book, it's your word against whatever, Yeah.
Well, no, not really, because if I insure it for that price, for that grade that I put down there, I'm paying for that grade that it's insured.
You think just because you insured for that price, they're going to give you that price? They're going to come and verify.
If you have to insure something for what Splash has, they're going to actually have somebody go down and check it out.
Exactly. They should, yeah. They have.
That's just a fact. If you're doing like your regular insurance, they're not going to bother too much. But if you're doing what Splash is doing,
they won't pay unless they know what the condition is exactly. They might even ask that if it's a high value collection. They might.
When you say my collection's worth $1 million, they send somebody down.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And they'll do that just to verify, everything too.
It's
like
all
they have verification. But for anything, CGC's product doesn't look like the slab or anything else. CGC's product is basically that they built themselves into being the authority and the reputation that they've curated for themselves as to be the ones.
I love my slabs, bro. I love my slab. Yeah. I hate the process, but I love my slabs.
But that's really what you're getting.
With this value thing, I think there's going to be a class action down the line as far as.
Oh, there has to be.
As far as a situation where people, all it's going to take is a few big time people with big time money to get gouged on the values of the book, a 5.0 being a 7.0, and et cetera, and paying all that extra money, and all of a sudden investigations are going to happen, and it's going to be a class action. It doesn't take a lot. All it takes is 10 people to start class action.
Yeah, it would definitely cost a small fortune for Splash.
Am I wrong, Steppo?
It'd be ridiculous.
No, but that's. I mean, that honestly, I feel like it would have to end up being. I mean, it's an eventuality that's going to happen. Like eventually, they're going to say, too many people have been wronged. I mean, if they had something, if there was like a celebrity collector.
If we're going to talk eventualities, they're going to have AI fucking grading books before you know it.
Yeah.
But the thing is that like you know, I mean, if it was somebody like, you know, let's say like a Nicholas Fleet that had something come back messed up, and they made a big enough stink about it, oh, they'll fix that in a second. Just because.
And you know what the biggest reason why we have to why CGC even exists, and even companies that grade as a third party exist, it's because of crooked freaking dealers and sellers that screwed over people left over, right? Telling them it's a certain value because of a certain grade and that kind of thing. And now he basically stepped in because of all the crookedness, and it became into another crooked type of
Well, because
That's
I mean,
why I was told back in, what was it, 1977, 8, 9, something like that. I was told by the guy that started me in comics and everything at the comic shop. He told me, here's the Overstreet. You read this and learn how to grade your books. If you learn how to grade your books, you can come to the table with that knowledge and talk to another collector, and you can come up with a grade you both agree on and have a fair market value for that book.
So everybody in the world has to move to Texas, where the air is dry and the weather is perfect, and then you can curate all your comic books for the rest of your life, and they won't go bad. But if you live in a wet climate or any kind of damp climate,
well, you just move. If you live, well, you're saying a dry part of Texas, move to like where the coast is, where it's like, you know.
That's all I'm saying. Like it's easier for some to not grade than others. So it's like
Arizona is a good place to have books. Las Vegas is a good place to have books.
Monty, that logic you just said applies and makes sense only if you're dealing with two parties on both sides that are on the up and up. And even if that's not the case, where they're on the up and up, here's the problem. You're dead set that it's a 5.0. The dealer's dead set that it's a 6.0. Okay? Now you're going back and forth. You're playing possibly with thousands of dollars if it's a big book.
If we both agree to the grade that we both come to,
isn't it better?
I'm satisfied. But I've had comic stars.
The slab commodifies it by a third party, and that makes it more liquid.
Yeah.
But I've had comic shop dealers and everything ask me what I thought that grade was. I've had that done to me many times. I walk in my comic shop, and they'd say, "What do you think this grade is?" And I'd grade it, and they'd look at me and say, "Oh yeah, all right, cool," you know. And I've had many dealers do that, and I've pointed out stuff on them, and they've lowered their grades.
Not everybody has a skill. You have average buyers that don't know that much. They get ripped off on a daily basis.
That's why I said you need to learn to grade your books. That way you do not get ripped
the
off.
average collector that wants to get a Mr. Sinister first appearance have to be an expert in grading.
So he doesn't get ripped off and say it's a 5.5 and it's really a 3.5.
Well, that's the thing, though, like because you have to also look at the other segment of it, where it's just like, you know, not even just a new collector, just someone that's not into grading it at all. Some people, because like I had, there's a shop up near me that the guy, he's high on everything. That's what he does. And
I'll tell you something, even the best of the best can miss restoration. They can miss certain touch-ups.
The liquidity that you have of the slab, if you're in Florida and you're selling to someone in Australia, you can't have a meeting of the minds at all, or any other distance. And if you have a slab, it removes 95% of the question because a third party has graded it, and it makes it commodifies the book.
Exactly.
So if you're in Florida, you can send it to Canada, you can send it to England, you can send it to Africa. It doesn't matter because it's in the slab, it's been graded, and that is the beauty of that. And that's what's made comics as valuable as they are, because they are liquid and they have been commodified.
And you are absolutely correct.
Of exchange.
And you are absolutely correct, Steppo. You're absolutely correct.
That's all.
But I've also like, there's a guy, I've got a book sitting right next to me. We got this guy right here. Beautiful book. Excellent. Everybody likes it. It's a good book. I saw it online today. Same book. It's raw. And the guy's got it for $350. I'm not paying $350 to that guy that's got a beat up copy of Avengers fucking 55 or whatever it is.
Oh no, yeah, I see that all the time. Like the shop that I
Like
was
people, go get it graded, and I'll pay you your $300. I'm not going to pay you your $300 because you think it's a fucking grade. Don't get me wrong. Some people are very good at it, and I can come to a meeting of the minds if I see it in person and yada yada yada.
That's why I have stopped buying books online, and 99% of the books that I buy now, I find myself, or I go to what I like to call a dealer's con. All the dealers show up there, and they show up to trade their books in September and everything, trade back and forth. And they have this small little show there. I personally got invited to this. I went last year, and that's the only comic con I'm going to, because all the dealers are showing up there to deal back and forth. Then after they get through dealing back and forth, they'll open to the public. And 90% of every book there is early Silver Age or Golden Age books. And that's why I buy my stuff. I save my stuff all year just to go.
It also makes it dangerous when you're buying books like that, especially the ones with the big vivid colors, for that color touch, for a lot of things that happen. And I'll tell you something, they used to restore these books like master artists. There's color touch you cannot detect, but if they put like certain lighting over it and stuff like that, you see
ultraviolet.
Yeah, I got ultraviolet. I even got a microscope. I look at that.
Do you carry ultraviolet with you to the con or wherever you go and buy them?
Yes, I do.
Oh,
I got an ultraviolet flashlight and plus a microscope when I grade that hooks up to my computer. And I can run my comics under that microscope and look at them, what CGC should be doing. And it hooks up to my computer. I turn it on, and the book is on the big screen. I mean, I can go so far to tell you if it's had color touch on it, or it is a what do you call it? Duplicate or fake cover, facsimile, because you can tell by the way the ink is layered on the book under the microscope.
Yeah, it was a different printing process.
Yes.
Yeah. The fun part, though, with all that is,
Can you find me a facsimile cover for I don't know, Werewolf by Night 32? I don't care. Just
I'm sure you can look on eBay.
Yeah, I haven't. There, nobody's got just a cover. I don't want an actual facsimile. I want like.
I wonder if it's ever going to get to a point where they will, look to try to restore look at restored color touch books, the same as they do with actual like paintings and stuff.
They used to. They used to be a very big part of the business to fully restore them. When you used to go and buy a big book, you know what the dealer would tell you a lot of times? I got a good restoration guy. I got a good guy that sit there.
That's what it was. All the big books. That's why there's so many of the restored, CJ.
It was
because that's what you did. You sent the book in to have it preserved and protected. There was no onus to it.
Commonplace and acceptable. It was part of the hobby.
I don't see a problem having that done, because how many times has the Mona Lisa been restored?
Yes, and how about classic cars the same way?
Yeah.
And it just makes me wonder sometimes.
Stupid funny books have to be sacrosanct for a throwaway product. It galls me. It still does.
Beckerman, you got to jump in if you want to talk. I'm telling you, these guys.
Well, no, but that's the thing. Like, I just wonder that too. Like, where it's just like, okay, so, like, why is this, just the ultimate sin to restore? So, you know what I mean? Just because it's like everything else gets that treatment. So I'm saying, I wonder if that'll ever get back into fashion again, where it's like, no, like,
here's the big thing. If you want to break it down of how the logic is, if you got multiple books of the same kind of book, like, where you have multiple prints of the same issue, the value of the book itself holds stronger if it's original, untouched, unrestored, etc., etc. Okay. However, it used to be considered, if you restore the book, if you do touch-ups to the book, if you fix it, it will increase the appeal. It will increase the value a little bit, but it'll never be worth the same as that original, untouched copy. Now, if you can tell the difference,
well, I mean,
like I said, a lot of people were really good at what they did.
Yeah, no, I understand it now, just because it's hard to have it be, to have it be something where you can go ahead and say, like, well, this should be as valuable as that. It was like, well, no, because I have an actual, legitimate 3.5, and it's with all its damage, but I have it, and and it's all the original stuff. That's why I say, like, if it's the original stuff, like, kind of like how they're doing with the verified signatures.
John's Comics with Kids says his Avengers 1's a 3.5 with restoration. New staples is the main change. I feel like that's a great use of restoration. I
Yes,
don't disagree.
I do not. I do not disapprove of restoration on an old book. I don't.
Yeah.
You know,
Like,
especially
I
the
think-
Golden Age books. I mean, it's going to come a time. They got a Captain America 1 out there that's a 9.2. How did that Captain America #1 and a 9.2 survive all those years in that perfect condition?
Yeah, that's insane, eh?
I mean, if you could do that with a 1940 book,
yeah,
all the way until now, I mean, there's ways to do that, or that book wouldn't be in a 9.2.
There are definite ways to do it, and we've got to, obviously there's, like I said earlier, there's climates that are a little better to do that in.
Well, there's other factors in place, file copies, stuff like that. Also, play factor. There's other things that play that role.
I just think that's kind of a funny thing. Where
More
it's just
coffee, Bleak.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I just think it's funny that's like looked down on as harshly as it is, but I mean, and maybe that's because of the fact that people are trying to look to get top dollar value all the time. So it's like it shouldn't be looked on as anything bad. It's a restored copy. It's restored. It's still a good book. It's just restored.
Hell, I would take a restored copy over a qualified copy any freaking time.
Well, yeah, because it's qualified typically they're missing something.
Then cut
like qualified is more for things that like so missing value stamps, like missing covers that you just put a fake cover on top of, something like that, like missing pages, things of that nature.
Suzy Q made a comment, Mile High Collection, perfect climate. Yeah, that's up in Colorado where the temperature changes drastically. And when that collection was found up there in a basement, in a closet, and they were stacked one on top of each other, and those books come out of there in so perfect condition, high grade condition, how was that able to do that? Because
that's a good question. That's a very good question.
Wouldn't it be the lack of humidity?
But you still got major temperature changes.
Humidity plays a huge factor.
Do they really though?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
But what's the temperature swing? And I don't live in Colorado, so
mine stays from 72 to 73 degrees with 30% humidity.
It's not bad. That's good. That's the optimal temperatures for books, I think.
Also, I've now met the only reason I came on here was to see what pants Steppo was wearing.
Yes, yes.
And when I saw him stand up, I clocked him, so I'm actually good for the day. Mission accomplished, baby.
All right, on that note, I'm heading out. I just wanted to throw my 2 bits about the insurance.
Absolutely, CJ.
You guys weren't talking about the insurance or anything like that. I think that's an important thing people need to talk
about. Yes, it is. I agree with you 100%. It is.
All
and we all have differing opinions, obviously, and we all know the reasons why, but it's interesting to see our different opinions.
All right. Goodbye.
Bye, CJ. Have a good one, buddy.
Yeah.
Too bad CJ left.
I agree with on that.
Well, no. When I was listening to you guys, I fixed the whole problem in my head.
Oh, what was it? How did you fix it?
You know what we need here? All right. I'm telling you, the thing that always fixes everything. Federal government oversight.
Oh, God.
Bring it into comics, baby.
Bring it on in.
Oh, my. You wouldn't be able to sell a comic if
I'm being sarcastic for anybody that took that.
What? No, I agree that having a grading system and company to do it is it's good for the mere fact that you don't have everybody kind of hanging in there, and just because there's a shop is a shop up here that I was talking about, and it's just he put up on his Instagram new wall books, and I'm seeing some of these prices, and he wants there was some book. There's a Harley Quinn #1 that he wants like $275 for. And then I looked at it, like, well, fucking spine ticks? Hell no. But that's the way he's like super high, so he can go ahead and say, we're having a 50% off sale, so this is where it should be now. It's like,
We're having a 50% off sale, so you're paying $25 more than you should. Yes.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know,
And
who
it's
can regulate
crazy.
prices, Chris? The federal government. Bring them on in, baby.
Let's make a sect, not the federal government. We could just have the real comic book collectors. Just send us all your books. We'll keep them safe. It'll be fine. Every book you get, you just send it to us. And it's fine.
I see.
Then we'll
So-
charge you some money for us storing them as well. It's going to be
And at
great,
the
though.
first-
You're going to love it.
And at the first hint of controversy, the government steps right in.
The same people who told me what percent of rat feces I can ingest safely. I need to be managed.
I
want Beckerman to lead the charge too. Every time
You don't want to leave me to my own devices.
No, I don't want you to leave you to your own devices. I want you to be the one that just announces whole government oversight's happening. Get ready for it because it has to happen. Like you run amok. You've done
Yeah,
things that
just
you
like
shouldn't
the
have,
Arctic
and
Sea
this is
Vault.
what has to happen.
Exactly like the Arctic Seed Vault. We'll just store all your books. It's going to be fine, everybody. Don't worry about it. They're your books. They're just in our protection. It's fine.
I remember that. That was fun. I remember the first time that got exposed. Oh, people got very scared. Like, why they have all the seeds together like this? Like what kind of shit is this? Oh, like when a nuclear, when whatever the end of the world event is that happens, those who are in the know are going to be down there, and they got all the seeds to go ahead and repopulate and eat all the food and everything else. Like, so don't you worry about it. Like, you just keep doing what you're doing. Keep buying comics. We'll be getting all these seeds together to keep society going while you just out there melting or burning or whatever terrible thing's happening.
No, different storage temperatures for comic books versus furs.
Yeah. You need a higher humidity so the skin under the fur doesn't start drying out and cracking and letting go of the hair.
It needs a little more humidity in the air for the fur.
You need to keep that leather, if that's what you'd call it. You need to keep it flexible,
supple, if you will.
I don't know that I would want a problem that can't be fixed with bureaucracy.
That's
that
is
Who knows better?
I think we're going to end up with that regardless whether we want it or not.
Yeah.
You know what? Some government oversight. So it was on television yesterday, and I haven't watched this movie actually since I was probably about 8 years old. Was Adventures in Babysitting, and I have to say the end of that movie has one of the creepiest lines I've ever heard in my entire life. It really is weird. So, at the end of it all, when the kids are back home safe, everything's good, and Elizabeth Shue, had met one of these guys at the college house that gave her money to go ahead and have her tire replaced or whatever. The guy just shows up, and he's doing a noble thing. Like the little girl, lost her ID card or something like that, and that's how she knew how to find him. That's how you know how to find her. And he's like, hey, the kid left this here, and I just wanted to give that back to you. And she's like, oh, that's the only reason why I came by? And he goes, well, and she's like, oh, you're here for the money. He's like, no, I need a babysitter. And then, so the guy's in college. So I know the immediate thought that's swirling in her head was like, you have kids. Oh, so who? And she's like, who's it for? And he's just like, it's for me. I'm like, oh my God. I was like, that is the most creeptastic line I've ever heard. Because the man is in his 20s. She said that she's a high school. She's either 17 or 18. Either way, it's just so. It's like, it makes me go back to the writer's room in that one. It's like,
I don't see it, John.
Like they must watch a lot of porn because that's where a line like that would come from. Something like that. I need a babysitter for me. I was like, whoa. That line is just rough.
It depends on your porn of choice, I guess.
No, because then the next line is the little girl's like, just go ahead and kiss him. I'm like, oh my God, I definitely know that is like the way that that whole situation goes in porn movies. It's so weird, but I'm like,
I'm sorry, Boston Chris. I can't concentrate while a plaid dreamboat crossing the screen here.
That's true.
Like
hey, he's getting ready.
Like a mighty lumberjack.
He's getting ready for a picnic.
John's Comics with Kids saying he's starting to think Beckerman might be sarcastic. I'm like, I don't know. I think he's being completely honest. And
I've never heard him to be that way.
No, me neither. He's always been straight up.
Just giving you guys
without sarcasm. What good would it be?
Nice.
I find my
here to fix problems.
My favorite thing that he said was his mom was a lawyer last week. He's like, yeah, he's like, I had to learn real quickly, like not what to confess and what not to confess to, because all it does is establish a timeline, and they get myself in trouble.
I like that cover. I like that cover. That faces.
Well, the hunter or whatever he is, it looks supremely confident while that woman's about to get whacked with a stick.
This is the Ku Klux Klan version.
Yeah, look at that.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, yeah,
the Klan is taking that girl away, and that guy's in the background throwing lightning at him.
That guy's white cloak is pretty dirty.
Yeah. This is a really bizarre one. It's Blue Ribbon Comics, but it says Teenage Diary Secrets, but it's a Matt Baker cover.
Uh-oh. That chick's seeing that guy.
Is that a great one?
Is it a guy shooting her? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, she better watch it. She's in a red dress. She's about to get tied up.
The boyfriend is just, stop making a scene, Grace. My brother's waiting for me at the corner. I'm going on alone. And she says, you can't leave me here like this, jock. You promised to take me home. And then the strawberry blonde in the red dress that fits perfectly says, your brother, huh? Why don't you just tell her the truth?
Uh-oh.
And look at her hands. They always put the two fingers together. That you see that all the time. That's just one of the things they always would do.
It's a good thing I wore my brown cloak. Yeah, that's a good look. Pally Comics making jokes.
Here is Teenage Temptations #1.
Huh. Is he throwing her out of the car?
I think
she's trying to get out of the car because he says, I know what kind of a girl. He says, I'm not a savage beast and I'm not a fool. I've got your number, so stop pretending you're a sweet, innocent thing.
Wow. What's the time?
Says, yes, I am. I'm very sweet and innocent, and my legs are akimbo on this beautiful plaid seat cover.
I do appreciate plaid.
I mean,
I was trapped in a what now?
This is Teenage Temptations #1 from October of 1952.
What's
St.
the
John.
red banner on it say, though? I was trapped in a, and then I can't read the word. On the cover? Top red. No, the cover you just had in your hand.
Okay.
I was trapped in a
tourist camp.
Tourist camp.
Well, what that is that they would go to the tourist camp to shack up, and then she didn't know she was going to go, and then she said, wait a minute, where are we going? He says, we're going to the tourist camp. And he's going, damn.
Do you have any car covers with suicide doors? I think he might have a couple.
There was a movie about a tourist camp. I can't remember the name of it, but all the
it's called Sleepaway Camp, and it was awesome. Bom, bom, bom.
Yeah, all the people that was running the camps were having their way with all the married women.
Well, it happened one night with Clark Gable. They ended up in a tourist camp too. They were traveling on the bus, etc.
Thank goodness.
You guys do a lot
I've got
camping than I do.
I have to focus on something here for a second, Mr. Bleeker. I have to hold off for just a bit.
Of course. These guys are you guys are talking too much about upside down pineapples anyway. All these
Hey, I love that dress. That dress was cool.
All I know is that like, you know, that cover is crazy. But and I never knew what a tourist camp was until right now. So I don't know to avoid those.
Yeah, you don't want to go on one of those.
I've never heard of that until now. All I know is just that, like, you know, they like was it Journey had one too? No, I think you had one. No, Journey had it. Talking about my mother was a publisher, and then so I feel like the person that wrote that book was asking for help. Like, I was trapped in a tourist camp. This is what happened to me. In the golden age, they were just like, look, no, these are real experiences. Like that person's mom was an editor, and that's why they do what they do. And you know, I was in the tourist camp. And, you know, this is my story about trying to leave a car with this guy that clearly doesn't want me to go anywhere, and then accuses me of being not innocent. Mean.
That is mean. Rude, you might.
And then on top of that, too, what's that guy think that's going to accomplish? Oh, I know what kind of girl you are. And it's not like, well, I mean, shit, now you're insulting her to her face. That ain't going to get it. You're at least trying to be nice about it. Like, look, you know, you just, you know, you know what? I'm going to stop there because I don't want anyone thinking I'm a creep. Because I've never been to a tourist camp. I just don't know what's going on.
Well, I've discovered that creep really, you're creepier the not as good looking you are. Because if good looking people can get away with saying a lot of creepy fucking shit.
That's the thing. It's just like, you know, did you say what I think you said? No, you didn't hear it right. That's all.
Right? Yeah, that guy gets away with it. The girls go, hee. You say the same thing, they're like, whack, slap you in the mouth. It's brutal.
Well, not even if you say the same thing. If you just say something that, like, you know, hey, do you know what time it is? And then as opposed to, hey, you know what time it is? It's like, oh shit. Now if you said, you know what time it is? How dare you? Like, I don't have a word. I don't even know what's going on.
Maybe we could start a game show called Creepy or Romantic. With your host, Boston Chris.
I mean, then already they make this show needs to be taken out. It's creepy as shit. Like, you get this monster asking people questions. Like, monster, what have I done? I just want to know what you think is creepy. You know, legit.
If the girl likes you, it isn't creepy. If the girl doesn't like you, it's creepy.
Exactly.
That's how that works.
Don't give away the plot of the show.
I said the same thing, and I got in trouble. My father always told the joke about the guy that says, I always do this if I'm on a date. I always try to kiss her right at the end of the date really hard and see what goes. And you go, my God, Dad says, you must get slapped a lot. He says, yes, but I go to bed a lot too.
Law of averages.
And I always say, thank you, Dad.
It's the law of averages. You know, if you always get turned down for a date, you know, you go out and get 500 dates. Well, you may get 50 dates and 450 turn down.
That's an awfully low average.
Hey, you can't win if you don't play. That's
I just threw it out there. It was just off the top of my head.
Okay.
I never went to sleep with a lot of ugly women, but I sure woke up a lot next to them. Okay.
Sure woke up next to him. The creepier.
What was
creepier
there was a song that went like that. Have you ever been so drunk that you went to sleep with Bo Derek and woke up next to Bo Diddley?
No.
I thought you were going to say Mom's Mabley.
That sounds terrible.
Maybe. No. Yeah. That's a dangerous Darren.
What tattoos do you have on your arm there, Beckerman? You got tattoos?
I do. I have some.
What is that?
Oh, just all sorts of stuff.
Just stuff, all right.
I do have some comic book tattoos, the higher up under my arm, but they're all like 21 years, 24 years old.
Wow.
Yeah, I got mine.
Like, I turned 18, I'm getting a tattoo today, baby. And all of a sudden it's like, oh, that's an old tattoo. Maybe it needs a little restoration.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably, but I'm done doing all that. I'm over it.
Yeah, you'll end up with a yellow label if you restore them.
Phyllis Dilla, Phyllis Killer, Alice Cooper. Nice.
Beckerman, did you have books to show?
No.
I thought you were wheeling something around on your desk. You were handling it.
Oh, I'm just putting stuff away that I just read. I read Scotty Young's Ain't No Grave, and I read Crocodile Black. Philip Kennedy. This was pretty good. This was good too. I don't know if I liked it as much as everybody else I was listening to reviews from, but it's good.
Grave can hold my body down. Ain't no grave can hold.
You know what? I was actually I had seen that the Neverending Story was on yesterday, and I haven't listened to that in a long time either.
It's a great
and
movie.
I feel like
one of the worst horse deaths ever.
Oh my God! It's literally the saddest scene in fucking movie history. You kidding me?
I think watching that as an adult would be a good experience to do like a
just move, Artex. Just move.
I haven't I haven't seen it in a long time, but I'm like, you know what? A reaction video to this would be cool. I just don't know. Like, I don't think I have the technology, because I don't have like the paid stream yet. to go ahead and do that like that. But I would absolutely do it because, like, I know that me seeing it again and reacting to it as it's happening, because like I remember this as a kid and this and that. I think it'd be kind of entertaining. I think it'd be kind of funny because there's definitely things in there that just like I feel like I know I don't remember what year it came out. I want to say it was like early 80s. So I was probably a baby when that movie came out. So everybody who was my age and younger all saw that movie on VHS, and I know for a fact every adult, whether it was a teacher or your parents or whoever, not one of those people saw that movie that let you watch it, and they all bring you in the same, because it's like, and it's all because you get sold that the movie's cool with that opening theme song, because that theme song is like super nice and happy. It's gonna be just, oh, this is gonna be a great fun story, and then as you said, like the horse and everything, I was like, what the fuck is this?
Not a great fun story, Chris. A never-ending story. A never-ending story, sir.
Oh, you know, forget the never-ending story part of it too. It's just the fact that like there's no way that I mean, and people love the movie, but there's no way that people knew what kind of trauma they were unleashing on their kids with that movie.
Oh
There's
man, the
no
two
way.
statues that fucking like laser blasted fucking people, that was fucking scary.
There's
The
a
whole
bunch
thing
of
was
stuff.
scary. The wolf just fucking wolfing around. That shit was
And that's the
scary.
thing. Like, if you talk to people that watch that movie, they also like some people. No, I liked it, but that. Oh my god, that's people be like, oh, that scared the shit out of me as a kid, or this and that. Like, so like people don't realize like all right. I guess a lot of older people had no idea what they were unleashing upon their kids. That
No.
eventually, and I think it's like a Stockholm syndrome thing. Like if you watch it a lot, like, oh yeah, no,
Oh yeah,
I
they
love
went
that.
they went like this. Oh, Last Unicorn. That looks adorable. Here, watch this. Oh, fucking Black Cauldron. That looks fine. It's just puppets. What could be so bad? Watch that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Thanks,
then all of a
Mom
sudden,
and Dad. Thanks, Mom and Dad.
And they left the room. I know they left the room because they didn't watch the whole thing. Because it's just like, if you're watching that horse death scene, there's no way that you're sitting there letting your kids watch. Oh, there's no way that you're watching that with your children being like, oh shit.
The saddest scene in movie
Like
television.
I feel like at that point you'd have to pause the movie and be like, okay, look.
There was a Tyrone Power
okay.
movie. There was a Tyrone Power movie, I think, called Prince of Foxes, where he's in one of the little city states in Italy, and they are all fighting amongst each other and what have you, and the Borgias, they're there and everything else. And so Tyrone Power is hooked up with one clan, and he's getting too high up, evidently, and so they send a guy to come murder him. And so he is confronted by this guy. He defeats him, and the guy figures he's going to kill him, but he decides, no, I'm not going to kill you. And this makes him his man. So then there's the two of them. And then later on, the little city state that Tyrone Power has. This was 1959. I saw this. I was 7. 59, 60 was 7. And anyway, they fast forward it where he comes before the Borgias, and they're going to kill him. And so he goes, what do I do? And then the guy says, I'll take care of this. And his friend said, I was sent to murder him, and now I'm finally going to be able to complete my contract. And I'm watching this. And he walks up to Tyrone Power, and he takes his thumbs and he gouges his eyes out like this. And Tyrone Power is screaming, and I turned the TV off. And that scene haunted me for years. And then I think about 10 years ago, I'm watching this movie. I said, this is ringing a bell somehow. And then all of a sudden I go, oh my God, this is it. And I'm mesmerized. And so here comes the guy, his supposed friend, and he sticks his fingers in and he grabs it, and all this blood's running down his face. He's screaming, and the Borgias say, oh, that's too disgusting. Get him out of here. Get both of you, get out. So Tyrone Power was going, ah! And then the guy, who actually still is his friend, had just palmed a couple grapes because he had shown the grapes as his bloody eyes. And then Tyrone Power was fine. He opened his eyes, he wiped it off like that, and he says, thank you. So all of this time, I was laboring under this, but I was freaked out for years from that.
I would say the exact same thing happened to me with what was it? So there was 3 movies that happened to me with. First was Children of the Corn, and I saw it when I was very, very little. Not, and the scene that I saw was not on purpose. Like I just my parents were watching it, and I happened to walk in at the time when what's it called? When basically the little midget dude gets shot up into the sky by the the corn demon or whatever, and when he comes back, when he's being crucified, and he comes back and his voice is all high, and he's like, "Oh, you're watching all the time." Like, I was scared to absolute shit, but I was so scared. And then again, so as a teenager,
you should have just said corn. You should have just said corn demon. You would have not been so afraid after that. It's a corn demon. How can you be afraid of a corn demon?
I wasn't afraid of the corn demon thing. I was afraid of the little guy that came back who had a little high voice in the beginning, and then his hair's white and his voice is like low, and he's all evil. Like I was scared to death. And then I was sitting there, and as a teenager, friends are watching it, and I'm like, "What?" I was like, "What's this? Oh, Children of the Corn." I was like, "Something's up with this man." I was like, "I remember hearing about the something's," and then they put that scene on, and like they said, like you look like you saw a ghost. I was like, "I remember this. I remember this when I was a little kid." Like, and then same thing with Transformers. I hadn't seen it in years and years and years. So I was an adult when I was 21. And
Transformers was sad, bro. Transformers was.
So I remember it and being like, "There's a reason I don't like this movie, and I don't know what the hell it is." And all of a sudden, die Autobots! Like, oh shit! I was like, "Oh my god!" And then I watched them all die, and I was just like, "I remember this now." And then the G.I. Joe movie too.
Cannibal
It was crazy.
Yeah, Transformers, the horse scene with Atreyu and Never-Ending Story, and then like going to school only to have computer lab where I had to make the different
Oregon Trail
about my kid dying of tuberculosis, so I
Yeah,
could get further
Oregon
down
Trail.
the trail. And you know
Malaria.
what? I've driven on the Oregon Trail. My old job, I had to ride on it every day, and it's never happened. That game was total bullshit. I've never seen one motorist pull over due to tuberculosis in their car. It's total bullshit.
I was like a typhoid. I remember that typhoid, scarlet fever, all those things used to kill you.
Yeah.
And then at the end, they put the gravestone.
And if you wanted a good score, you had to be a farmer, and then you're just screwed when
Look at
somebody
this
gets
guy,
sick.
just popping in.
Like I remember that if you forded the river and it didn't go right, or trying to cross the river, if it's like, all right, you cross the river, there's nothing to this one, this is fine. You cross another river and it's too deep, all of a sudden someone drowns, and then you lose all your supplies. They all go down the river, and you're like, oh, shit. All the ox meat I just got.
Were you a farmer, a doctor, or a banker?
We were always banker because you would start out with the most money, but then you
only get the ×1 multiplier at the end.
Yeah.
You guys
no,
are
that was the thing. Everybody was like super, enamored by. Well, I get the money, and so of course you load up on stuff, and then the first river you cross, you lose everything. So people never figured that out. Like it's like, yeah, if you're a banker, you get screwed right away.
King John in the house. How you doing, John, brother? Good to
I
see
just
you.
wanted to make sure I came in because I didn't like the way Becker was shaming our government overlords. I mean, I feel like
No, I was giving good advice to fix problems.
Bleak, I got a scamper. I'll talk to you.
Of course.
So you can't be shaming them when they're so good at lining their pockets. They're really just phenomenal at this task.
Well, I mean,
You know what? I'm backing John for Comic Book Czar. Like, let's put him in charge of all the comic book regulation.
Wasn't Casino based on the government? All of those movies aren't they based on the government?
Scorsese.
Yeah, all of Scorsese's movies. He definitely does government. They're all based on government tactics. It's great.
The Gaming Commission part. That's what screwed over Sam Rossi. And the Gaming Commission came in and all because he wouldn't hire the guy's nephew, who he knew that like the guy just wasn't paying attention to the people, scamming on the slot machines.
But Mo Green and Tropicana had the same problem, right? So
yeah, but like it was funny because like,
Lobsters really had a rough time with the evil government.
Yeah, well, Sam Rothstein was. I mean, he was legitimate in his arguments. Like, look, I can't have the guy doing that. He's got to pay attention. He's like, well, it'd be a nice personal favor to me. You guys like doing favors. You're in the mafia. You know what's going on. He's just like, I can't do it. You got to understand where I'm coming from. He's like, yep, I do. Now we're gonna go ahead and RICO you every time we see you. He's like, oh no.
I like the fact that the whatever he was to the kid was like, he's a fucking idiot, right? He's like, yeah, you got me there. Like it's like, yeah, he sure is an idiot.
What you gonna do?
Bob Briggs?
Yeah. He's like, you can't treat people like this, Mr. Rothstein. He's like, you didn't get, yeah, but the best is like when he's yelling, he's like, you couldn't tell by the second time that they hit a jackpot that something was wrong. He's like, well, I mean, he got lucky. He's like, he got lucky. He's like, all the combinations in the world, there is no way that
this is a goddamn casino. You don't get lucky in a casino. Some bullshit.
And even Don Rickles is sitting there looking at him like, oh, he's like, I'm a funny guy, and this shit is not funny.
So, has anybody seen the outtakes of Casino where Don Rickles just roasts the hell out of De Niro for using cue cards, which he's been famous for his whole career? De Niro does not like to memorize lines, so he'll hide note cards with his lines on them around the set. And he can't read one during a scene he's got with Don Rickles. Don delivers his line to him and then just starts tearing into him. This is how you became a successful actor. You can't go to your you have a luxury trailer out there. You can't sit in it for 3 hours and read the script before you come here.
Yeah, no, Rickles was great. I remember he made fun of Scorsese. It was on I think the Tonight Show or something like that, and he was just like making fun of Scorsese, and poor Scorsese was laughing. Like, he was laughing, but he couldn't breathe, trying to put his inhaler in, and he just keeps telling him joke after joke, and he's just like. He's like, I couldn't breathe. He's like, I couldn't breathe for like 5 straight minutes.
I don't think you want to get ripped on by that guy. He's fucking awesome at ripping people apart.
Oh, he destroys like
legendary, man.
He was talking to he was just sitting there chilling, and he was
dead now.
doing a stand-up or whatever. And then he just walking around and like he saw he's like saw an Asian person. He's like, where you from? He's like, you know, what kind of Asian? He's like, my family's Japanese. He's like 18. He's like 8 months in the jungle looking for your uncle. He's like, I'm sick of tired of you. Like he just sitting there making fun of the like he's a funny dude.
He'll tear everybody up, sure.
Actually, Bill Burr like destroyed Bill Maher in a podcast that he did like recently because like you're just so smug the way you talk. Like it was actually funny because he just roasted him to death, and it was funny listening to him just kind of go off on him. And you know, I mean, that's the thing is like that's why one of the I think worst things you could ever do is give a comedian a hard time, especially at one of their shows, because it's like once you have the focus, it's just like these people just make fun of things all day, and now it's your turn. You know what I mean? Right. It's like giving Eminem a hard time. It's like like when Eminem was sitting, he's like, I would make fun of. Well, Chris Rock's like, I would make fun of Eminem, but too many things rhyme with rock. He's like, I want no part of that because he knows. Right. It's like I don't need any of this. I'm gonna sit right here, like Boston Chris.
So how's it going, John?
It's going well. I'm getting ready because Old Wolf is coming out to visit me next weekend. So we're planning shenanigans at this point.
Is that a far trip or?
Well, yeah, he's a mass hole, and I'm a California idiot, so he's got to cross the whole nation.
A mass.
Wow, and he's coming just to see you. That's the prize. He's traversing the country.
I think he's probably more interested in seeing the family. I'm pretty low on the totem pole, but you know, what are you
I can see that.
I want to just bring up that I thought that we had come such a long way that we had gotten past Masshole. And we get there in front of me. No, I'm just joking. It's so funny.
No, he sent me after I drove him around Florida when we were in Orlando. Chris, he sent me a T-shirt that says "I'm a masshole."
Yeah, no,
he's like you're an official masshole now. You drive like you're from Massachusetts.
Yeah, no, it's funny because that's how, like it's so funny, but that's just like the tag that they put on people from Massachusetts, and it's just like no one cares. It's all fun and games. Like it's just like I just it's funny hearing other people say like, oh yeah, the guy's a complete masshole. I'm like, oh wow, we left the state with that one, huh? Well, all right.
Well, that would be fun, though. When does he get there?
They're flying in late Wednesday night, and then Thursday and Friday, I'm going to be taking him around like tourists just to see kind of touristy things. And then my daughter, Charlie, has like a 6 soccer game weekend with like the Memorial Day weekend. So she's playing a ton of games. So we're going to like fit comic hunting in and around some of the games, depending on where they are. And then
there you go.
And then his wife and my wife share a similar Scottish ancestry, and there's a local OC Fairgrounds having a Scottish Games festival where they throw the telephone pole cabers. They do all the crazy like let's throw a heavy rock at people and stuff like that, like all the crazy stunts. And then there's like scotch tastings and food.
Are you going to wear a kilt? Are you going to go with them wear a kilt?
Neither Tony nor I have any Scottish ancestry, so I don't know that we have like any tartan allegiance at this point. We might just wear mini skirts and no underwear, but that's hot. That's a whole different.
Sounds like a California weekend to me.
Only in California, I guess.
Right, yeah, you're good. You're fine.
You'd probably, it'd be normal.
Thank you for confirming all my Midwestern stereotypes.
There it is.
I mean, all I'm hearing is that, so you're saying that you have no Scottish or whatever, but, your wives are whatever. So it's just like, I mean, that seems to me, you double down and you go like full William Wallace to the whole thing. Like, not a drop of Scottish blood in his body.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah, we made it into the clan for sure.
Just like, am I the only William Wallace in the crowd? This is bullshit. To see.
Like, I mean, where's your pride?
They do sell like a ton of like swords and knives and axes and stuff there. So I'm gonna get some photos with some crazy weapons, I'm sure.
Yeah, that sounds like a good place to do your holiday shopping.
Right?
Yeah.
No, I've been a couple of times when my father-in-law was still alive because it was his side of the family that has the Scottish ancestry, and he loved it. He played the bagpipes and all that shit. He was crazy.
Oh, nice.
That's awesome. Yeah. Bagpipes are pretty cool, to be honest.
They are, and as he got older and couldn't, do the instrument itself, they have these cool electric versions where it's basically like it looks like a little like electric flute thing, but he can hook it up to a Bluetooth. He was able to hook it up, and then he could still play it. And it had the all the right
nice. Didn't have to use the big breath.
Yeah, that was his wind was not there as much at the end.
Yeah, get your air compressor and just use the old air compressor.
Bobby Delegato, how you doing, Bobby? What's going on, man?
Bobby.
So I'm curious, John. What's like? What's a since you're the one playing host for the tourist? What are some of your stops? Like, what are places you're like, oh, that's somewhere you got to go when you visit?
I mean, I get that like most people wanted to go to Disneyland. Like that's like their pick. I like to do stuff that's a little different, a little weirder, a little more quirky. So there's this place called the Huntington Library. It's up in LA, and it's this crazy. The Huntington family owned this huge plot of land, and they started cultivating it into like several ecosystems. Like you'd walk through a Japanese garden, you'd turn a corner, you're in a rainforest, you turn a corner and you're in like this epic rose garden, whatever. And then they built like 6 museums on their property. Like
don't go visit John. He wants to take everyone to libraries. Stop it.
Yeah. There's like a science library. There's our museum. There's like our natural history museum. And you basically pay one price and you get like 5 museums and all these natural habitats built into it. It's really cool. So I'm going to take them there, I think. That's my first pick.
Papa Wheelie says Disney is overrated anyway, so don't worry about it.
It is, and it's so expensive. You could do like 3 or 4 other things for the price of just that,
Have you ever been to that? I can't remember the name of the guy, but he does all those cars for Hollywood, like the monster cars, and.
Oh yeah, he's up in LA too.
I can't remember his name, but he does all those famous. Like he did the Batmobile and all that stuff.
And he's got a huge display showroom space.
Right?
Yeah.
If you're from the East Coast, you have to put your feet in the Pacific Ocean. Well, not if you don't want Jaws to bite them off. You don't.
No, you can.
We will definitely do that, John.
Yeah.
Honestly, I really like the Pacific more than I like the Atlantic. I mean, I was stationed there at Fort Ord, California, about Carmel.
Oh, nice.
Monterey. I was there for quite a while, and that beautiful, beautiful ocean up there.
My sister-in-law lives near there. Yeah, it's gorgeous. I'm farther south, so like there's a ton of beautiful beaches down here. It's the challenges with Memorial Weekend. It's going to be packed with people.
Yeah, y'all got
trying to navigate it.
Y'all got Big Sur. It's down south.
Yep.
I've been to Big Sur.
That's beautiful. I'm basically like an hour north of San Diego, sort of smack between San Diego and LA. I'm pretty close to Disneyland. I'll think, but we're gonna not do that.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's the thing. I feel like if you do like,
I wouldn't want to go to Disneyland, to be honest. I'd rather do all the other cool shit. So
I mean, I think Disneyland can be fun and everything, and that's like one type of trip. But it's like I think for your very first time going out there,
I've been on rides.
I've never been myself, so it's like I want to actually see this place. Like, I can give two shits about seeing, and not that like I don't like Disneyland. Like, all right, come back and do that again, because it's like if you go to Disneyland, because of the money that you're spending, you kind of have to spend your whole time there because to make it worth it.
Well, isn't there a comic shop up there named like Frankenstein's or
Frankenstein's?
Yeah, Frankenstein's.
That's a flea market, like indoor kind of, but there's a lot of comics there.
There's a lot of great shops up in LA, and I've been to Golden Apple a few times when buddies come to visit. That's a pretty big one. But I'm further south than that, so I'm going to try to keep him a little those guys a little closer. But yeah, I get what you're saying as far as not doing the like stuff that you could do at any point, Chris. Because like I always tell people that if you want to do Disneyland with the family, like try to time it with WonderCon in Anaheim, because the convention center is like right next door to Disneyland. So
there you go.
Family can go to Disneyland every day, but you can split over to the con whenever you want to, and double down and get your hotel right there. You don't even need to rent a car. You just Uber from the airport back and forth, and you're just all you're paying for is the event.
Do you you said you're closer to San Diego? Do you get to go to the San Diego Comic-Con much?
You know, it's funny. I never went until I started doing YouTube. I've lived in this area my entire life. I never did it. Mostly, I just don't like crowds. I struggle with crowds. Yeah. I think you mentioned that earlier.
That was Steppo talking about.
Steppo did. Sorry, Steppo.
Yeah, he doesn't like the crowd.
It's a Pop Factory.
I had to go at least once though. So a couple years ago, a buddy had bought a one-day pass for a friend, and they backed out, and he was stuck eating the cost. And I was like, I'll buy it from you. So I bought. It was perfect because it was just a Sunday pass, so I could just roll in on a Sunday, see if I can get some good deals, just see who's around. It was perfect.
This is a newsletter to all the nerds out there. Body odor is a thing. Deodorant is a thing. Fucking wear deodorant, you fucking scumbags. What's wrong with you people?
Or at least take a shower once a day. You know?
I've been to some cons, man. It's not.
Sounds
not
like
fantastic.
your rules, not mine.
Yeah. Don't tell me how to live my
government
life.
oversight for that?
Government oversight again. Damn it.
Dr. Von Hoot, how you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for joining us.
It's the best way to get things done.
Now, I know that in the past that I'd found this out. I don't know if they still do it, but a lot of comic shop owners get vouchers for the San Diego Comic-Con. If they send in, they could get free tickets to go. And if you get to know your comic book shop guy pretty well, you may end up getting some free tickets, because I don't know if they still do it. I know they used to it, and all the comic shop owner had to do is send in back in that, send them to me. And they would get to go.
My local shop does all the area cons, and he's done San Diego forever.
Yeah.
And there's definitely been times when he's like, I've got one extra exhibitor pass, and he'll hook up he even gives them away sometimes on free comic book day. He'll be like, somebody's gonna win it, buy all these mystery boxes, one of them has the pass in it, kind of a thing. So that's totally true. Or if you just help them unbox or unpack and reload at the end of the
That's what I've done a lot of that.
For sure.
Like I was saying earlier, I've yet to pay to get into a Comic-Con yet.
You know, it's hilarious. There's a community member named Kyle, the promiscuous time traveler. And he's in this area, and I went and saw him every single day at WonderCon this year, and he did not pay to get in at any day. He showed up with a fake email to the door guys the first day. I was going out to get lunch. He was coming in, and I caught him, and he's talking to the guy at the gate, and he's like, see, they're telling me the exhibitor pass, they've got it at their booth. I just need to go in and get it. And the guy's like, okay, sure. He looked at the email, said it was good enough. Kyle gets in. He snaps a photo of somebody's pass and prints it out that night. And he uses it all weekend long. Because there's no scanning. The guys just, the people at the doors just look to see if you have a pass. That was it.
Well, for it to be known, everyone that I've got in free, I've had a exhibitor pass. It was given to me by an exhibitor. I was doing it legal.
No,
you haven't scanned anything.
Scam artist, and he's hilarious. But watching him work, I was just like trying not to bust up, because he's like, if you blow this for me.
So going forward now, WonderCon's gonna announce like we're not gonna be scanning because we watched the Bleakest Church show.
They watch, yes.
Thank you, Promiscuous Time Travel, for
I
your
came to
wonderful
church to confess on the part of Promiscuous Time Traveler.
I was curious.
Confess, you pronounce narking really weird.
It's Narcane.
No, I wanted to so you San Diego. Is San like I mean just because you say you don't like the crowd, so I'm just like going to it like. How do you navigate something like that? Because I know that New York is always like people are like, oh, you should go to New York, and I'm like,
yeah,
I've seen the amount of space that place is, and it's humongous, and it's like, I really don't feel like waiting 4.5 hours in line just to get something signed. Like that's crazy.
I won't wait 10 minutes in line to get something signed on my dadgum book. No.
I
mean, you wouldn't get anything signed.
Sunday was great because like it wasn't as busy. And I did a trick that a friend had taught me. Joel the Geek said, because he used to go every year. He's like, what you want to do is park a few miles outside of the city at one of the train stations and then take the train into town because the train lets off directly in front of the convention center. So you just buy instead of having to pay to park and it's all packed and crazy downtown, you drop your car for free at the train station. You pay for a train ticket and you're like 10 minutes on the train and you're there. And then you walk straight into the con and you're all set for the day. That was the best advice.
I don't know. It's never a straight walk into the con where I'm from. It's like everybody lines up. It goes literally, the lineup goes all the way around the building. It's brutal, bro. It's brutal.
So actually, Comic Journey, now that I think about it, at Terrificon a couple years ago, I really don't know if he paid for his pass or not. He literally just walked past security like it was like no thing. And the woman was just like, you have to get in line. He goes, hey, see my shirt? Look at me. And he just kept walking, and no one stopped. Walked right through, like nothing was wrong. And then, then when I got in about 20 minutes later, he's like, you waited in that line. You saw what I did. You did nothing. You just stood there like a moron. Why do you do that? Why don't you follow me? I told you I was going to get a cigarette. I was cutting my back, and I was going right in. And you saw me. I went right in. I've been in for 25 minutes. Where are you? I'm like, in line with the rest of the
That sounds like CJ.
He's got that New York thing. He's got that.
Although
New York
I've
attitude.
seen the exact opposite with him too.
Well, no, that's my point though. It's like, all right, maybe that'll work for you. I'm a big, fat, slow man, or something like. Yeah, no, I'm just gonna go. They'll catch me and be like, no, you're coming back out. I'm like, oh, okay.
Is that a Boston versus New York attitude difference there?
Well, no. I mean, if I was thin and skinny and can get by and no one's gonna question nothing, but it's like you see this huge Celtics jersey walking by.
Yeah. You're like, hey,
walked right past us.
That Celtics jersey guy. I've seen him. We got to look for him. You're spot on.
No matter what shirt I'm wearing, it's just like no, the huge guy in that shirt right there just walked right by me. That's the guy right there. It's like, oh shit, I can't do anything. So that'll do it.
So last year, I had this to get into Heroes Con, a Pro Pass.
Yeah.
And
show us your Pro Pass.
So Thursday, I went over to help set our booth up, my friends. And Alan, Comic Viking, and Chip Getler, Chris the Comic Vet, and Comic Journey all went along. And they had the same plan, like we're just gonna run in behind Becker. Well, Chip and Alan pulled it off, but Journey and Comic Vet got stopped. So though Alan and Chip, they just peel off and they go start looking for books. They start buying slabs. A lot of the dealers were doing stuff with each other. I went over to the booth, got set up. On my way back, I watched Comic Journey and Chris the Comic Vet prove to me why they're guys I'll never commit crime with. And John, you're on that list now too because of sharing promiscuous time travelers exploits. They were like, no, those guys, we're with those guys, and they're pointing at Alan and Chip.
Oh,
and the
crap.
security's like, oh, good. All
We've
of
been
y'all
looking for
are
those
kicked
guys.
out. They kicked all four of them out.
Oh shit.
Oh yeah.
And then like the lady looks over at me, and I'm just like, I've got the badge to be in here, I'm setting
Like
up.
I've never even seen those people before.
And
I know these guys, but anyway.
And that's my whole.
So for every cool Comic
Rob
Journey like gets away with
Oh, yeah.
stuff, you know who I am. I've seen who he is when he doesn't get his way. Oh, that guy got in too.
Uh-oh, Journey.
And that's the thing.
Don't
Like me and
commit
Becca
crimes with these
understand
people.
completely. Me and Becca understand completely where it's just like, look, we're not fast. We're not getting past anybody. Just buy the goddamn pass. Walk in the way that you're supposed to. Because if I get kicked out, it's embarrassing. Because now see, that's the thing. where nobody would notice you in the beginning until you do something wrong. Now everyone's gonna watch you get kicked out and just sit there and you get to do the walk of shame and everyone's like, see the fat guy tried to get in the show and he couldn't get in. I don't want that.
I was proud I played it so smooth with Kyle when he was standing at the guy. I like totally recognized him, but I'm not. I try not to bust up. I was just being like, yeah, you have that email, right, man? Yeah. Show him the email.
It's like that when I went to C2E2 and all those guys were up there. They all had passes to get in, and my pass was at Unknown Comics had my pass, and they were walking in. It was on a Thursday, and they said, "You're not going to be able to get in." I said, "Yeah, well, you watch." And they said, "Well, we're not going to wait for you. You're going to have to be stuck out there and not be able to get in." Well, they all showed their pass, and I just walked right around them, right in, and walked right in, and they didn't even look at me. And then they turned around and looked to where I was. I was in front of them. They said, "How'd you get in?" I said, "You walk in like you own the place, and they leave you alone." I said, "I'll be back. I'm going to Unknown Comics and get my pass." They said, "How do you get an exhibitor pass?" I said, "I know a lot of these dealers."
There it is.
And I buy a lot of high-dollar books from these dealers, and they'll give me passes.
It's not what you know; it's what you spend.
Exactly.
That had a little bit of the Becca vibe that he was talking about, where it's just like, wait a minute, how did you? They almost ratted you out in front of everybody.
No, I kept walking after that. I said, "Nah."
I'm not gonna lie, people. I always go in the smoker's door, and there's never any real lineups there. And the security guard is always like he's just a dude. He's just a dude. He's like, I'm like, oh, I'm just having a smoke. And then okay, I get in there.
We was at C2E2, and I can't remember the guy's name. Comics. His name's Comics something. Crap, I can't remember. Anyway, he was a smoker and everything, and he had to walk all the way out, all the way down, and all the way back around and everything to find a place to smoke. And I told him, I said, "Dude, come with me." So I was walking down there, and there's this side door and everything. There's a security lady sitting there. I said, "Let's sit on this bench for a second, just observe." So we sat there, and all these people were coming by, and she was taking pictures with all the cosplay people. So I got up, and I said, "Would you like me to take a picture with you with them?" So about 4 or 5 pictures and everything. Then I walk up there and say, "Hey, can we just step right out here? And my buddy wants to take a smoke and everything." She goes, "Oh, yeah, sure. Here, just right there." He sat out there and did his business and everything, knocked on the door twice. She opened it, let us back in, took a couple more pictures, walked off, did that the whole C2E2 Comic Con.
There you go. You know, it's funny. I think it was Terrificon, No Good Comics. Justin was trying to find the entrance, and he found a way in, and he didn't. I don't think he had his badge, but like there was nobody checking, and it was like 30 or 40 minutes before the con opened, and he was in, and he's walking around in this place.
Oh yeah,
and he bumps into Bueller, and Bueller's like, "Oh hey, did you see Chris Claremont's sitting at his booth already?" So Justin walks over and gets like a full interview with his camera and everything with Chris Claremont before the con even opened, and he's like, "I don't even know how I did it. It just worked out."
Yeah, and Albuquerque, I sat there for 30 minutes and talked to Eastman in his booth right across from us, and I even pulled a chair from another booth up there and sat in front of his booth. We just sat there and talked. I ended up getting Who Dat a autographed book from him. He didn't even charge me for it.
That's funny.
And I gave it to him. And I'm like, because I didn't get into the Turtles or anything like that. I said, "Yeah, I got a buddy here that's a deputy sheriff." He drew a little star on it and everything, a little old, cool. A pointed star with the round circles around it and everything, and put sheriff on there and signed it. And
I got a weird question. This is for the group. I'm gonna get to meet James O'Barr this year, so he's gonna be at my con, and I'm gonna get him to sign a book for me. Should I meet him in Crow? Like, obviously everybody here knows I do the Crow very well. I'm pretty good at the Crow cosplay. Do I meet him in Crow cosplay, or is that too cheesy? Do you think I should just meet him normal?
I think you should do whatever makes you happy, man. Would it be cool for you to have a picture of you in the Crow cosplay with James O'Barr?
Fuck yeah.
So then do it.
Yeah,
he said, "Fuck yeah."
Fuck yeah.
You got to know he's coming to a con. He's expecting like to the nth degree. You got to show up. If you show up that way, it's going to be memorable for him just as much as you.
I think everybody gets those press passes, Callie. I don't see him saying no to too many people.
That's true. Depending on the height, the size of the con, right?
Yeah, and it depends. They used to go where you had to have 1,000 or more subscribers to your YouTube channel and everything.
Yeah, the press passes are, but they're getting harder to get, to be honest. Like, they're starting to actually want you to be a part of an organization, not just your YouTube channel.
That's why I do guest passes, I do pro passes, I do exhibitor passes, I have agent pass in here.
If I go with a big enough group of people, we tend to split.
And I don't even buy big books. I'm a dollar bin diver.
We tend to split on one guy to get a speed pass, is what they call it here. So we tend to, four of us will go, we'll buy the one, like 3 or 4 of us will split on the one ticket for the one guy, and he'll get the speed pass, but he'll get all our autographs for us. So it's like, you send one guy out, it's a little more expensive. Your tickets are the same price, but you've paid a little more extra, but he can get all your autographs for you. So.
That's cool.
When I went to my con, it was definitely not like what I expected it to be, because I was in I checked out all the Silver Age short boxes and long boxes, but most of my buddies were just in line at CGC, or they were getting a fucking sketch and shit. Like, it's just all your buddies doing different things, and every now and then one of your buddies will hang out with you while you're digging, but it was not what I thought it'd be.
That's kind of what it is.
I mean, I've seen people go in there and spend a day and a half just in lines, just to get a signature. And I said, you're I know you may want those signatures so bad, but you're missing a day and a half of.
Yeah, people ain't there for the books. Yeah, they're there for other shit like submissions and art shit.
That's the issue with San Diego, is because there's definitely people that I was with that day I went where they were clearly there for the panels. They wanted to just be in the big halls and hear from the celebrities and all that stuff. And I was like, no, I'd rather be down below and meeting creators. And
how long is the San Diego Comic-Con? Is it a 3-day? Is it just like a regular weekend Comic-Con?
It's a 4-day. They do Thursday as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, they make it a big one.
I feel like I would have to go to that Comic-Con like 10 times to actually get the benefit out of going to that Comic-Con. There's so many things I'd want to see and do. And
you got to narrow your want list down.
You really have to, right? Yeah. It's such a broad thing. There's so many things at that con. All the new toys, all the new movies, all the new, like, Jesus, Murphy, everything comes out.
I haven't gone since 2009.
I'm not interested in panels, so I just skipped that whole floor and was straight downstairs, and But I get it. I mean, everybody, like, to Biggie's point, like, I think everybody gets what they want out of it, whether it's artwork or whether it's toys or it's dollar bin books or back issues. So that's the challenge, is to go with at least when you go with a big group, maybe a couple of the guys want to do what you want to do, and you can just hoof it together.
Almost any time I've got the big group, Biggie, we've just sort of said, okay, this is a good meeting spot. Let's meet here in 2 hours and see what we're up to.
That's what I was gonna say. Is like the group activities are really like when you're eating and at nighttime. So you got to meet up at night, and then you kind of, you guys get together for lunch in the middle of your digging around and shit. But besides that, it's a lot of you being by yourself the actual con time.
Yeah.
Well, most comic people don't want you to know what they're looking at either. When I'm looking for a book, I want people fucking off my back. Get the fuck away from me, man. I want elbows out. I don't want people looking at the box I'm in on. Get out of here, bro.
That was the funny part of being in Orlando was Steve Whiting was like freaking on your shoulder everywhere you went. So Steve Whiting was like, the day one, he was like right next to Old Wolf going like, so what are you looking for? And Old Wolf would rattle off a couple books he's looking for, and then boom, he was gone, and he found the book, bought it for him, and gave it to him.
Oh, that's nice.
But he's that kind of a vulture. He's like, he's gonna listen, and then he's gonna take off. He'll find the best copy of it in the con, and before you can find the book, he's already got it.
That's the best kind of vulture, actually. That's a decent. That's all right.
It's phenomenal.
When I was at Fan Expo in Dallas, I took a buddy with me and went down there, and I had went to Walmart and bought these $70 Cobra walkie-talkies that had earpieces and everything. And he had a list of what I wanted, and I had a list of what he wanted. And we split up, and we were sitting there talking during the whole time with our earpieces in on the walkie-talkies, and we got a lot of books found like that, and it worked out real well.
Did you notice yourself often by yourself when you were looking in bins? Did people like stay away from those guys, man? I think the cops are here. Fucking, the FBI is chatting with themselves. I don't know what's happening.
It's the government oversight back again.
Government oversight.
That was the con where I was on the other end of Dallas, the Dallas con. It was pretty big, and my feet were hurting. And he said, "Well, you need to walk back this way." And I said, "Well, it's going to take me a while." Then all of a sudden, he radioed me, and I was riding the golf cart all the way down this big aisle and everything. And I stopped, and he's sitting there looking at me. He said, "How in the heck did you get that done?" I said, "Man, just talk to them, start up a conversation, find something in common, and hey, are y'all going to the other end? Yeah, get on the back of the golf cart. We'll take you down there." And off we went. And he's like, "Man, I can't believe you sometimes." I said, "Dude, you got to do what you got to do."
Hey, most people at those shows are really nice people.
Yeah.
We just all don't like people, but we are all very friendly people. It's very odd and awkward. Like nobody wants to be around big groups, but we're all in a big group. Most people are pretty friendly though, as if you talk.
Then who dat? The last time I was up there, him and Yahweh, they found me asleep in the chair, leaning up against a daggum comic shop. My comic shop said, "You gonna sit there?" I got this chair. I rustled it up. I ain't gonna tell you the story about that. Nobody looking. They wasn't sitting in the chair. It's mine. So, and I set it outside the booth, and my comic shop said, "If you sit there, can you watch this?" I said, "Yeah, I can't promise you how long." Then who dat? And Yahweh come walking up, and I'm leaning inside, sound asleep, and they woke me up, and we sat there and started talking and everything. I said, "Man, I'm tired."
In Orlando, Bueller's Connect, the comics and coffee people, they had a booth, and they were giving away free coffee. Like you just come by whenever you needed a shot of something, and it was always the perfect meetup spot. If every time I cruised by there, I saw somebody from the community just hanging out.
I'm shocked they can get away here, and I know it's with different other places. If you bring in if you're like I know the guy, the local comic shop guy, so I've helped him at his booth before, and they won't let him bring in a cooler filled with pops or waters, or they won't let him bring in anything.
Really?
Yeah,
really?
I've never been to a con. I mean, I always end up taking a case of water inside when we're loading out.
A case, definitely not. Maybe a bottle.
I had a full cooler at Planet.
Definitely not a cooler. They get
and,
real pissy about the cooler thing. Like, no, none of that bullshit.
No, but I don't care in Kansas City.
But a lot of those dealers too. I know at Fan Expo they did your exhibitor passes to get you upstairs to the commissary room to where they'd have sandwiches set out and everything and all that, and you go in there and eat and everything, and it wouldn't cost you anything. Go back down. You just had to have your exhibitor passes.
I'm gonna start my own Comic-Con. Those cons sound way better.
Yeah, I've gotten into the green rooms before when I'm doing handling, like for artists and stuff.
Yeah.
You can go get a sandwich box or whatever. So like when we were doing JRJR, we got a little higher class of snacks and food. Or like with Bill Morrison, it's usually like the sandwich box. And
yeah, but what about us plebs, Becker? Man, you're like friends with all these celebrities. I'm basically a pleb. Same with Splash Base. He's friends with all these fucking guys. What am I getting? What are the plebs getting? Can we get the good sandwiches?
Yeah, if you pay enough for them, you can. Or does every
the only time it was any good was when JRJR.
Does every Comic Con, I got to ask this question, have the never ending root beer mug?
Yes. Even here in St. Catharines, we got the never ending fucking mug.
Yeah, you buy this mug and it's like $12 or $15, and you go up and refill it hundreds of times if you want
all
to.
con long if you want. Yeah.
I love it.
Damn it, Callie.
Beckerman say he gives handies to celebrities. I think he did actually. I'm pretty sure.
That's how you get in there. You got to make friends.
He knows how to make friends. Yeah, exactly.
I call it looking for a friend.
It's helping hands. Hands helping hands.
I don't do water, coffee, soda, or bust. Yeah.
No, I forgot what I was going to say about con, like things that you like to see. Oh, I remember what I was going to say. John, you're not the only one. Like, so many people I know don't care for panels. And I love them so much. I don't understand why others don't.
You know why?
It just feels like I want to like buy things, shop for things, look for things, meet community members, and I feel like I could just watch something like that on YouTube and get just as much out of it.
But you get to be a part of it too. Like, I mean, Circumstances. I took him to a panel. We hijacked it.
There you go. See, that's different. And if I watched a couple in Orlando because I knew the person moderating it. Like if it was Pop Culture Philosophers, he was up there moderating something. I was like, oh, let's see what he's doing, you know. Or I know a creator that I want to hear them say something. I would pop in. But they had it. It was nice at Orlando because it was basically like they were live streaming it, all of those things, and they had this sort of open area in one corner of the main floor, and you could just go in and sit and then walk right out. It was not like you had to wait in line and get a seat or anything like that. But they weren't obviously meeting like epic celebrities. It wasn't like, you know, the Avengers cast or something.
Well, how does everybody do? Like, okay, when I do Comic-Cons, usually Fridays are the day that I'm going to get my signatures. Saturdays, I'm looking around the con to see books and to see who's got what, who's pricing at what. I'm also getting a few more signatures if I see lines are small. And Sunday's the day that I, you know, start going, oh, I want that book. I want that
there
book.
It is, yeah.
I want a little bit of that. I want a little bit of that. You can make, you know, we all know you can make a little better deal on a Sunday, usually at cons. It's a fact. Everybody's, if they've made their money for their table, now they're just making profits. So they're starting to give a little better deals.
They don't want to carry everything back to the truck, right?
Exactly. Yeah. So how does everybody else sort of do their cons when they go to a con?
I look up the panel, like first, so the night before, I will identify all the panels that are still active, that haven't been canceled or whatever, rearranged. Mm-hmm. And I determine, can I win free art by going to this panel? like Heroes Con had an incredible panel. I couldn't get anybody from the community to go with me. And literally everybody in my row but me won free art from the likes of Jose Luis Garcia Lopez. Who was the other one? Alan Davis was giving away free art. Wow. Everybody in my row won except for me. And there weren't a lot of people there. And then afterwards, I was telling Comic Journey about it. And it's like, well, I would have gone to that. Journey, I asked you to go. You said no way.
Oh.
Yeah.
You know who actually would have gone to you? K-pop would go to those with you.
See, yeah. Like
she loves going to panels.
I've gotten to be on a podcast with CB Sobalski. The fan participation. Marvel loves doing content for their weekly podcast at cons. So I was actually on a podcast with Nick Spencer, Humberto Ramos, and CB Sobalski, along with other people. They played like a game show and brought us all up. That's something I can pull up and listen to anytime I want, and that's really cool to me. And half of the contestants, I wasn't one of them, won free Humberto Ramos art. Like, that's incredible.
Nice.
Like, that charges $250.
Aggressively relaxed and says he doesn't think he could love you more, but then he saw that shirt. Now he loves you the most.
Bam.
Circumstances hates my loud shirts.
That's a great
Circumstances shirt. Can just So I use Friday to like, I do the same kind of thing, but instead of panels, I'm looking at artists, right? So I've got sketch covers and things that I want to get done. Yeah. So I cruise the tables to the artists that I want to see. So this last con, it was David Mack was high on my list. So I would just pop in. Hey, can I get on your list? Do you have time to do a remark, sketch cover, whatever? And then haggle the price to whatever, and then give them the book, and then ideally get it back so that I can get it to somebody else later in the con. So I try to time. If you're there all 3 days, you can give them flexibility, but as long as you're able to then like scope who to get it to next.
That is that is the best way to do what you're saying is for artists for sure. Mm-hmm.
See what I usually do is I take the map and I circle all the dealers that I know, where their booths are going to be. And then on Thursday, when they're loading out, and I'm helping odds and ends and everything, I used to take a lot of videos, and I go talk to all the dealers, let them know I'm there and everything. And I may do some wheeling and dealing before and everything. When the perfect time is when you see a bunch of your dealers meeting up all together, and there's like 4 or 5 of them. That's when you walk in there and you know all of them, maybe a couple of you don't. And that's when you can start haggling with the dealers and everything and start buying these books. Then that's on Thursday. The con opens usually on Friday. I get there early Friday. And Friday, I'll go back and talk to maybe some of the dealers that I missed and everything and let them know, do a little bit more wheeling dealing. Then all the VIPs, they rush in on Friday night and start doing all this stuff and run to these tables and do all that. Well, I've already scoped out everything to where I know where I want to go to when the booth's open.
Sure.
And look at the comics or look at the action figures and toys and stuff like that. Then Saturday, Saturday it's just shoulder to shoulder in there. There's not much getting done because I'm not going to panels or standing in line for autographs. But Sunday I go back to dealing again.
That's the dealing day. Yeah, I use Saturdays just to meet community members. Because most people, if they only go one day, it seems like they want to go Saturday. So that's the day when I'm like just trying to make sure if you're there, I want to say hi, I want to get a photo. And
Saturdays, Saturdays
it's more just for hanging out. It's not buying big stuff.
I definitely cosplay on Saturday. I don't cosplay Fridays or Sundays. So I do like if I'm doing the Crow, I do it on Saturday.
I don't want to carry the backpack with like a bunch of stuff. I'd rather just be, free-handing it,
What
Yeah,
cons
I
you have
usually-
left Sorry. What cons you got left, John?
I think I'm done for this year. I don't know. I mean, there's a couple of small like comic shows that are less like conventions and more like just vendors really selling that I might do in within an hour of my neighborhood. But I'm not locked in. The big one for this year was WonderCon. I don't think I'll do San Diego this year because I'm kind of working that week and
He ain't lying.
Is San Diego's much? They're less and less comics there at San Diego. Am I correct?
This is true.
Because that's what I was told by a bunch of dealers last year.
Yeah.
And they're saying they can't afford the booths there at San Diego Comic Con.
So
It's
expensive.
hard to make their money back.
Yeah.
Even at my little con, it's like $1,000 for 3 days. I think at San Diego, it's something like $5,000 or $6,000. It's like it's astronomical for.
So that's
3 days.
that's a good thing about that Golden and Silver Age con I go to. The booths for that con are $100,
Yeah.
and it's in a hotel ballroom. And that's where all the there's dealers from California, Texas, New York, Chicago, all going to Oklahoma, and
There's
they
a
meet
bunch of
there
those
to
in this
all
area,
swap within each other.
Yeah.
And
they'll just do a Saturday, Sunday thing. They won't even do Fridays. They'll just do a couple of days.
Yeah, and you walk in and shoot. That's the only con I'm going to anymore. I'm not going to none of the big ones no more. I found
If that's
a
what you're
small
wanting from a
con.
con, then that's perfect. Those kind of comic show vendor exhibitor kind of deals are fun. But what I liked about San Diego was the quality of content, like the quality of like art and creators that were there, the artists and writers. It was all around the world. People that just flew into the United States just for San Diego.
Yeah.
So you can get a chance to get that signature, that remark, whatever, from somebody that you're like, I didn't even know that they would ever come to the States, but here they are, kind of thing.
We've got good creators and comic people that come here. We got really shitty when it comes to celebrities. Terrible celebrities come to Niagara Falls. No good ones ever. It's awful. I think we got the mom from Back to the Future this year. That's that's the hot ticket item. So like whatever. But I don't know. I've noticed that there's not nearly as many comic books. I would like to see more comic vendors. Than it's more toys. It's all there's people that sell some of their art.
They're getting priced out of those booths to the point that they're, I think that everybody's agreeing to is like it's just harder and harder for people just selling say dollar books or whatever to cover that cost.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all pop culture now. It's just it's a pop culture thing. It's not really a Comic-Con thing.
Yeah, exactly. And they're selling, all the different toys like you guys were mentioning, all the statues, whatever.
How far in advance do you guys plan? Like, who knows what cons they're going to next year?
I'm going to Heroes Con next year. That's the one I'm for sure going to really, really try my hardest to go to. I've been trying really hard. I'm getting my credit down and everything's looking good. So next year I should be I'm on track to blow my credit again and go to Heroes Con.
I just go to one a year now. I'm going to the one in September, and next year, if it's still there, I'll go to it again.
It's gonna. I try to. I mean, I don't want to say it because I've only done it twice, but like I try not to travel by plane to a comic convention unless I can absolutely afford it. So I've done it twice. I would love to go again. And Terrificon and Heroes are the highest ones on my list. I'd love to combine it with like a family vacation and have everybody come along, and but we'll see if we can time it right.
If you can't afford to go that far, Kansas City, John, we have Bobby DeLaGhetto.
That's true. That is
Now
true.
I gotta go.
And Brother John.
Yeah.
Leah Thompson is no shitty celebrity, Bleeker. Shut your face right now. Fair enough.
Does John Byrne do any more cons, or is he completely out of the?
No, he doesn't even get along with like his neighbors, let alone anybody
Really?
like a block away from him.
I was wondering because I got a lot of stuff signed by him, and I was just wondering if he did it anymore.
Every once in a while, Jim will release some of his stuff on that crappy website, but that's it.
Can't stop by watching Garfield with my daughter. Who Dat Comics?
So that.
He's not even trying to do the Garfield voice either, which really weirded me out. He's like, "Hey, I'm the voice of Garfield." I'm like, "That's what? What happened to Garfield? What is going on?" I've been watching Garfield a lot my whole life, and I don't know. I don't know if I love Chris Pratt, but I don't know if he's Garfield.
He's Mario, apparently.
I know he's Mario. He's Garfield. I don't know if I dig it.
He can talk down a velociraptor. The guy's amazing.
That's true.
And John, I wanted to ask you, what is this deal with this guy named Perry?
Oh, jeez.
That has
time
this.
do you got?
That has this a picture of you in a mustache.
Yeah. It's my fault. I take a lot of pictures when I have that mustache going. I think it's a highly entertaining time. Whenever Halloween rolls around, I decide to be Ted Lasso again.
It's so funny with Perry, man.
Mustaches
best,
are where it's at, bud. Mustaches are where it's at. I'm just saying. Look at this.
Perry, as long as you know that what you get from Perry is just it's just going to be shits and giggles. You have a lot of fun.
It was funny few nights ago they were doing a cast and Jiggs wasn't even on there and Perry was on there and he went to sleep.
He did.
And all the other people that were on there just took over the show. And then I think everybody left because I went back to see how late they were up. Everybody left and it kept going. Just a picture of you on there.
Couch, like 20 feet away from his computer. What a jackass. He's got Jiggs' channel to himself, I think, for another week and a half.
Yeah. Is that what's going on? I was wondering because I watched Jiggs. I turned it on last night. I think I'm like, where the fuck is Jiggs?
He's in Vegas, and he gave complete control of his channel, or at least his StreamYard, over to Perry.
Oh,
mistake!
That's a mistake.
What a mistake! Yeah,
Perry has stopped live streaming on his own channel because one of his bosses found his YouTube channel, and he doesn't want to say anything stupid on his own YouTube anymore.
Oh,
so
no.
he uses Jiggs' channel to go live now.
Yeah, that would be
hilarious.
Yeah, he Jiggs don't realize he let Perry run amok. I mean,
what's more
very
Garfield
than didn't care.
What's more Garfield than lazily not doing the Garfield voice?
I'm gonna go get lunch, gang, but maybe I'll come back on if the church is still going.
Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you.
Absolutely.
See you, John.
John, thanks, man. Bleeker says your 70s porn star looking self with that stash. Yeah, man. I don't mind.
I feel it's more like I just assume you know how to swashbuckle.
Exactly. I do know how to swashbuckle. And I'm always looking for a six-fingered man. That's a fact.
Unless you've studied your Agrippa, which I have.
What about a six-toed woman?
Well, if she had nice feet, I could dig a six-toed woman. It's like extra foot, extra feet. It's good.
I don't know about that.
Yeah. I'm stretching for the foot thing.
Feet creep me out enough. We don't need to add toes.
Yeah, some of them are all right. Some of them aren't. I wouldn't say I'm a foot guy, but like, you know, you could be like, hey, you got good looking feet. Yeah, good looking feet. Most people, not so much. Y'all got Flintstone feet.
Hobbit feet.
Hobbit feet and Flintstone.
Oh yeah,
feet.
these feet were made for traveling the Shire.
That's awesome. All right. Well, it's 3:13. We're probably gonna shut her down around 3:30. Anybody got anything they're doing in particular this week? I know Beckerman does his Hucklebuck that he never says anything about. He's like, I don't do anything. I don't do nothing. He comes on church every Sunday and he does Hucklebuck. Don't let
The
him
funny
give you.
part is I promote church everywhere though.
You're awesome. See, you're awesome, brother. Yeah, well, you're a mainstay, man. That's a fact, Jack. No, not already. We don't have to go through it already, but I usually like to cut out before 4. I think Phil starts his show at 4. So I don't want to run into Mr. Phil while he's showing us how to use Cover Price. I wonder what sorry, what's going on?
I was looking at that Go-Go collector. Is there a way to put your collection on Go-Go?
I like using Cover Price, but there is a way to put it on the Go Collect. Yeah,
on the computer.
Yeah, you can scan it in, or on that one in particular, I think you can scan it in, which is a really nice.
Which is better, Go Collect or Cover Price?
I prefer Cover Price.
Do you have to pay for Cover Price to put your collection on there?
You do, yes.
Nah, forget that. I ain't gonna pay for it.
Yeah, that's fair. You have to pay for both of those things.
Okay.
But it is a good tool. It does also give you what they're going for currently. It tells you what they've sold for recently. Yada. There's a lot of pluses, and it's only like $1 something a month or something. It's not that bad.
I only have CLZ.
CLZ, that's the other one where you can scan them in, which is really it's a nice touch. That's the one thing I wish that Cover Price had. That CLZ.
Is that CLZ? Is it what's it cost?
I got grandfathered in, so I did a one-time. I paid $15 many years ago, and now I don't. But I don't get the like Circumstances. I think has all the bells and whistles to his. Mine just tracks my comics. And I have the barcode scanner, but I don't get the values or anything.
Yeah. Well, I've been putting all mine on Excel spreadsheet, and I got a book over here, but I'm going to go over them again because I noticed my book. I found more comics, than what's not in my book. So I got to redo all of them.
CLZ is free, but you have to pay if you want the barcode scanner. Super cheap. Yeah, it's not that expensive. And CLZ and Cover Price have combined. They're not one entity, but they have combined sort of. That says Papa Wheelie. I like Cover Price the best. I found it to be the easiest to use. It seemed to make a lot of sense to me. CLZ didn't have prices for a long time until they teamed up with Cover Price. So
I know Overstreet used to have a floppy that you'd use back in the old day. I still got the program and everything, and it would keep track of your comics and everything. But that was back in the 90s, and now it don't go up. Stop.
At my personal shop, I've had to save people's, the list that you all carry around. I carry it around. I don't anymore because I have Cover Price. But that thing in your wallet that you used to carry around, the books that you need or the books that you have. Like I've had to save those for people. People still do that shit. It's pretty impressive when you.
Well, my book is like that I carry around in my wallet is like 840 pages. It's a book.
It's
a
book.
checklist.
Yeah.
So, but I got a brand new one that I found that's 2010, it's a checklist of ever book from 1950 all the way to 2010.
Dr. Von Hoot says he thinks that League of Comic Geek is free, so that may be a spot where you can put in your collection, and it is free. That's cool.
Comic Base, you might want to look them up too. I think that's one. I don't know if I think if they charge, it's a one-time fee.
Yeah, which isn't too bad. That's not so bad.
I want to say Hoarder's Hide uses them.
A League of Comic Geek is also free, but I pay for a sub to them because I love the site so much. Super cheap. Okay.
Well, Circumstances is just giving his money away. Hey, Swagged is here.
Oh, Swagged, what's going on, man?
He's a Kansas City guy.
All right. All the Kansas City boys are hanging out.
Hey, I went to y'all's con a couple of years ago there in Kansas City.
Planet?
Yeah. I went from.
think?
I liked it. I went clear from C2E2. The next week after that was PlanetCon, and drove all the way down and went to PlanetCon.
If you ever come back, let us know. Put you in the group.
I might do that. You never know. But for my
Pocan
plans
Joe
now.
comes out and visits us.
Yeah, I've got to meet Pocan Joe. I met him in Chicago. I met a bunch of people in Chicago.
Yeah, he likes coming out for Planet for Kansas City Con.
I wanted to this year. I may have to wait until next year. But Kansas City has got a place up there that restores video game arcade games.
Oh,
okay.
And I was wanting to buy 2 video games from them, a Galaga and a Centipede. The arcade games has points and everything. And I was thinking of making a trip up there to buy 2 video games. But
holy shit.
next year.
Swagged has never been to a Comic-Con. Man,
Yeah, he's a newer collector, so he's a video gamer.
you're gonna get your cherry busted. It's gonna be great.
Yeah. I don't know. I think I met him. I know of him because of Circumstances. When we went out for Free Comic Book Day, Circumstances tagged him in his video. I didn't get the chance to meet him there, but I'll meet him. We'll all head to a con.
Rad Art has never been to a con? Get out of here, Rad. Really? Never? I'm so shocked. There's so many artists that I'm shocked that you don't want to meet. That's insane.
Well, I think he said earlier that he's, after child support's done.
Oh, right.
I think he plans on getting out there.
Yeah, it's not cheap to go to these cons, especially if you got to travel and a hotel room and parking and food and getting the con.
That's
And then
why
buy-
it's
and then
easy
buying
to
books.
say. That's why it's easy to say, like, if you want a surefire place to meet me, Kansas City Con, because I know I'm going to be there because it's local to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could say that about my con too, but you guys aren't going to come to St. Catharines. I'm going to have to go over there.
Actually, Niagara has been on my list for a long time.
Well, you'll meet me there if you ever come there. But I definitely want to go to Heroes because Heroes sounds good. It sounds like there's a lot of comic books, and it sounds like there's a lot of members of the community that are going to be there. So
There are.
more bang for your buck, so to speak. Obviously, I'd love to go. If I was going to pick a con, probably be something like, I don't know, fucking Vegas or something. Hey, is there a con in Vegas? Woo, sounds perfect.
Oh, there is one in Vegas.
Yes, there is.
I know there should be one. It's Vegas. It's awesome.
My comic shop went out there one year.
Did they? Yeah.
Yeah. They wanted me to
What's
go,
your
but
shop, Mr. White Gloves?
well, locally it's Monsters Lair Comics.
I just wondered if it was a name I would recognize.
Well, Unknown Comics also. Bedrock Comics. Duncanville Bookstore. I mean, there's a bunch of them.
Okay, but I get the top bunk, John.
We're all sleeping at fucking Beck's house. Nice.
That's why I was in Kansas City when that bank got robbed next to that comic shop.
Don't tell people that.
Oh, that's the truth.
You were probably.
Where were you?
Where were you?
I was in Kansas City. I was doing an interview in the comic shop next door when the cops pulled up. I got video of that. I've got to find, because when I went outside, they were all out there and said the bank got robbed. So I got my camera and set up behind there and filmed it all.
You got a POV video of the bank robbery.
Yeah. Sounds like he likes to take souvenirs from the crimes.
But it was crazy because we couldn't figure out what was going on.
I don't know. You're awfully close to that robbery for an innocent fella.
I mean, an interview is a good smoke screen.
Yeah, no.
Pretty good excuse.
Believe me, it wasn't me. But it was right next door to the bank. It was in a shopping mall. And I can't remember what the comic shop's name was there in Kansas City.
Well, if you need some incompetent members of your crew, like Circumstances and I could help with the robbery. Like, can't you just picture him like lowering me down out of an air duct machine?
Yes, absolutely.
Style, and like we're just insulting each other the whole time.
Then there's another, I think it was Kansas City too, when I went downtown and I tried to film this one. I had to park. I tried to go in with a camera and the lady stopped me and said, "There's no filming in here." And I said, "Well, if you got some good books, I'm ready to lay down some cash." She said, "No filming. You're not allowed in here." So I just said, "Oh, all right," packed my stuff up and went right back in my vehicle.
This was at a shop downtown?
Yes.
I know what shop it was.
Yeah, they were very rude. Very rude.
She hates me.
And I cannot remember the name of that comic shop, but I tried. They had stuff in a window, and I was filming in the window. Then I walked in, and there's a counter just right there by the door.
Did you have to go in through the back, or did they yell?
No, it was the front.
The front door?
It was the front.
Yeah, they don't let you go through there anymore. But was the counter right at the front door?
Yes. Yeah, right on the left.
To your left.
Yes,
Yep.
left. Yes. And she come walking out, and she stopped me and put her hand in my face and everything like that. And I said, "This is freaking rude," because it took me like 45 minutes to figure out how to get there because the street is curved and it's kind of you got to find a parking spot. So I had to park like a block down and then walk all the way up to it, or a block or two. And she was very rude.
So I got kicked out of there because I walked in through the back. I heard that's the way you got to go. And I was prepared to name drop Bobby DeLaGhetto, who volunteers his time there. He's local to that shop. That's been his LCS for 40 years. And I walk in, and she says, "Can I help you find anything?" And I said, "Oh, no, I'm just going to look around." "Well, this shop's not for looking. Please leave."
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Yep.
That's how rude.
I left. I was like, "No problem."
Yeah.
I took off. And then, so recently, Bobby gets us in there for free comic book day. We were invited. So I walk in, get all my stuff. Everything's fine. Circumstances is charming to her. So he gets a discount of like 20% from her. I got charged full price. And at the end of it, she looks at me and says, "By the way, I'm not mean." I was like, okay. And I was like, all right. And she's like, "Well, you told Bobby that I'm mean, and I'm not mean." And I looked over at
and Bobby
like,
told on you.
I was like, thanks.
Wow. Well, maybe not mean, but very rude. Because
But
I mean,
he was like, and I was like, dude,
Did you look at it? Did you look at her and say? Did you look at her and say, "You're being mean right now"?
In real time,
literally right
I thought about it, but no.
well, if she would have come up and told me, you can't film in here, I'll say, all right, well, I'll be back and take my camera. I'll go take it back to the vehicle and everything. She said, "No, you can't film in here. You need to leave now and not come back."
What the
Now,
And I'm
full
like,
disclosure,
wow.
She does have, like, I do believe she is
Dementia?
experienced a lot of trauma. No, she has trauma. So her husband was murdered in that shop.
Oh, fuck.
She inherited it from him. And
Wow,
honestly, from what I hear, she was probably a little kooky before all of that happened.
Jeez.
But after, I mean, trauma is real. You know what I mean? It's gonna affect you, but she can't. What I suspect is that she loves that shop. You know what I mean? She
Yeah.
loves it for what it represented for her husband, who owned it for over 40 years.
When you
and
say
made it
trauma, did her husband get killed by a guy holding a camera?
No, but
Yeah.
no, it was. So what happened was Jim was the name of the owner. It's pretty famous. Like I remember
Hold
living
up.
in Iowa at the time, and we heard about it, and I think I even donated to the PayPal or the GoFundMe. I mean, so what happened was somebody went in and did a snatch and grab, snatched some slabs and ran for it. And Jim, old school guy.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah,
How many years ago was that? Like 4 years ago?
2018.
Oh, 28. Yeah. Burke talked about that. I remember that.
That must have just happened because I was there in 2018.
I didn't know that they got
around a lot
murdered,
of
but
weird
there was.
things around comic books there, mister. You've been around a robbery, you've been around this other thing. I don't know. Stop putting your
So it was either 2017 or 2018.
I saw pictures of the smash and grab, but I didn't know somebody got murdered. I remember seeing pictures
what
of it,
happened
and it
was
was Kansas.
Yeah, he pursued the guy, and as the guy drove away, he hit him with the car.
Jesus.
And just fell wrong, hit the curb with the head kind of deal.
Damn. Maybe that's why she is so rude, because this was just happened, not
I'm gonna look it up and see what year it was. I bet you
That's
were
pretty
there.
terrible stuff, man. That's awful.
Was that Burke's? Did Burke know something about that? Because I felt like I learned it from Burke.
I already know you're confusing.
Okay.
Somebody that took their own life.
Yeah.
Comic shop owner.
Damn, that ain't much better.
Don't say that word.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, you're fine. You're fine.
No, he said the right thing. Yeah.
Happened in Topeka, Biggie.
Yeah.
What?
That was in Kansas. This was in Kansas City, Missouri. The thing you're talking about happened in Topeka, Kansas.
You know what I just learned about Kansas is it's 2 cities. It has like 2 districts.
Oh,
I found that out.
Kansas City, Kansas, and Kansas City, Missouri.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's you guys are fucking stupid.
It's split by a river.
Yeah. I live
Weird.
on the Missouri
Listen to the
side,
music.
Biggie,
Who is listening to music?
Playing the video game.
Oh, okay. I see.
Are you saying Burke or fucking beggar? Oh, you live on the Missouri side, yeah. Which one's better? I'm sure you're probably gonna say yours, but
Well, Circumstances lives in Kansas, so I'm sure that's the better side.
I mean, he'd probably say that.
Yeah.
Circumstances are better.
Well, yeah, all right. That really makes a lot of sense now.
I'm looking.
Why is it so fucking dangerous? You know, there was a story around the Super Bowl about this guy that had his buddies come over, watched a game, and 3 or 4 dead bodies was in like the snow the next day. Like, there's always weird shit happening in Kansas, dude. What the fuck?
May 13th, 2017. So it was a year before you visited Mr.
Okay,
White Gloves.
all right.
That would definitely be a reason why she was the way she is.
Well, I got to see like maybe 10 foot inside for about a minute and a half, and I was real interested in what I seen. Then all of a sudden, I was ushered outside and told not to come back.
Yep.
Oh man,
That's how they do it there.
Circumstances is fucking deading people in the chat.
Yeah, he really holds on to that border war. I don't care enough either way.
Wow.
There was a shop in Des Moines, Iowa, that was a real good shop. I mean, all their back issues were all put in those filing cabinets that are you could put short boxes in the filing cabinets, the 3 drawers, that's the long side by sides, and it was really sharp. It was one of the best organized shops I ever seen.
I tell you, when you have a river separate like a city or state, it's real, dude. Like we have Ohio River separating Kentucky, and we fucking hate Kentuckians. Kentuckians are garbage.
Yeah, that's another border war, isn't it? Ohio and Kentucky.
Oh, big time. Yeah, we're right in the middle of it. Like Kentuckians, oh man, the dumbest.
Look at Circumstances is dropping the state motto of Kansas.
Oh.
Wow.
It's interesting. I have to look into it. Yeah.
He's serious
Ad
about this
Astra
shit.
per Aspera. Ad Astra per Aspera.
Entropy in Comics, how you doing, buddy?
He's fucking dropping Latin on us. What is going on?
Look, he's oh my
Yeah, that's
god,
exactly what he's doing.
he's going all out. He's going all out.
He gets extremely. So when we first started hanging out, I was like, yeah, maybe we can go over like by my house. There's a comic shop. He's like, I don't go to Missouri.
I wouldn't go to Kentucky either. I don't blame him. You know?
Wow.
Yeah, if I find out where that one was by the bank, I know I got the interview somewhere, and I'll let you know what comic shop that was. You might know that one too.
We need to see that footage, Splash Page, on Church. If you find that footage, we can roll that.
I got it on an external hard drive, and it's over there in the safe. I'll have to pull it out and hook it up sometime, and I could privately show you the raw footage.
Hilarious. I'd love to see that.
There's a similar story that you guys were talking about. Perry said that he saw like a bank robbery or a robbery at his LCS. I'm like, I don't know. That sounds a little too fucking weird. What are you saying is going on? Fucking Splash. Are you telling long tales, brother?
Papa, do we need to?
I don't lie. I got
You don't lie.
I got video footage to show it.
Papa Wheelie, I'll
Yeah.
keep going if you want to keep going, but I gotta go to the store. You want to hold it down for me? Make sure these guys don't get out of the fucking line. I know, it's rough, right?
Let me see. I may be able to. I don't know. Let me go over here and look. Do I have an extra USB plug?
I don't want to pressure you. I know your back's fucked up. I'm just talking shit. Like I don't know.
I don't have an extra USB plug on top of this computer. I got them both using them.
All right.
I need to buy me an USB expansion plug.
I've been doing a lot of spring cleaning today. I got roof tiles out of my living room and fucking wood, and I changed my filter to my unit.
I saw you in some creepy basement down there or something.
Yeah, I swept some shit up in my basement. I've been doing good today.
You would think a gaming computer would have more than 2 USBs on top of it. They're all in the back.
Okay, Papa. That Marcus guy sounds like a lot of headaches. Yeah. Definitely.
Circumstances. I can't do his voice. I tried to do it a couple of times. I'm circumstances.
No, that's not it.
I love Jenny Prism. Something's killed the children.
He's got a sultry voice. Think late night. I don't know. DJ.
Well, I was hanging out with Journey the other night, and I rewatched the stream, and I didn't realize it when I was with him. But this motherfucker says, "You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?" Like, who the fuck would buy a house from a guy that says, "You know what I'm saying," 15 times in 2 minutes? What I'm saying.
You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying? I'm 55. You know what I'm saying? And I still say, you know what I'm saying? Like 1990 MC Hammer.
Papa Willie,
You know what I'm saying?
What do you got going on this week? Anything? You got your show on Thursday? You want to write it down, or do you want me to tell everybody?
Beckerin, Comic Viking, Biggie, James, Willie, and I are on Thursday nights for our pro wrestling talk show, Sweet Chin Music. Please come, PPL. We have fun.
PPL? Oh, people.
Please come, PP. All right, I'm gonna come, PP, but you're gonna think it's weird.
Yeah, Biggie, I could hear you because I had the earbuds still in. I think your circumstances impression's getting better, but you just got to remember to add in like a duh at the end. Just really convey how stupid he is.
Wow.
I said, "You go, I'm circumstances."
It's getting good. It's getting good. Biggie, you got something going on this week? I know you do.
I don't know, man. I got every fucking thing going on this week. I probably won't be streaming much, but I'll try to get on YouTube. I go on like music and the church, and I try to do the club. I skipped last week, so I'll probably get one in this week as long as it ain't chaos.
All right. I dig it. I dig it. Yeah, you did. You definitely skipped last week, and now we're doing. I hope we do one this week.
Yeah.
Boston Chris, you got something going on this week?
I'm not sure. Like I wasn't sure if we were gonna do graphic content last week. We didn't, so I don't know if we're gonna do one this week instead. I have to talk to Hudat and see what his schedule's looking like.
There's a lot of unsurety about this graphic content thing going on around here.
Yeah, I mean, I just look at it where he has like his daughter does a lot of stuff during the week, so I don't know what his schedule really looks like. So we'll talk and figure it out.
You people.
Wow. Graphic content, very cool. I'm all caught up on my X-Men, so I can watch you guys. Like I watched the whole show. You guys, it'll be great. I'm caught up on all the things, so I'll watch graphic content this week. I think Phil's coming on at 4. I'm not sure if he is today, but I think he is.
I should probably get Alpha here then.
Yeah, I'm gonna be obviously back here next Sunday. Every Sunday, church with all these awesome mofos. I'll be on Biggie's show on Friday, on The Hunt every other Friday. Come check out The Hunt. It's been going really well. I don't think I'm doing anything else besides, just hanging out with these turds. So.
Yeah. So before I go, I usually when I give Circumstances shit, I usually compliment him at the end. So he's a very good YouTube channel FOC producer. Circumstances is a pillar. There you go.
Best FOC show, really. I'd say.
Yeah.
He's always. I'm always learning a lot from his FOC. All right, mofos. Let's get out of here.